Do we have the quorum? Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Standing Committee on Cities Finance and Services meeting of Wednesday, December 11th, 2024. This committee meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. City of Vancouver's electronic meetings, as such committee members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. Clerk, do we have anyone participate in? We do, okay. So if a committee member attending by electronic means lose the connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Committee members are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Video of committee members speaking, presentation, and vote results will be projected on live stream when available. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this council chamber. Please use stairs. Do not use the elevator. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for a security team member to get you to a safe location. I would like to also highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of this council chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for have care for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contribution of City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every single day to make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Zhou is in the chair. Mayor Sim? Councillor Carr? Councillor Kirby-Young?
Present.
Councillor Dominato is on a medical leave all day. Councillor Bly is on personal leave, is on a leave of absence all day for personal reasons. Councillor Boyle is on a leave of absence for personal reasons all day. Councillor Fry? Councillor Montague?
Present.
Councillor Klassen? Councillor Meisner? You have quorum, Chair Joe.
Thank you. Thank you, Clerk. So next item on the agenda is we have an acknowledgement for Councillor Christine Boyle, which will be presented by Mayor Sim. I will now invite Mayor Sim to provide comments.
Thank you very much. Today I do want to take a moment to recognize Councillor Christine Boyle as Christine embarks on an exciting new chapter as the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. So needless to say, Christine, you've been a passionate and dedicated presence on Vancouver City Council since 2018. And, emphasis on passionate and dedicated. Sometimes we didn't see eye to eye on stuff, but you know what? It's been absolutely cool that, you've been in this chamber for 6 years, fighting for what you believe is right and fighting for the residents of Vancouver. And how can we not love you for that? So it's super cool. So on behalf of the residents of Vancouver and all of our teammates on council and everyone at the City of Vancouver, we do want to thank you for your incredible years of service. So a couple of highlights here. Over the past 6 years, you've been an advocate for issues that truly matter, including housing and climate action and social justice. And like I mentioned earlier, you've never shied away from difficult conversations. Sometimes we've been at the brunt of those, which is actually, it's actually been awesome. And I can tell you, like I mentioned earlier, your heart's always been in the debates and doing what's right. Your work with the City of Vancouver Public Housing Corporation and the Vancouver Civic Development Corporation has been critical to advancing social housing. And you've been you've worked tirelessly to make housing more affordable in the City of Vancouver. And I know I have a really good feeling that you're going to do an incredible job serving, your riding proudly, but also more importantly, taking on the portfolio. Like I know reconciliation was a big part of what you did here, and now you're playing on a much bigger stage because it's not just the three host nations anymore; it's every single First Nation in the province. And there's obviously a lot of work to do, and I couldn't think of a better person in the province to be leading that charge. So with that, you know what? I think I speak, actually, I'm going to only speak for myself here. I'm going to miss you most of the time, not all the time. I'm not going to miss the punches in the head. But you know what? I know I speak for everyone in the this chamber here. We're going to miss your presence here. And, it's been absolutely great. I'm a big believer in diversity of thought and ideas. And you brought that to the table, and it's definitely made this chamber stronger. And I can hardly wait to see what you have in store and your impact will be on the province. And like I said earlier, you have an ally in the City of Vancouver. If there's any way we can help you further, your scorecard and everything that you're working on, let us know. We're just a phone call away. And so with that, we have a little something for you. And in fact, if everyone wants to.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mayor Sim, for the acknowledgement of the great contribution of Councillor Boyle for City of Vancouver. So we will now continue with our plan for the day. Any comments on the agenda item can be sent to the committee using the web form on City's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Cllr. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind the committee that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gender honorifics. I will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. I would also like to note that there are several speakers registered for various agenda items at today's meeting. and that is encouraged that those registered speakers follow the meeting progress through the live stream and on X to monitor the timing and track their turn to speak. Today, we have one presentation, 5 reports, and 4 council members' motions. The committee will recess the meeting and back at noon for lunch, and will reconvene at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, the committee will recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. If the meeting does not finish today, we will reconvene on Thursday, tomorrow, December 12th, 2024 at 6 p.m. Okay, so the next one is matters adopted on consent. The committee will not consider matters adopted on consent. We have report 2, 3, and 5 on the consent agenda. We will hold report 1 and 4 to hear from speakers. Okay, so before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now it's time to declare. Does anyone have conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, I see Mayor Sin on the agenda, on the queue.
It's not for a conflict, but
Okay.
I'd like to move a motion to vary the agenda and move report number 1, Broadway plan implementation to the end of today's standing committee agenda. I think we should complete the rest of today's business first, including the member motions, which have speakers due to the large amount of interest in speakers for the Broadway plan. This will ensure that other items of business are completed and will provide clarity to all speakers today.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Sim, and it's seconded by Councillor Claassen. All those in favor say yay.
Point.
Oh,
Point
I
of, point
didn't
of procedure.
see you, Councillor Meisner. Okay, I will advance Councillor Kirby first. Councillor Kirby, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a quick point of procedure. Do we not have to deal with the consent agenda first, and then the motion to vary the agenda after that? Because you were in the middle of consent.
Is that right?
Or are you intending to go back to that?
Okay. Yeah, so let's do the consent agenda first. So let me go through this one first. Does any member wish to hold any consent item for debate or question to team members? You still have question? Okay. We are doing the consent agenda right now. So
Yeah,
can you
no, I'm
hold your
good.
question until after the consent agenda?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby. Councillor Meisner, you want? Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question, a clarification. Are we proposing that we would begin the Broadway plan speakers after these items once the agenda is varied? And if so, what time were we proposing to continue to today?
Mayor Sim, that's your.
That may be a question for the mover of the motion.
Chair, are we not completing the consent agenda first?
Yeah, so
The Broadway
Councillor
plan is
Meisner,
not a
let's hold
consent
your
item, so,
question. Let's
yeah.
do the consent agenda first, and then we can come back to this motion. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mayor Sim. Let's do the consent agenda. So I didn't see anyone on the line, so I guess there's no one is holding any items on the consent agenda. So we have
Move consent.
yeah. So wait, let me just read the script. Okay, so we have 3 items on the consent agenda. So number 2, building bylaw harmonization opportunities. And number 3, contract awards for construction services, citywide cut repair project. And number 5, contract award for golf course operators. So it is moved by Councillor Kirby and seconded by Councillor Claassen. 2, 3, and 5. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Okay, so this motion carries unanimously. All right, so now let's back to the Mayor Sim motion. Councillor Meisner, you have a question, right? Yeah, so let me put you. Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so just to restate my question, I just wanted to get clarification as to if we will be hearing the speakers on Broadway plan implementation today after these agenda items that we varied.
Yeah, it'd be my assumption that we would be hearing from speakers today.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Mayor. And are we proposing to go till 10 o'clock, or is there a different time that people have in mind?
So we can do that later. So let's finish other items first and then come back to this.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So now we have a motion on the floor. So we move the vary the agenda, move the Broadway plan to the end. It's been seconded by Councillor Clausen. All those in favor say yea. Opposed say nay. All right, so this motion carries unanimously. All right, so let's move on to the first item on the agenda. We have one presentation today, Vancouver Plan Implementation Progress Update. Before we begin this presentation, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none, I'll pass on to the Josh White, General Manager, Planning, Development, and Urban Sustainability, is here to present this presentation. Please go ahead, Josh.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. As mentioned, my name is Josh White, General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. I'm joined today by Neil Rashui, Director of Community Planning, Dan Garrison, Director of Housing Policy and Regulation, and Margot D'Agostini, Assistant Director of Citywide and Regional Planning. We are pleased to be here today to present an update of the Vancouver Plan implementation progress. The adoption of Vancouver Plan in 2022 was an important moment for city planning in Vancouver. Developed through extensive public engagement, it was the first comprehensive plan and land use strategy to be adopted by a Vancouver City Council ever. The moment recognized a need for a big picture and integrated approach to critical challenges and opportunities the city faces. These include demographic shifts and urban growth patterns, intensifying demands for housing, transportation, and community infrastructure. Escalating housing costs, which have left many struggling to secure affordable homes, hindering housing and financial stability. Climate change impacts like longer and hotter summers and rising sea levels, which are prompting the need for strategies to protect the environment and bolster resilience. And limited employment land areas, which underscore the need to secure employment lands and added employment space opportunities. Vancouver Plan outlines a vision to address these challenges, and staff have received further direction from this council and the province on implementation priorities. In the presentation, we will outline the progress of projects that are advancing opportunities for Vancouver to grow in a way that is coordinated and responsive to council's priorities. As we undertake these projects under Vancouver Plan, they form a key pillar in our work of undertaking a significant reform of our planning system to become one that is grounded in a simpler policy and regulatory framework, providing greater clarity and predictability for Vancouver residents and the business community, and one that creates more opportunities for residential and non-residential growth across Vancouver's entire geography. We are excited to tell you about all the progress we've made since the Vancouver Plan's adoption in 2022, as well as to provide a look ahead to all that's to come in the next 2 years. And with that, I'll pass it over to Neil to give the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Mayor, Council. My name is Neil Rashui, and it's my pleasure to be here and to give you the first biannual update on progress implementing the Vancouver Plan. I'd like to acknowledge also Karis Hebert and Brittany Jang, who are helping to manage the implementation of the plan as well. So it's been a very busy year with numerous milestones, and there's an impressive amount of work underway to implement Vancouver Plan. So the purpose of today's presentation is to quickly recap the key elements of Vancouver Plan and share how it defines our work program today and going into the future, to share and celebrate implementation progress over the past 2 years, which has been significant, and then to provide a look ahead for what's to come over the next couple of years and how we plan to monitor and report out on that progress. First, a quick summary of how we got to be here today. The Vancouver Plan is a long-range plan that guides growth by aligning private development and public infrastructure investment over the next 30 years and beyond. As we implement Vancouver Plan, PDS's department-wide priorities will help guide our work program, including planning and implementing strategies for housing, economy, ecology, and public amenities to create vibrant, complete neighborhoods. Maintaining an adaptive and collaborative approach to address the needs and feedback of nonprofit organizations, developers, and other city building partners, and creating a foundation for new regulation to help streamline the development process, such as the ODP and standardized district schedules. The Vancouver Plan is underpinned by 3 principles, and they include reconciliation, equity, and resilience, and they are woven throughout the plan. In addition to these foundational principles, we also heard the need to focus on key priorities. Together, these form the 3 big ideas, and they include equitable housing and complete neighborhoods, which focuses on significantly expanding housing choice in every neighborhood, including expanding affordable options and ensuring more daily needs are within walking distance. An economy that works for all, which has 2 main focus areas. First, in business and employment areas, the plan protects and expands spaces for businesses and employment, given the very limited supply of land. Second, for neighborhood job spaces, this means expanding opportunities for home-based businesses. And finally, for climate protection and restored ecosystems, this focuses on 4 main goals: building a walkable city, reducing emissions from our buildings, protecting and expanding natural spaces, and designing infrastructure aligned with natural processes, not against them. There are 4 main reasons why we layer key city building systems. First, a holistic approach. Put simply, we make better city building decisions when we consider the needs of housing, economy, and climate together versus addressing any of them separately. Second, avoiding fragmentation. Public dollars, as the Council well knows, are extremely limited, and we simply can't afford to chase development with public dollars wherever it wants to go, and also fragmented systems are more difficult and expensive to maintain over time. Third, creating resilience and livability. Aligning decisions promotes resilience against challenges like climate change and economic shifts, and enhances the livability of our neighborhoods. And fourth and finally, regional planning initiatives. We align with Metro Vancouver and TransLink's regional planning initiatives so we can create a more integrated and sustainable urban environment. Regional alignment also helps avoid fragmentation and will be the only way we will be able to afford to build and maintain the city we all envision. Vancouver Plan has 6 building blocks to help build out the plan. The neighborhood types vary in size and density according to where in the city they are and the kinds of infrastructure available to support them. Factors like transit availability, proximity to employment hubs, and employment and local amenities shape the distribution of neighborhood types. A key tenet underlying all neighborhood types is diverse housing choice, with the goal to ensure residents have options that suit their needs, from apartments to multiplexes and more. When you assemble the 3 big ideas of equitable housing, complete neighborhoods, the economy that works for all, and climate protection and restored ecosystems, the land use strategy shown here illustrates where and how we should expect Vancouver to grow and what it will look like as this vision is built out. Importantly, it provides the blueprint for the future area-specific plans, which are still required to provide the detail necessary to support the development process. We are progressing through that area planning as quickly as we can and as infrastructure allows. And the goal will be to provide robust opportunities for growth at scales that are appropriate for the local context so that we do what we can to ease pressures on land values. And quickly on engagement, While developing Vancouver Plan, the city created many ways for the public to get involved, including workshops, online dialogue sessions, and activities delivered to equity-denied communities and youth to ensure we heard the full breadth of Vancouver's residents, property owners, and business owners. The engagement program also co-created partnership agreements with each of the host nations and MVAC that included capacity funding to facilitate participation. Now turning to progress over the past 2 years. Since the adoption of Vancouver Plan in 2022, we have launched 10 implementation projects. This diagram illustrates the various projects and key ideas driving our initiatives, color-coded to align with the relevant big idea or to delineate cross-cutting projects. These projects come from many divisions within PDS, often delivered as co-led projects with multiple divisions involved. These initiatives collectively support Vancouver Plan's vision for a sustainable, inclusive, and thriving city. Majority of these projects wouldn't have been possible to deliver at either the scale, speed, or ambition without Vancouver Plan and all the public engagement that went into it. The Vancouver Plan sets the vision and policy context to enable comprehensive regulatory updates, like we're now seeing in projects like the ODP and various streamlining initiatives, from district schedules to policy review to speeding up our permitting process. And finally, there are other streams of important work that are connected to Vancouver Plan, but are outside the purview of Vancouver Plan implementation coordination. The largest of which is the Public Infrastructure and Investment Framework, and our teams are working very closely with that initiative to ensure alignment. Beginning with multiplexes, in September of 2023, Council approved the replacement of all existing RS zones with the new R11 Residential Inclusive Zone, which allows multiplexes containing 3 to 6 units and up to 8 units for secured rental. In June 2024, to respond to Bill 44 from the province, the city updated RT7 and RT9 and FSD zoning to allow multiplexes containing the same 3 to 6 units and up to 8 units for secured rental. This was important because it established both a new baseline for low-density neighborhoods across the city, and it significantly simplified the previous mosaic of policy that defined our low-density areas. This was also the largest city-initiated rezoning to date, covering an area of approximately 50,000 lots. It increased permitting process efficiency by simplifying and aligning regulations in Vancouver's low-density residential areas. And this is an exemplar of the work being done to advance the 3331 permit approval framework. As of November 22nd, the city has received more than 270 applications for multiplex housing, which represents around 1,150 units. Approximately 70 units are already under construction, with nearly 750 more approved and over 300 under review. Housing Targets Refresh and Needs Report. This was endorsed by Council in November just this year, about a month ago, and the report set refreshed 10-year housing targets and a new 3-year action plan that will ensure new housing meets the needs of all households, particularly low and moderate income families, and advance the housing vision in the Vancouver Plan, promoting equity and accessibility in housing across all neighborhoods. The Housing Needs Report will also provide a comprehensive outline of projected housing requirements over the next 5 and 20 years, aiding in the development of the new citywide ODP. The 3-year Housing Action Plan will detail specific strategies to boost housing delivery and ensure effective implementation of our housing vision. Finally, it meets the guidelines of provincial compliance, including new Housing Needs Report that will be included in the citywide ODP, and it also meets the housing completion target set in the housing target order. A strong economy that offers ample and flexible opportunity for businesses to get established and grow in Vancouver is critical to the long-term health of the city and a central pillar of Vancouver Plan. The recently updated policy and regulations will support the local economy and promote economic growth by expanding support for home businesses, by increasing flexibility, allowing more customers and employees, and expanding industrial job space by increasing supply of industrial job spaces, ensuring adequate areas for business operations. ongoing work will boost hotel supply by encouraging new hotel developments, supporting tourism and hospitality. Now, to summarize the timeline for deliverables, the home-based business regulations were approved by Council in October of this year. The I-4 zoning review will go to public hearing to amend bylaws in Q2 of 2025, next year. The South Vancouver Industrial Zone review report and scope of work for our planning program will go to Council by the end of 2024, so very imminently. And finally, the team will also bring the Hotel Development Policy Update report to Council in Q2 of 2025. Finally, the team worked under a tight timeline during the first 6 months of this year to align Vancouver land use policy with the provincial TOA and small-scale multi-unit housing requirements. We envision this to be an ongoing work program item as we monitor activity in the designated areas and identify opportunities to make changes to better align policy with the intent of the legislation. Recognizing the province had one set of guidelines that were applied uniformly across the entire province, and there was no way for that to work equally well across all municipalities, meaning slight course corrections could reasonably be expected. Now, turning to the active projects currently underway, these collectively represent significant progress in advancing the Vancouver Plan. The Villages program will enable 25 walkable neighborhoods with diverse housing choice to areas that are almost exclusively single-family and duplex today, across all parts of the city. A new district schedule will allow 3 to 6 stories across the entire village to ensure attractive rental opportunities exist off of arterials, while expanding and strengthening the retail heart. The program will pre-zone wherever possible to provide clarity and transparency to the public, council, city staff, and developers. This initiative, currently underway, will deliver 17 of the villages, while Rupert Renfrew Station Area Planning will deliver an additional 3, and the remaining 5 will form part of future planning initiatives. We've held most of the first round of community engagement events in neighborhoods across the city, as well as online for those who are unable to make it out to a workshop, and we will bring a report to Council for consideration by Q2 of 2026. Turning to the social housing initiative, the new zoning regulations will allow nonprofit and co-op housing without rezoning, thereby expediting affordable housing approvals per the Vancouver Plan. The project team completed the first round of public engagement in October of this year. The initiative is important because it is a very concrete way to prioritize housing for those who need it most, including options off major arterials, near transit, green spaces, schools, amenities, and services. It does this by streamlining the delivery of social housing by reducing cost and risk for nonprofit housing providers and enabling faster access to senior government funding. For deliverables, there will be new zoning regulations and a map for 100% social housing projects citywide, including options for mixed-use developments with childcare and ground floor commercial. Staff will also create implementation resources for nonprofit housing providers, and the proposed changes will be ready for referral by summer of 2025. Vancouver's natural environment provides residents with multiple benefits and ecosystem services, from managing heat and water, increasing carbon storage, improving air quality, and supporting physical, mental, and cultural well-being. In addition, they support local and regional biodiversity, including providing crucial habitat for wildlife. This project will create an inventory and map of ecologically sensitive lands across the city, and it will also provide a refined ecological vision that protects Vancouver's natural environment and develops an ecological network that balances the multiple demands on the finite amount of land we have in the city. The work is critically needed because growth and development have eroded natural assets and the services that they provide. This, combined with our gaps in knowledge about existing ecosystems and habitats and a lack of environmental planning processes and regulatory tools, means it is difficult to support informed decision-making in this area. So the deliverables will be an inventory and assessment of ecosystems and habitat across the city, a refined ecological network and ecological vision for Vancouver, tools, opportunities, and funding strategies to restore, expand, and connect space for nature and protect ecosystem health, and improved ecological knowledge. One of the higher profile projects is the creation of our first citywide ODP by June of 2026. We are legislatively required by the province via Bill 18 to undertake this work. It has several benefits, including providing a clear vision for change in the city and helping to streamline our application review processes. Because we're using Vancouver Plan as the 80% base and then supplementing with technical work and administrative updates to comply with the new legislation, and keeping this to a very much a version 1.0, we are able to deliver the work on the provincially prescribed timeline, as tight as it is. It will also incorporate any council-approved policy adopted since completion of Vancouver Plan, including area planning and regulatory work underway now that will be wrapped up by the end of Q2 of 2025 next year. For the key milestones, the stakeholder notification engagement started in September of this year and will continue into early 2025. And we will share a draft ODP publicly in Q4 of next year, of 2025, with a public hearing and ODP enactment in Q2 of 2026. This diagram shows the policy and regulatory framework of land use management in the city, showing where a citywide ODP fits into that system. It's the green circle outlined in the yellow on the diagram. And generally speaking, the circles show the level of detail, noting the larger circles are typically broader in scope and scale, and the smaller circles are where we expect to see more details necessary to support the processing of individual applications. All content has to be aligned with the layers above. Our ODP is going to be very similar to what other municipalities have, but with a couple of caveats. Commonalities include the long-term vision guiding planning and development and the need for other plans, policies, and regulations to be consistent with the ODP. Vancouver, however, due to the Vancouver Charter, has some additional powers that set it apart from other municipalities, including the room for discretionary decision-making on the part of the Director of Planning. Some of Vancouver Plan implementation projects deliver improvements behind the scenes and aim to streamline policy, accelerate housing and service delivery, and reduce administrative burden. The two initiatives outlined here will deliver a number of key outcomes. They will allow us to significantly reduce the overall number of district schedules. At the same time, it will simplify regulations and shed superfluous policy and level of detail. This will help ensure a clearer, simpler, more transparent policy and regulatory documents that are designed to deliver Council's housing priorities. The end result will be more applications that will be able to go straight to development permit and avoid rezoning, thereby significantly reducing time and complexity. The next key deliverable will be in Q2 2025, where the team will deliver a set of apartment district schedules for Council approval. These district schedules can be used in a number of existing plans, such as Broadway, Cambie, and the upcoming Rupert and Renfrew station areas, as well as in future plans like the villages. These district schedules will allow us to begin to pre-zone more areas of the city. Other work to date includes the reduced number of land use documents through the repeal of 72 documents in November of 2023, consolidation of use-specific guidelines and various topic-specific policies, procedural and submission information. And finally, through work underway, staff will replace district-specific guidelines with citywide design guidelines, adding to further simplification. The work on the policy and regulatory documents complements and is aligned with work underway to enhance permitting efficiency through the Permitting Improvement Project. The last project underway, the Rupert and Renfrew Station Area Plan, is a vision for how the neighborhood will grow and change over the next 30 years. It is the first plan to be initiated since the adoption of Vancouver Plan, and the land use policy was significantly shaped by Vancouver Plan's policy for complete, walkable neighborhoods, access to affordable housing, a strong economy, and building in greater alignment with nature. There have been several rounds of community input shaping the plan, and we have also integrated the new provincial legislation regulations that arrived last year. The 4 big moves in the plan are creating vibrant station areas that prioritize walking, cycling, and transit, the introduction of 2 new neighborhood villages that have more housing close to shops, transit, and open space, protection and intensification of existing employment lands to support job creation, and daylighting and restoration of Still Creek, returning it to a much more complete and healthy ecological system. There are numerous other improvements to the area's public infrastructure, from complete streets to expansion and renewal of parks to support for the social services key to the well-being of so many residents in the area. Finally, the plan continues to advance our commitments to reconciliation through the incorporation of a number of UNDRIP actions. The final plan will be delivered to Council in April of 2025 next year. The Vancouver Plan is bringing forward Council priorities to deliver more housing, more areas of job growth, more vibrant neighborhoods to meet the needs of people all across the city. Together, alongside with parallel projects, such work around financing growth, permitting and process improvements, policy and regulatory streamlining, and many others, Vancouver Plan is enabling comprehensive citywide transformation. Now, quickly on some progress monitoring. The teams will continue to make progress on projects underway. This table highlights some of the key milestones planned for the next 2 years, color-coded by key idea. As part of ongoing implementation, it is important to monitor progress in order to keep both Council and the public up to date on how Vancouver Plan is shaping the way Vancouver grows and changes over the next 30 years. To monitor progress, the project team is working on developing metrics that provide insights into how projects are delivering benefits and change all across the city. We will be back in June of 2025 with another progress update, and at that time, we will be able to share the list of metrics in the first round of progress data. Our approach to metrics builds on the many metrics and targets individual projects already report out. We will use these existing citywide metrics as a base and augment, where necessary, by data we already collect on project performance. And where beneficial, we will develop metrics that allow us to understand how projects are impacting different parts of the city and different demographics. This slide summarizes some of the existing metrics that project teams already report out on by big ideas cross-cutting initiatives. Metrics such as these will be used to provide a complete picture of progress towards Vancouver Plan implementation. In conclusion, looking ahead, we will be publishing quarterly newsletters and website updates to keep the public informed and up to date on Vancouver Plan implementation progress. We will continue to work towards completing this initial set of 10 implementation projects, and as projects are completed and staff capacity is available, new projects will be added to the list, such as new area plans. Finally, we will continue to coordinate with the other significant initiatives underway, such as the PIF, that collectively will move Vancouver's policy and regulatory system towards greater efficiency, clarity, and adaptability, while delivering the quality of life and well-being envisioned in Vancouver Plan for the future of Vancouver. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you, Neil and the team. Committee members, now you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? There are. Councillor Kirbian, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm looking at the housing mix piece and going back to, I think it's about slide 13. And it's quite striking when you look at the 10-year plan and the 2024 to 2026 framework that it shows 75% of new housing intended to be rental, which I think really speaks obviously to affordability in the city. I guess my question is, do we still feel that that's the right amount? I'm wondering about the role of strata and really specifically around what are we doing if we are striving to deliver that much rental to address the issue that strata has been the tenure that has driven CACs and other contributions to support infrastructure in terms of building new to support livable and complete communities. And in addition to the infrastructure gap we have, obviously, we need to accommodate and provide service for new residents. So can I get a bit of perspective around that? Because it's a pretty significant issue in terms of funding.
Yeah, Councillor, it's Dan Garrison, Director of Housing Policy and Regulation. Certainly the shift we've gone through from strata tenure towards more rental tenure is one that's based in the data around housing needs. So we've seen over the last number of census periods now, 75+% of net new households moving to the city are renter households, are looking to rent, and that was partly what was driving our demand for rental and our very low vacancy rates and the upward pressure on rents. So the targets supplying largely rental housing are driving towards addressing that need. I think the issue you raise around infrastructure costs, whether it be hard infrastructure, pipes and whatnot, or sort of community-based infrastructure, the previous way we've paid for that out of strata development, the CAC system, et cetera, that's a really important point and a really important question. There, along with some of the provincial legislation around housing targets, there is also a really significant change coming to our development financing systems generally. The introduction of ACCs, the moving away from CACs, different frameworks there. So that's something that definitely is part of the discussions going forward, part of the work around the official development plan, and a public investment and infrastructure framework as well that's going to be worked on going forward. So that's a really important question that really needs more focus and attention.
Okay, and sort of related to that, so that the motion that the mayor had moved previously around sort of establishing the city taking leadership in with a Vancouver Housing Development Office and around in terms of missing middle housing and looking at generating additional revenue. Would you say that's a critical part of that work in terms of trying to drive new revenue for the city?
I think it's very important to look at new revenue sources, and that is an important one that I know the Vancouver Housing Development Office is advancing some projects on city land, some significant projects on city land now, looking at production of new rental housing, both to provide rental housing, but also to generate new revenue opportunities. That is going to be a potentially important source going forward, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Just want to shift to talk still on housing, but talk a little bit about co-op housing and the goal that 20% social supportive nonprofit co-op. I brought a motion forward with respects to looking at further opportunities in Falls Creek South. The city obviously has a lot of other co-op lands in the city, in the south part of the city and others. So where are we at in terms of the ability to advance some of that work and contribute to that target?
Yeah, we're certainly working closely with the co-op housing sector. One of the initiatives that Neil Rochoe spoke to was the social housing initiative, looking at potential for pre-zoning and helping to accelerate the approval of non-market housing projects, including co-ops. So we are working closely with the Co-op Housing Federation of BC and the BC Nonprofit Housing Association to ensure that we're advancing that as much as possible. There's, of course, a land ownership and lease negotiation side of that work that I'm less able to speak to. It's being led out of our non-market housing operations and development group, but certainly that work is underway as well.
Okay, and then so my last sort of question right now is really around the timeline piece. I know that you said Q2 2026. I ask this often in terms of like, is there an ability to speed it up, or why does it take so long? This motion was passed last term, so it's going to be, by my count, 4 or 5 years ish in the making. So I guess that is a question, like, will it be quicker once we have this in terms of both updates as well as expediting housing delivery in the city? And are we solid that that's going to happen in Q2? Because that's pretty much down to the wire. That's the last opportunity for this council to pass this while we're still in office, right?
We are at time. Do you want to move the second round? We are
Sure.
time.
Thank you. Yes, please. I'll move it for a second.
Okay, second by Councillor Cllr. Okay, all in favor say yeah. Opposed nay. Okay, motion carries.
Can I continue to get an answer to that question, Chair, or would you like me to come back on?
Yeah, you are 20 seconds over. Let's come back.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Claassen, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, staff, for the presentation. Exciting opportunities ahead for Vancouver Plan. I just want to respond to a number of questions that I've been getting from constituents. First of all, just with regards to the TOA, there's the bus exchange known as the Kootenay Loop. I used to go there a lot when I was a kid. A lot of concerns that are coming from people in the area who really don't understand. Can you give us a bit of a forecast of what we should expect? It's not obviously a rapid transit, but it's a bus, certainly an important bus exchange. Can you, when I talk to people and answer their questions of what they expect to see there, can I get a better idea from you?
Yeah, absolutely. Neil Rashowi, the TOA legislation from the province specified the heights and densities and the distances from the Kootenay Loop, and so that we're required to consider and accept an application if it conforms. And so I think with the question probably is getting at what's the anticipated pace of change that could accompany that, and so I think we're still in the early monitoring conditions state of the TOA implementation. I think probably early indication is that it will be like not a very swift pace of change. Like we're expecting some applications, but there's no indication that there's going to be a flood of applications coming in and rapid change in these areas.
Thanks, Neil. You're going to sense a theme to my questions here. With regards to the social housing initiative, where we proposed 12 to 18 stories in parts of the city where we're not even close to any kind of form of rapid transit, and I could name off the neighborhoods that are shaded in purple on that map. Again, how do we sort of proceed with that one, again, in a way that's positive and not overly disruptive in terms of making sure that it's a good fit for these areas?
Yeah, I think the areas that you're referring to are the neighborhood centers that identified in Vancouver Plan, and all those were co-located on the
I
frequent.
don't think it's the neighborhood centers. It's actually distinct from that. It's the large swaths of purple from Mackenzie Heights to Renfrew Heights to Kensington Cedar Cottage. It's a map that was shared. There was even a video done about it.
Yeah, Dan Garrison, Housing Policy and Regulation. Yeah, the map is aligned with the locations where the neighborhood centers were located in the Vancouver Plan map. So that was what the Social Housing Initiative map was derived from. As we go through moving from a high-level citywide map to a specific zoning map, we need to make some decisions about drawing lines on maps, and that's one of the things we've been consulting with communities about. So we've now heard from many of the communities that we've consulted with. Our next step is to go back. We're actually having some workshops now on those maps and making sure that we think we got it right based on what we've heard and feedback. So more work to come on that for sure.
Excellent. Thanks, Dan. I got a couple minutes left here. I want to just talk about the villages. I know when the villages plan came forward, I was a pretty full-throated supporter. My questions that I'm getting about the villages, I think are good ones. But one of the areas that I wanted to know is how do we avoid kind of retail dead space, which often plagues some of the smaller centers like that. I realize it's up to the businesses to find the right places, but how do we plan for make sure that those commercial areas are successful with the increased housing?
Thank you for the question. I think that we'll rely honestly on the market forces a little bit. I would anticipate that development application would be coming in once the developer is confident they have leases for those spaces, and would only proceed when that risk has been mitigated. And so I think when something comes in, I think there's probably a lower probability that there will be vacancies. With the ebbs and flows of the economy over longer periods of time, that can obviously evolve. But I think we'll probably be fairly secure that when an application comes in, there's a high degree of confidence on the developer that they would be able to generate revenue through those leases on the ground floor to support the cost of development.
And I'm going to speculate that our new business and economy office may have a role to play in terms of kind of marrying some of those opportunities and working with planning on that one as well.
Absolutely. We've been working closely with Siobhan, and she's provided some really amazing insight into opportunities that we could be looking at. Yes.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. Okay, those are my questions, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. First of all, housing. Housing is a priority. I mean, it's a priority in the plan, and it's very much what people who provided input into the plan over a number of years said they wanted choice of in every neighborhood. But how do we achieve real affordability. So choice is, yes, embedded in the fact that we've moved from single-family zoning, RS zoning, to multiplex zoning. But the multiplexes, if they're not rental, are still expensive for people. And even though we're adding density along corridors like Broadway, the market rental is still beyond the reach of most people, most renters.
Yeah. That's a very good question, Councillor, and we heard the same thing, obviously, as you did in the consultations around the Vancouver plan. So I think that's one of the reasons why we've started with our first sort of out of the gates zoning initiative around the social housing initiative, and trying to make sure that aligned with the areas of Vancouver plan that are identified for change, the villages and the neighborhood centers, we are creating opportunities for whether it be nonprofits or housing cooperatives or faith organizations that might want to do affordable housing projects, that the opportunity is there for them to do that as easily as they possibly can in all of those neighborhoods. Because you're right, the market is important, obviously delivers most of our housing, but it's hard to make it deeply affordable in the city. The villages is going to be another important piece of this that we're looking at. We anticipate there will be opportunities to provide significantly more housing. Yes, choice, but also we're looking at what options there are for affordability there. At the heights and densities we're talking about in the villages, it may be difficult to get a lot of affordability out of that market housing, but we are going to explore it. And certainly the addition of new rental housing, for example, in areas where they've traditionally been limited to detached housing and now multiplex is a good step.
You raised something really important, Dan, which is you said at the heightened density in the village areas, it's going to be hard to achieve affordability. We've had a lot of people speak to us to the council table and in public sessions and at public hearings, even last night, around how the high density is a problem and it's not affordable, but low density isn't affordable either. Then, well, first of all, how could you make low density affordable? Lower density, like the six-story or the multiplexes. And then how could you make it more affordable, and what are the other options?
Yeah, the main way to make lower density housing affordable, I say in the 4 to 6 story range, is going to end up being subsidy, right? That's why the non-market housing initiatives, where we're looking at whether it's nonprofits or faith groups bringing land to the table, or whether it's applying for and receiving government funding from some of the programs that BC Housing has, that's the main way to make lower density housing affordable. As we start to look at sort of leveraging the market to generate affordability, that's really only possible in the higher density forms. But we are seeing the Vancouver plan lay out a range of options, right? Like villages is one of the lower scales on the density. We'll then look at neighborhood centers, and we of course have the transit-oriented areas as well, where we are looking at more opportunities for things like secured below market, permanently affordable rental housing.
Right. Inclusionary zoning. Great, thank you. Complete neighborhoods. That was really an exciting part of the plan. The people who engaged loved that. One of the directions was to repurpose 11% of city streets. I'm seeing that happen to some degree to date for more ecological reasons, rainways, those kinds of things. But during the plan, people talked about wanting to see a repurposing for social benefits in their neighborhoods, like take a street, turn it into a place where there's a market, a community garden, a play area for kids, a little dog park, that kind of thing. Where is our progress in that front?
I'm happy to report out on that question. I think not to do too much of a spoiler alert, but you'll probably hear a little bit about that in the Broadway plan, where there's some very aggressive moves being made to do exactly that, to meet the 11% goal. For the villages, which is our next round of initiatives, and as well as in Rupert and Renfrew, we are proposing road-based reallocation to create new public plazas in the village areas. And to really, as the core part of the vision, is that the public space and the amenities and the shops and services co-align, recognizing that park space is expensive to purchase. And so if we're going to have a significant expansion of publicly accessible space, a lot of that's going to have to come through a reallocation of the roadway.
Sounds like a good plan. I'll come back on. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Meisner, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, staff, for the update. Can you remind me of the deadline for the ODP from the province through Bill 18?
I believe it's June 30th of 2026, and so we'll be looking to come in, Paul's given direction to come in April, and so to give us some additional leeway.
Okay. Do we have any concerns about pushing up so close against that provincially mandated deadline? And why are we pushing up so close against that deadline?
Yes, great question. I think Councillor Kirby-Young is also interested in that as well. Part of it is actually the required engagement we have to do with stakeholders, and there's a very specific schedule of when we can have that. And so we are bumping up against those constraints right now. We're waiting on some regulatory guidance from the province that will then allow us to proceed. And so we're still a little bit beholden to the province's schedule of some updates that should be coming out. But it would be very hard to follow those timelines and come in sooner. It's quite tight.
Okay, thanks for that. I saw in your presentation, and I'm also aware that projects that are ODP aligned in the future, post Q2 2026, if it passes, will bypass public hearings if they're compliant. Can you give us a sense of what the opportunities for public input will be in that future state?
Yeah, in a slight augmentation to that first statement, actually, I think it was June 25th of 2024 this year. If a rezoning that is at least 50% residential or more comes in, it is compliant with the ODP. We're prohibited from having a public hearing. And for other uses, there's the option, if it is compliant with the ODP, then it would become it's the council's choice. And so, yes, the trigger is 2026 when we adopt the ODP, but the power exists today.
Okay. Just to can I clarify on that?
Yeah.
So because the ODP hasn't been adopted, it
Correct.
actually can't happen.
Correct.
Okay, so like say a Broadway plan, rezonings that are coming in now, they'll still have to go to public hearing until that ODP is adopted? Is that
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, other question was, Sarah or Councillor Kirby-Young was talking about the targets as well, and that jumped out to me too. I just want to confirm 75% rental, 20% social. Is that 95% rental or social? Am I reading that correctly?
So I'm going to have to look back at the numbers in detail, but
The presentation.
it is, I know it. But my understanding currently is, and I'm fairly confident in this, that the 75% rental includes social housing, which is rental. So it is 25% ownership.
Okay, I'd really appreciate clarification on
Yeah.
that because that's a really important
Yeah.
detail.
Yeah.
And it led to a whole bunch of other questions for me. But I guess I'll just jump into one of those questions while we await clarification on that. You're talking about ACCs and the transition from CACs to ACCs. Am I correct in assuming that ACCs will only apply to ownership housing, or is there discussion around ACCs applying to rental or below market?
Yeah, it absolutely could. In fact, we'll need to work through the ACC framework and the new. That's part of the work to come. Is where like there's a bunch of work that's needed to set what the needs are, what the rates will be, what types of development it applies to. There's categories for exemptions. There's categories where municipalities are allowed to choose to waive. So we're going to have to work through all of that.
Okay, so it won't necessarily be the same as CACs, which don't currently apply to rental or social.
Right. There is the reason why CACs don't really apply to rental and social housing is exempt, but the reason it doesn't apply to rental is usually because CACs have been based on a land lift analysis, like a calculation of that. So, it hasn't shown that rental generates a lot of land lift unless you get into really significant density. ACCs are going to be slightly different, where it's not land lift based. There is, however, a viability test that municipalities need to do. So that's going to be a significant amount of work over the next while.
Okay. And that timeline for those ACCs, is that aligned with the adoption of the ODP, or is it earlier?
That's a good question. Yeah, it's the same, 2026, yes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah. And I can, Councillor, just confirm for you that the 75% of housing is all rental housing, which includes the social. So it is that the other 25% ownership.
Okay, that's great. Important to get those community amenity contributions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Fry.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Neil, I appreciate you capturing to Councillor Meisner's questions about the ODP bypassing public hearing and adding that it was on minimum 50% residential, which wasn't in your original comment, and I think that's an important context. Just to give some clarification for members of the audience who are listening to this about Bill 18. Now, Bill 18 is provincial requirement, and it actually prohibits public hearings on ODP compliant in the future, ODP compliant projects that are 50% residential.
Correct.
So prohibits, not just optional, but actually prohibits public hearings?
The word is prohibits. Yes, correct, Councillor.
Okay, yeah, no, I think that's important. So what does the public input opportunity look like on those projects potentially?
So the public input in creating those plans, and so those policies would still be developed through community planning processes with the robust engagement that we have all become accustomed to, and so that would very much continue. I think the overlay would be that people would understand that this would be a really important time to weigh in on the policy development, because it would then become part of the ODP once adopted, and so.
So I guess what my question is there any opportunity for the public to input on a specific project that would be a public notification and they can still submit comments? It just isn't a public hearing per se?
There is still a council decision, and so there's just, it's a different procedural aspect to how you conduct your business, and so there could be public speakers at a council decision, but there's no formal public hearing that with the notification requirements that go along with that.
Okay, so just to put a finer point on it, if it is an ODP compliant project with 50% residential, it will just appear one day, like the bulldozers will show up and start to build, and there will be no public input or notification at all?
Yeah, so there would be notification. Want to speak to that?
I mean, I appreciate that we're all inputting on the ODP, and that's an active thing. I think where I hear some of the potential friction might be, is there an opportunity for neighbors to say, hey, I have a thought about this, or I will be, as a neighbor, I might be notified and there might be some mitigation or what have you.
Sure. Good morning, Marco D'Agostini, Citywide and Regional Planning. Absolutely, the notification process would likely remain the same. We haven't sorted out all the details, and the report would still have to come to council to approve the new zoning. So there are opportunities through that the typical development notification stages that would still be available to the public.
Right. Okay. That's sort of the answer I was looking for. I think it's just for some, again, for the sake of the audience and for some clarity around what happens with public hearings or not. Skipping along to employment areas and residential and integration, what are we finding on early findings with restrictions on flexibility for businesses, even in the village areas, but also more importantly in some of these residential areas where we sort of see the corner store, but it can't function as a delicatessen because it's an incompatible use, those kind of things, and how are we connecting with businesses, noting that most of those areas will be outside of BIAs typically?
Correct. And so we'll be bringing some initial legislation forward with the Rupert and Renfrew area. And so you'll see opportunities to address corner stores through that, including some new forms of development to support those. There's two aspects of the corner store topic. One is protecting existing, and one is introducing new. And we'll have a report coming, I believe, next year on the protections. And then through both Rupert Renfrew and the villages, we'll have opportunities for expansion.
And also sort of in the more residential areas outside of villages? And
we don't have work on a work program just yet to do outside of those two. We're trying to advance it through existing work program items versus as a standalone right now.
Okay, well, that's something I'll watch for. I have more questions, but I'm just seeing my time is almost up, I'm gonna jump back on. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kirby, second round. Councillor Kirby, are you there? Okay, so let's skip her, go to Councillor Carr.
Problem. Reconciliation, one of the key goals of the Vancouver plan. There was a motion, my motion, that was adopted, the Vancouver plan, to incorporate First Nations, the local First Nations, history, language, and art into the landscape. What progress are we making on that?
Thank you for the question. So action, I only know it by action group number 9. It's one of the priority actions identified under UNDRIP is to expand the public visibility and of Indigenous culture and history. And so we are advancing a number we've co-developed a work program with the nations on that action group in particular. And so with a timeline over the next 3 years. In addition to that action group's work, every one of our plans, whether it's Broadway or Rupert Renfrew, has a section on visibility of Indigenous culture and history in the policy work, and so that we reflected through our land use policy as we do our area planning.
Okay, that's good to hear. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the landscape. Final question on resilience, the theme of resilience. And as you can imagine, I always do talk about climate resilience in that regard. So the public is aware, the newest information is alarming. It was only 5 days ago that they realized that the major glacier, Doomsday Thwaites Glacier in the West Antarctica, was melting at a rate so unprecedented that scientists are aghast. I mean, it's just, California is now looking at, planning for much higher sea level rise. So in terms of Vancouver, how are we planning to make sure that our community is safe, our city is safe in vulnerable areas? And yeah, so that's the first. And secondly, as you're thinking about answering that question, safe also in terms of the more extreme climate events that we have, safe in terms of places for cooling, a better tree canopy. You talked about tree canopy a bit, but the villages sort of retaining trees, but what about planting more?
Absolutely. So I'm going to ask Karis Hebert to speak, or Josh. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carr. The climate resilience is one of the 3 key pillars and ambitions of this plan. We have implementation steps to undertake to make our city more resilient. One of those includes policy related to planning for sea level rise, which we've been discussing internally and developing a policy and understanding how we can more sort of proactively address sea level rise through infrastructure and other methods, through development review and other processes. And then aligning, we have an ecological framework that is part of the implementation of Vancouver Plan as well, and an ODP that will help outline infrastructure and approaches to improving ecological integrity, including greater resilience against things like increasing rainfall events and other climate change-induced events like that.
While you're there, as an addendum to that question, it was pretty scary last summer when we had the fire that happened on 41st Avenue with the high winds, and we had to divert a lot of our firefighting forces and even call upon Richmond and Burnaby to send fire trucks in to keep that fire under control. I mean, we two towns recently lost to fire. So is there anything in the planning area that that can, I guess, enhance safety, especially if we get high winds, very hot, dry conditions in the summer that we are considering?
Yeah, I think a land use plan in and of itself is not going to be sufficient to address all those risks and concerns. I think corporately and as a city, we need to understand what those risks are. Wildfire being one, knowing that we have large wooded areas with close to or within the boundaries of the city of Vancouver that we need to be resilient against. But land use, along with other emergency preparedness and other methods, are what are going to be required to make sure we're prepared for those types of risks.
I'm glad we're thinking about that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thanks. I want to pick up on a comment from Councillor Carr's first round of questions around the villages and affordability for housing, and turning that around on its head and talking about the affordability for viability of small businesses. So we also hear that land lift pressures and that kind of thing. Can you explain maybe how you're observing that tension and what kind of remedies are coming out through the early findings on villages?
We are actually currently having those financial tests run right now. We will have the results early in 2025 to inform the policy. And so if I interpret your question correctly, that the trade-off between the viability of the commercial spaces versus the viability of, say, affordable rental in the same building, how do we make that trade-off to make sure that we achieve both goals? Like, where's the balance there?
And maybe more specifically on like local serving small businesses as opposed to, dollar stores or the big chainy kind of things.
So we are, as part of our policy, looking at requiring different widths of storefronts, recognizing that there are some anchor stores, like a grocery store, that does need a larger floor plate, which is really, really important for that day-to-day life in a village, while many of the local serving shops are looking for smaller spaces. We are looking at opportunities to maybe wrap some retail onto the smaller streets that have traditionally, this is at the suggestion of the Economic Development Office, where the rents are lower and would be more attractive to local businesses, smaller shops, new businesses starting up. And so we'll bring a variety of tools to the table, but absolutely we're very, very alive. It's a key consideration, because we very much want local serving businesses that reflect the culture and the taste of the people who live there.
Perfect, yeah. And with that would, I'm assuming, come a broader flexibility of uses.
Absolutely, yeah. And so, the uses and the combined uses, a lot of the exciting retail opportunities are, you have, I'll make something up, like a laundromat that has a really cool cafe in it. And it's, you can combine uses that maybe traditionally we've had separate uses for.
Love it. Okay, last question for me, and channeling my erstwhile colleague, Councillor Mike Wiebe, who's up in the gallery there. I want to ask a little bit about the ecology land use planning, and how are we looking to get that sort of tangible green space across neighborhoods equitably, and is there contemplation of some kind of formulaic approach, like X amount of green space per person per hectare or something to that effect?
Yeah, thank you very much. And Karis Hebert, who is managing that project, I'll ask her to answer that one.
Hello, Council and Councillors. Yes, so in terms of the ecological network work that we've been undertaking, and we're really working on it as an input into the ODP, we are looking to refine the ecological vision of Vancouver Plan, and we've really taken a collaborative approach, like with other departments in engineering and parks, and really working across departments to define an implementable and feasible strategy. I would say that we're a little early on metrics. I mean, we certainly have used all the work that's been done in, various areas previously in the strategy, like urban forestry strategy or the biodiversity strategy, to look at things like tree canopy coverage across the city, take into account equity considerations in refining the network proposals. So I would say that, definitely that has been taken into account. But in terms of forward-looking metrics, like, what kind of addition, to green space over what time period, we haven't completely settled on yet. We'll be considering that in the context of broader metrics for Vancouver Plan.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. So I'm going to call one more time Councillor Kirby Young. Are you on the line?
I'm fine, Chair. I think that Councillor Meisner picked up on my timing question, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. All right, so that's the end of the question queue. No decisions required on this item, as the presentation is for information only. So that concludes this item on the agenda. All right, so the first report is being moved to the end, so we can go directly to the fourth item on the agenda, which is okay. So contract award for constructions of early works for the FIFA World Cup 26 Vancouver venue specific training sites at Cllr and Memorial South Park. Okay, before we begin the agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none. This item does not have a presentation, but it was held to hear from the registered speakers. Okay, so our first registered speaker is Beth Ringdal.
Chair, I
Please
have
go
a,
ahead.
I have a
Yeah.
point of procedure. Normally, it's an opportunity for councillors to ask questions. Do we have the chance to do that before we hear speakers? Or when are we doing that?
Clerk, can we ask question now? Or?
It's usually before, right?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so sorry, Councillor Carbian. Yes, we can ask questions. Sorry, before speaking, we have to ask a question from the councillors. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Carbian.
Okay, thanks. I have a couple of questions on this that have been raised by members of the public, and it's really about, obviously concern Memorial Park South is a really beloved community park and hub, and the fact that the park will have to be out of commission for a period of time, not just during FIFA, but for construction. So two questions that seem to be raised a lot right now from users, and one is around, did we explore other opportunities like UBC? That's a question that's come up, and I know that that question was raised at the park board meeting that they approved this, but wanted assurance that UBC had been explored first. And then my second question is around the trees and the conversation around a number of trees that need to be removed. I think it's somewhere in the area of 11 or 12, 8 or so were approximately, I can be corrected on the numbers, were said to be in poor health regardless, but can we get some commentary on that, if the tree removal is necessary and if Memorial Park is the location and others have been explored?
Thanks, Councillor. So I can confirm for Council that so back in 2022, the Park Board signed on to the training sites agreements with FIFA. Those agreements obligate the Park Board to offer up to FIFA 2 sites that are acceptable to FIFA. Ultimately, the decision of selection of those sites was FIFA's discretion. There was an extensive process that was undertaken to examine different fields, both in Vancouver and outside Vancouver. And ultimately, the 2 fields that were selected were Cllr and Memorial. So it is the obligation of the Park Board under that training sites agreement that was concluded to deliver those fields to FIFA by the end of 2025. So I can assure Council that there was an extensive process to examine options here. And
did that process include looking at UBC specifically?
There were, I say, Councillor, there were fields inside and outside Vancouver that were examined, a whole number of different fields. So yeah, we did explore all of those options there, and so that's kind of what I'd be able to answer in response to that question.
Okay, and any commentary on the trees? And then I'm going to have a third and final question. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carbian. Councillor Clausen, please go ahead.
Sorry, Chair.
Second question, Lenny. From
oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead, Councillor Carbian.
Yeah, my second question was around, can I get a response on the trees and the trees that need to be removed? And are we trying to mitigate that? Do they have to come out?
Good morning, councillors. Tina Mack, Director of Planning Park Development, Vancouver Park Board. So unfortunately, some trees do need to be removed as part of the training site development process. But I would like to emphasize how much we do care about our mature tree canopy, and every effort has been made to avoid major impacts to the beautiful canopy of trees in this park. A total of 4 trees do have to be removed. They're conflicting with utility access, construction access, or the proposed location of the team buildings. A total of 15 trees are impacted, though, 4 other trees will be transplanted, and 7 trees, actually, they're dead standing, we call them, so those would be removed. But there is 4 trees that unfortunately are impacted and will absolutely, in keeping with our urban forest strategy, be replanted within the park with locations to be determined.
And are those mature trees? that are being
They
removed?
are mature as an apple, an oak, and 2 cypress trees, ranging from 25 to 50 centimeters in diameter. The apple's the larger, older one. They do conflict with the need to access and provide new utilities in the park. And just to say, the utilities in this park are almost as old as this beautiful park is, 70 years old. And as we tried to scope those lines to see if they could be reused to remove the impact of the trees, we couldn't even get the cameras through them. They're so old. So we'll be replacing utilities, upgrading the track, and a number of other things in this park to benefit the community in the long term.
So Tina, that the infrastructure is older, we would need to do that work regardless of if this was a training site for FIFA on the utilities?
Thank you for that question. At some point in time, when we're able to have some funds to upgrade the utilities in the park, we will absolutely need to do this work.
Okay, and so that tree impact would happen regardless, right? When that needs to be replaced.
High likelihood, yes.
Okay, and then my third and final question is around this that's come up in communities, this notion of community legacy. And is there a legacy specifically around a benefit to Memorial Park after FIFA has come and gone?
Thank you very much for that follow-up question. So the training site includes a program of renovated grass pitch with irrigation and drainage utilities that I described. So the inside of the oval will be completely renovated. Because some of the temporary facilities will be situated on the track at Memorial South Park, the track will be resurfaced. That track surface was last addressed in 2010, so it's coming due for replacement, and the addition of new field lights at Memorial South Park. So millions of dollars of investment in Memorial South Park, and similarly at Cllr Park, a similar package of utility servicing, lights, new grass fields for use and enjoyment after the event.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Claassen, please go ahead.
Yeah, because of the clock issue there, I guess Councillor Kirby-Yung was able to ask one of my questions here, but I have a couple other questions. I served as deputy mayor and representing the city at the Memorial South Park Remembrance Day ceremony, and I was asked by organizers whether they would be able to get access to the cenotaph for the 2025 Remembrance Day ceremony. It's actually one of the most important ceremonies I think we host in the city, certainly during Remembrance Day. Will the cenotaph be available in 2025?
Thank you, Councillor Claassen, for that question. Absolutely. The cenotaph will be open during the construction period for Remembrance Day in 2025 and 2026. The only time when the cenotaph area would be closed is during an exclusive use period when the training grounds are in use by FIFA. That's approximately a 6-week period in May through July in 2026, so a short period of time. But to be truthful, vehicular access will be limited in that area as a result of construction access for the construction of the training sites, but the cenotaph will be open for those important Remembrance Day events.
Okay, I think, yeah, most of the attendees walk in anyway as well to that. It strikes me since this issue became on our radar a couple of months ago that there has been a lot of I guess, lack of communication or indirect communication with community leaders. So my question to you, again, I wanted to talk about those legacies, but in short, what kind of tangible differences that will benefit the community after the FIFA event is over?
Thank you very much for the question.
Memorial South, of course, right?
At Memorial South, again, specifically, we have upgraded utilities, a new grass playing field in the middle of the oval, and upgraded track surface at Memorial South Park after the event.
Okay. So any buildings or anything that will be there that will be for use?
Yeah, we've been looking carefully at opportunities there, but given the timeline, the time is of the essence for us to get this prepared for the event. We'll be doing temporary facilities to reduce the costs overall, so there'll be temporary facilities. They won't be reused.
Okay, but we see potential opportunities for investments going forward, and it's obviously you can't commit to any kind of dollar figure on that, but it's obviously a well-used park, and people are looking for that.
Yeah, it's a beloved park, no question. There's been some concern about the communications. That was the first part of your question. A number of the agreements, as the city manager alluded to, have been under confidentiality agreements. So we're sharing the information as it becomes available. We've certainly been working very hard at Memorial South Park to mitigate the impacts as much as possible. So it's taken us until this time to finalize the plans.
Okay. And in my sort of final question, just in terms of working with the community, clearly there are a number of community leaders that have stepped up, raised concerns about this. In these kinds of situations, a way of kind of addressing the concerns, turning down the temperature, is to actually form at least some kind of advisory or some informal kind of connection with it. Are we able to do something like that and put together kind of an ad hoc committee just to kind of address some of the concerns?
Yeah, so thank you for that question as well. And we've heard very clearly about the concerns in the community, and they're interested in seeing additional improvements if possible. So the park board directed staff on Monday night to engage with residents, if these training sites go forward, to engage with residents to see what opportunities could we do some additional improvements in Memorial South Park and Cllr Park to benefit them as a return of the parks to the community. So we'll be doing that subsequent to the construction. We're very focused on the construction now, so in the coming years, we'll be doing that, and we would be looking for funding in the next capital plan. Additionally, the park board has underway upgrades planned for the Memorial South Park Pond, and some of the drainage work here can benefit water levels in the drought season in Memorial South Park, and we're excited that the board has approved, as part of our Van Play initiative, one of our first inclusive destination playgrounds for development at Memorial South Park. So we're starting the planning for that concurrently, so there'll be lots of opportunity to engage on those items as well.
Good. Okay. Thank you those are my questions, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. And I think my questions have been sort of answered. I appreciate that there is going to be an ongoing effort to engage the community. Just to be clear, though, there hasn't, and I appreciate that this has been in camera, so there hasn't been a lot of engagement with the community leading up to this point, but there is a commitment to do a little bit more moving forward.
Thank you for the question about engagement. Due to confidential agreements around the site selection and the site details with FIFA, we have not been able to engage. But on November the 30th, we did hold a public information session. It was very well attended at John Oliver Secondary School. Approximately 200 folks came out between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. on that day to meet with staff and consultants, both park board staff and host city committee staff, to respond to questions they may have. So we had a good conversation then, heard the concerns. We're able to present the real information. There were some mistruths about what was happening at the site, so we've cleared those up, but there's clearly still some very strong concerns from the community that you'll hear today.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, on the general subject of confidentiality, I'm hearing, and I'm not 100% sure on this, but that there's a giant privacy screen that is part of this contract, and it's going to obscure public views of the pitch. Is that the intention?
Thanks for the question. So as part of the construction, we'll have construction temporary fencing up, but during the event and exclusive use period, we'll have additional security fencing. And it is true that these training sites are for the use of the FIFA team athletes during the exclusive use period, and there would not be public access or visibility there. There'll be opportunities for the press to come in, and the park board and host city staff are talking with FIFA about opportunities for the community to have some contact with players after they've played their games here, if possible. But yeah, these are going to be secured sites with no public access per the agreement.
So, I mean, I appreciate that the opportunity for viewing these activities may be prescribed by FIFA. Is that a condition of FIFA's training sites, that they public can't view?
Correct.
Okay. And timing wise, when did these, I mean, I'm assuming these are big opaque screens. When are they going to go up relative to this?
We're still reviewing the security plans for the event with our security team and FIFA security team, so we'll provide that information when it becomes available.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. So this is the end of the speaking queue. We will now hear from the registered speaker. So public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are the residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Okay, the first speaker now is the Beth Rindell. Yeah, please go ahead, Beth. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Beth Ringdahl. I am very opposed to this decision if you've been looking to the news. I was really happy to see Councillor Carr describing what we want in a community as a green space, a place for dogs, a place to gather. And that's what we have in Memorial Park. It's taken us 100 years to build it. There's a community in that park that probably is nowhere else in Vancouver. And this decision has decided to keep us out of this heart of our park for almost 2 years. This decision was made in October of 23. It was a knee-jerk reaction to your short list. I have an FOI out to get the full comprehensive analysis of site selections, and that is supposed to have come to me December 23rd, but they extended it, so I will have that soon. And I just wanted to focus on the finances of this decision since this is the finance committee. I wanted to bring up that although you're voting on $25 million, I think it's important to think of this as the $37 million project plus the security that's going to be put into these parks. So I want you to think of the total taxpayer investment that's going into training sites. So I would guess of that is about 15 million that's going to be going into a training site in Memorial Park for a high quality soccer field in a park where we don't have the capacity to absorb a second soccer field. So I don't think this decision was made with the residents in mind. I think it was, you needed a spot, you picked our park. I have never seen anything, a plan of how many practices are actually going to take place in our park. And I think that's important to get that in the public record. Maybe there'll be 10, maybe there'll be 15, maybe there'll be 20. So are we going to be spending $1 million per practice for our FIFA team? Is that a good use of taxpayers' dollars? That's what I'd like to know. And I want to know why it was so secret. Because Coquitlam is launching a soccer center of excellence. They were excited. They put this in the media. The whole city's excited about getting a soccer facility, and that's going to cost $15 million. And they're getting a field house for storage and meeting spaces and washrooms for $15 million. Instead, Memorial Park, we're getting a high-quality soccer pitch, temporary buildings, and I don't believe the city is going to have the money to maintain a high-quality soccer pitch in our public park because there isn't even money to come and water the trees that you plant every year in our park. They die. Our volunteers water trees in that park and carry water. But somehow we're getting this high-quality turf field that is not going to be maintained after these games. So I just wanted to bring that up, that's what we're getting for $15 million, something that our residents are not even happy about getting. And I would like to point out, how could we better use that $15 million? So I went into your sports field strategy document.
Sorry, Bess,
Your big moves.
we are 30 seconds over.
Okay, this is super important. I've spent 7 months on, or 7 weeks researching this. So for $18 million, you can replace the turf of 8 fields, 8 soccer fields. So that would be a legacy to 8. And I also need to bring up security and the cost for security because my home insurance will not cover me for acts of terrorism. So you are putting in a high security event in a residential neighborhood.
Sorry,
and
Bess,
I
have to
need
be
to
fair
know
to
if
everyone.
I will be covered by your event insurance.
Yeah, you are
Thank
70
you.
seconds over.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay, the next one is the second speaker. Thank you, Bess. Thank you for speaking to council. The next one is second speaker, Cindy Heinrich.
Hi,
Please go ahead, Cindy.
I'm Cindy Heinrichs.
Please go ahead.
I'm Cindy Heinrichs. I am vehemently opposed to this. If you've been following this in the media at all, you will know that. I hope you have been. This is our only opportunity to speak to you. We have written to you a few times and we haven't heard back from anyone, which has been disappointing. Parks Board on Monday, I wanted to speak to the legacy that Tina Mack referred to, they determined that there is no effective legacy that we're getting in our park, and they voted, 5 abstained and 2 voted for this. They didn't want to vote for this. They were told they had to, that they were legally bound, and the question I asked was, do we live in a democracy? If FIFA can come here and tell our elected officials how they must vote, are we living in a democracy anymore? Toronto changed. Toronto went from having two training sites in 2 different sites to putting them in one place, and then reduced that to 1. They only have 1 training field now. I know that the contracts were not that different. Seattle's was completely transparent. Toronto's was released a bit later on, and ours is redacted up the yin-yang. Why? I don't know, because they're not that different from each other. But somehow everything is secrecy here. We're told here today that we were given information, that there was community consultation. I can tell you there has been 0 community consultation. I have spent so many hours just trying to find out what's going on here. I don't get paid for this. I need to work for a living, and this is what I've been spending the last 3 months on. I don't believe that you're legally bound to pass this, and I really hope that you will look into that. I hope that you will. I don't believe that UBC isn't an option, and this is because of conversations that I've had with other people who are actually trying to help my community. This is a vibrant community. This is the hub of our community, the heart of our community. And by the way, when that exclusive FIFA period happens, our park, that's the centennial of our park. That is the 100th birthday of our park. It's a historic park, and we won't be able to set foot in our park. This is wrong. Mike Clausen, I heard that you were on the radio this morning talking about public art. Our public art is going to be a 10-foot-high fence with Aramco logos all over it. This is an organization that is anti-LGBTQ and is anti-woman. And we're going to have to look at that from our pollinator meadow, which, by the way, we won't be able to water during the exclusive period. So the hundreds of plants that volunteers have put in, most of these are seniors, and they carry in buckets of water to water this garden, and they're not going to be able to get in there to do that. So all of that work is going to die.
Okay, now it's the 3 minutes.
Yay.
Thank you so much for
Okay.
speaking to council.
All right.
Well, actually, 10 seconds over.
Thank you. Well,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We would welcome any questions, because we are super passionate about this. I'm so sorry that
Thank you, Beth. Thank you. So this is the end of our speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to council on this item. Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councilor Clausen. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councilor Montague. Councilor member, is there any discussion? Councilor Clausen, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. And I first want to acknowledge the passion and the dedication of community leaders like Cindy and Beth and others who've come forward on this one. I want to, first of all, acknowledge I've received and read all of your communication. And this has an unusual component to it in that we are in an agreement with an international body. I won't sort of belabor that. This is just something that kind of is above my pay grade as a city councilor here. The important thing to me is that our staff do the very best in terms of both delivering this event, but also working with community. And as you heard from my questions earlier, I want to make sure that our park board and our city are doing as best as possible working with you. With regards to the costs, you raised some interesting questions about costs. The lion's share of the cost, in fact, almost all the cost of this event are being borne by the provincial government. The city has its own sort of smaller component of costs associated with this. That was a part of the original agreement, and that's the only reason that we could actually do this without affecting our property taxes, for example. But I also think that we would be remiss not recognizing what will be the economic opportunity from this event. And just so happens that the FIFA Vancouver 26 Secretariat has posted some information with $1.3 billion of potential economic activity to Metro Vancouver, especially to the city of Vancouver. A $760 million contribution to the GDP of the city and the province, a $20 million contribution to government services, $480 million of labor income, and over 10,000 jobs that will come from this. These are completely, I mean, if you think about the Olympics, you think about the Taylor Swift concert, you think about all the economic opportunities. We are a city that has been a fantastic host and will continue to be a fantastic host for international events, showcasing our city and creating economic opportunities. And I think that's the balance that we strike right here. And I don't like the fact that it's being borne overly by a particular neighborhood, but I think that we can do more in terms of making sure that those legacies are strong and that the community feels included as part of this process. So that's the balance I'm trying to, practical balance I'm trying to strike here by really honoring your concerns as community leaders, but also making sure that we pull off one of the best events ever hosted in a FIFA match. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm wondering if through you I could ask a follow-up question of Park Board staff.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. One of the speakers, Cindy, had mentioned that the pollinator meadow would be sort of inaccessible or effectively sacrificed through this process. Could you, is that, will it be accessible for watering and community upkeep?
Thank you for the follow-up question, Councillor Fry. So the pollinator meadow is an area south of the training site that will be closed only for that period of exclusive use around the FIFA event. So we've been looking at opportunities for either our staff to help with the watering or to provide accompanied access to that area to make sure that we don't have a loss of plants in the dry season there. So we will ensure that the pollinator garden there is maintained during the period so that it continues to thrive before and after the event.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarity and commitment to maintaining that asset. I recognize that this is a commitment that we are bound to through various obligations in this training site. I personally struggle with the selection of this location as a training site, and frankly that it hasn't gone through the rigor, I think, of community consultation. I'm working with community to make sure that it works as best for everybody, because it's more than just a convenient location on a map, but this is obviously a well-beloved community park and important for a variety of reasons that we've heard. I also recognize that this particular procurement approval is not necessarily the place to protest the larger issue, but out of my own respect for this park, I am going to vote against this procurement. I don't think it's going to change the outcome, but I do appreciate the speakers for standing up for their local park, and I do recognize that this is really, really painful and tough position. I do take some solace, though, and I hope that you do as well, in recognizing that staff are definitely hearing the concerns, and that I think that there is a commitment moving forward to actually better work with the community. I would have liked to see this more articulated in the procurement and what the scope of work would include. I don't see it, and that's why I'm not going to vote for this procurement file. But I do take that there is a commitment from the park board and from park board staff, and indeed, I think that from this council to ensure that this is at least minimally harmful on the community. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Cllr.
Thank you. Just also really appreciate the speakers who came and the work that they're doing at the community level. I mean, I think all of you know around the table, I love soccer. My dad was a Vancouver City soccer star in his day, and it is a great sport. And I totally agree with Councillor Fry that there are obligations. The obligations of the city included offering some sites, and I'm not sure if this, how the fields that are of such great community value were on that list. And I don't know the list, but we know the outcome. In my opinion, our role at this council table is to protect the public interest. And I absolutely understand the points that Councillor Klassen made around the public interest in terms of economic development, jobs, investments. I think are some of the points that he made. I very much value the idea of public interest also being the quality of life of the people who live within our city. And I have heard clearly that that South Memorial particularly, but Killarney too, are parks that are very, very precious to the residents of the neighborhood surrounding. So like my fellow councillor Fry, I will be opposing this.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? And council member, please register your vote on the voting. All right, so this report does passed with Councillor Carr and Councillor Fry in opposition. Councillor Dominado, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Boyle in absent. Okay. Thanks, everyone. That concludes report number 4 on the agenda. We will now move directly to the council members' motion. The first item all right, so the first motion is to support Japanese Canadian Interpretive Center at Hastings Park. It is moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thanks, Chair. And I won't spend too long because I know that there's members of the community here to speak to the importance of this. Only to recognize that 82 years ago, this council unanimously approved a motion to incarcerate Canadians of Japanese descent and move them from 100 miles from the coast. The course of that incarceration saw families, men, women, children, held in an agricultural barn at the PNE that we all know and love as the petting zoo and the 4-H club. But I think the salient piece is that for many visitors to the Pacific National Exhibition, they may be unaware of that dark time in our history. And again, the result of, in no small part, this council chamber's decision to incarcerate Japanese Canadians without trial and remove them from our city. So members of the community are here to speak to it. I do want to acknowledge that we received a number of letters in support of really the PNE has agreed to a nominal lease. Of course, this is City of Vancouver owned property governed by the Pacific National Exhibition. They've agreed to a nominal lease to support an interpretive center so that future visitors can understand and appreciate the painful context of this chapter in our city's history. And I want to say that there's letters of support here from the Vancouver Historical Society, the Greater Vancouver Japanese Canadians Citizens Association, Tanari Gumi, which is a leading organization here for Japanese Canadians, Vancouver Heritage Foundation, the Japanese Language School and Japanese Hall, Powell Street Festival, and the project director from the University of Victoria's Past Wrongs, Future Choices program. There is an opportunity here for the City of Vancouver to lean in and help support this. There was an urgency to get some kind of commitment from senior governments and particularly the City of Vancouver to help facilitate ongoing funding from the Japanese Canadian Legacy Stewardship Group that is also a part of this by the end of the year. And so that was the urgency to bring this forward now so that at least we have some kind of goodwill and commitment from the City of Vancouver to support this incredibly important acknowledgement of past wrongs. Thank you for that extra time.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, do we have a seconder for this motion? Second by Councillor Carr. Councillor Carbian?
Yeah, sorry, no, just supporting and seconding.
Oh, okay,
the
yeah,
order.
it's already seconded by Councillor Carr. We
Thank
will
you.
now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the motion and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. All right, so our first speaker is Lorraine Oyakawa.
Hello.
Yeah, the Vice President of Japanese Canadian Hastings Park Interpretive Society. Yeah, please go ahead, Lorraine.
Thank you. Also, another title, past president of the National Association of Japanese Canadians. I'm speaking on behalf of both organizations, but this is also very personal for me.
So
I'm
Lorraine,
joining
before you
you.
start, sorry, before you start, can I ask you if you are the residents of Vancouver or not?
I was just about to say that. I'm joining you from the ancestral unceded traditional territories of the Semi-Amukatsi, Kwantlen, Kikite, Tuasin, and I raise my hands to Indigenous peoples who are the traditional keepers of the lands and waters where I live and work. Currently Surrey, but when I was going to UBC, it was Vancouver. I'm speaking in strong support of the motion and recommendations. Thank you to Councillor Pete Fry. As I mentioned, this is very personal. I'm a fourth-generation Japanese Canadian. My family came to Canada from Japan in the 1800s, and as with other settlers, they worked hard to improve the conditions for their family and the community. Unfortunately, racism would rear its head, and as you heard from Pete Fry, local government, Vancouver was involved, federal, provincial, and despite the RCMP and the Canadian military telling the government there wasn't any evidence of any wrongdoing by any Japanese Canadians, 22,000 Canadians of Japanese ancestry were forcibly uprooted, dispossessed, incarcerated, and exiled in 1942. And over 8,000 of them, mostly born in Canada, living primarily outside of Metro Vancouver, they were shipped to Hastings Park and held in the livestock barns and buildings. And as typical, I'm a child growing up to Metro Vancouver. We go to the P&E every summer. I did not know the history. As an adult, I was shocked to learn both my families, my mother's side, my dad's side, were incarcerated as children. And I can't actually say survivors because one grandfather died in the camp, one of the camps. So my mother's side, think of it. You're at home, your nice home, you get a knock on the door, the RCMP tell you, pack a few suitcases, you're moving out in 24 hours. They were sent to Hastings Park. Families were divided. Women, children, older women, they went to the livestock barns. Teenage boys to another building. Men to another building. They weren't allowed to be together. My family had small children, so they were all with my grandmother in the livestock barns. My mother didn't tell me this when I was a child, but later I found out about the stench and the disgusting conditions in the barn. And it's common by those people that had lived through that experience. And one other piece I'll just share with you. Can you imagine having to go to the bathroom and there's a trench? My uncle, who was a little boy, said, there's basically a board was set up. You had to pull down your pants. You sat over that board. You did your business, and it would run down the trench. Everyone could see your business. I could go on by the horrific conditions, but I won't. I just want to impress upon you that they were staying there for weeks, for months, my family for months, until they were moved into the camps in the interior BC, which also had bad conditions. In 1945, when the Second World War ended, the racism continued. The politicians in BC pushed to keep Japanese Canadians out. Japanese Canadians at that point were told to choose. I put that in quotes. Choose. Go east of the Rockies or go back to Japan. Again, I repeat, most were Canadian born. So this would be going to a foreign country. My grandfather was born in BC and he refused to leave. And that's why I am still here. I share you this my personal story, but there's 22,000 individuals, babies to seniors, including veterans, Canadians of Japanese ancestry, who bravely fought for Canada in World War I. Many of these were also Japanese Canadians who made their home in Vancouver. My grandfather, before he moved to Vancouver Island, was a part of the award-winning Vancouver Asahi baseball team, which played in what we now know as Oppenheimer Park from 1914 to 1941. So I just wanted to add that I was part of the local community, Japanese Canadian community group who worked with the City of Vancouver for their apology for Japanese Canadians in 2013. And at that time, the Mayor and Council said it was a genuine apology. So I ask you, what will be the legacy of this Mayor and Council, City of Vancouver? I urge you to support this motion. This will demonstrate that the city is genuine about recognizing the history of its citizens. And it's not
Sorry,
just for the
Lawrence,
history.
You are
It's
already 1.5 minutes over, so I'll allow you to speak more.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's just a lesson that the injustices are never repeated with any other group. And in 2024, with the increasing hate, we need this more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Yeah, really appreciate you sharing your personal story. Really emotional. Thank you. The second speaker is Sophie Yamauchi Latimer. She's here in the council chamber. Please go ahead, Sophie. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Dear councillors, Mayor, my name is Sophie Yamauchi Latimer, and I stand before you today in support of Councillor Pete Fry's motion towards the establishment of a Japanese-Canadian Interpretive Centre at Hastings Park. I carry many identities. I am a Hapa of mixed Japanese and European heritage. I am Yonsei and Gosei, 4th and 5th generation Japanese Canadian. I am a descendant of Japanese Canadians who were interned during the war and of Japanese Canadians who served in it. I am a grateful guest on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and while I now reside in Burnaby, I am a true Vancouverite at heart. Today, I'm also here as a descendant of those forcibly detained at Hastings Park and as the new executive director of the Powell Street Festival Society, the largest Japanese Canadian festival and the longest running community event in Vancouver. Growing up in Vancouver, I've spent hours, countless summers at Playland and the PNE, many evenings at the Coliseum, and unthinkable dollars at all the craft markets. Every summer, my favorite part of the PNE was visiting the livestock barn, especially to see the giant cow, the pig races, the duck races. But those memories come layered with a dark history, one that my family expertly cognitively distanced themselves away from. Because like many Japanese, my family followed the motto, shikaraganai. It can't be helped. Hastings Park happened. Internment happened. A lot happened. But they moved on, and we rarely spoke about it. But we must speak about it. We must speak about what took place in those very same buildings, in those very same horse stalls where my great-grandmother Fuji was detained with her 3 young children while pregnant with my own grandmother, Violet, who would later be born into internment at a sugar beet farm in Picture Butte in 1942, instead of her home in Mission, BC, where her own mother was born. This is just one story, one from over the 8,000 Japanese Canadians detained at Hastings Park, the wider 22,000 Japanese Canadians who were displaced. Hastings Park is a site of profound historical significance, and it is our collective responsibility to educate visitors about the legacy of racism and displacement that continues to affect many in our community. The Powell Street Festival Society, as an organization dedicated to preserving and celebrating Japanese Canadian culture, believes that this center will be a vital tool for education, reconciliation, and healing. I urge the Council to support this motion for the Japanese Canadian Interpretive Center at Hastings Park, and thank you all for your leadership in creating a more just and inclusive Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. The next speaker is Daniel Tsuro Tokawa. Thank you, Daniel. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Mayor Sim, Vancouver City Councilors, as president of the Japanese Canadian Hastings Park Interpretive Center Society, First, I want to acknowledge that our interpretive center, when realized, will be on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. 36 years ago, as the Greater Vancouver Japanese Canadian Citizens Association president, I watched from a TV monitor outside these chambers as Roy Mickey, chair of our Vancouver Redress Committee, spoke in support of Councillor Bruce Erickson's motion to place on Hastings Park ground a Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada plaque that acknowledged the Japanese Canadian incarceration was wrong. That motion was needed because not all Vancouver organizations agreed with the plaque statement at the time. Today, the plaque is on Hastings Park ground, a time capsule of the reality back then. The word internment was included in the statement, which in hindsight downplayed the racist acts imposed upon us. Ethnic cleansing is more accurate. After that plaque unveiling, while investigating my family's immigration story, I discovered how much had been minimized and covered up. My aunt Haruno's death certificate led me to discover that she and over a dozen other hospital patients with tuberculosis had been transferred to the dusty, unsanitary barns at Hastings Park and had been placed next to healthy mothers and children before dying there. I learned that Barry Kasahara, an Asahi baseball player and team manager, had died there and been buried by the BC Security Commission in an unmarked grave at Mountain View Cemetery. I learned that Isao Miyazaki, a 4-month-old baby, had died in hospital after transfer from the livestock barns. Based upon Hastings Park oral histories, corroborated by Japanese American oral histories, I learned that dichlorodiphenyl trichloroethane, more commonly known as DDT, had been sprinkled once a week on the double bunk beds of the women and children in the barns without their consent.
Sorry, Daniel, you're at time.
These were experiments conducted to determine the toxic properties of the chemical discovered only in 1939. So at the Hastings Park Clearing Station, lives were erased, evidence was erased, memories were erased. Our interpretive center will attempt to make it easier for visitors to learn about these crimes. Thank you, Mayor Sim, Vancouver City Councilors, for the time today to speak in favor of Councillor Fry's motion. Thank you, Councillor Dominato, for all your support as the past chair of the PNE board, and thank you to the current PNE Chief Executive Officer, Shelley Frost.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel, for speaking to council. The next speaker is number 4, Judy Hanazawa. Is Judy here in the council chamber? Yeah, please go ahead, Judy. You have up to 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking to you being grateful that I'm on the unceded land of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. My name is Kyoko Judy Hanazawa. I am a board director for Greater Vancouver Japanese Canadian Citizens Association and the Japanese Canadian Hastings Park Interpretive Center Society. Here are some considerations about the Japanese Canadian Hastings Park Interpretive Center. It's to support effective learning about a community's history, and we honor and present the people's lived experience and stories in their own words and voices. Here is the late Mary O'Hara's Hastings Park detainee story. The worst time I spent in Hastings Park is when I got the mumps. They had to segregate us for 10 days, so they put us in a dungeon, the underground animal feed storage area, with no window or anything. On the one side, there was a coal chute. They put a number of beds in there, and it was okay for me because I was 12 years old. But there were a lot of 5, 6, and smaller children crying for Mommy, and Mommy was not even allowed to come in because she might take it out and spread it. The nurses came around, but not that often, not at nighttime anyways. The older girls used to take the babies into their beds and sleep with them and keep them from crying. So during the sick time, we were babysitting. The only light from outside came through the small, round coal chute, so I used to stand up to see if I could see my family walk past. I don't look back with bitterness. I've learned a lot from it, and I don't talk to the kids to be angry or bitter about it because most of us survivors didn't want to talk about what happened. But I started thinking about it when my kids were born because I thought we have to teach our young people, leaders of tomorrow, what had happened in Canada so it won't happen again. Hate is an awful thing. So daily news reports indicate the war against racism is never over. The center presenting our story, listing names of 6,500 out of 8,000 detainees, can be an effective public anti-racism education resource. It can encourage allyship between communities and standing with Indigenous communities. The center can follow Mary O'Hara's guidance to teach what happened so it won't happen again. I'm giving thanks, having been involved with the city about our detainee story since 2010. Thank you, PNE President Shelley Frost, Councillor Lisa Dominato, regarding space in the livestock building offered for our center. We're also grateful to Councillor Pete Fry, who completed this motion after our contact just a few weeks ago. We Japanese Canadians look forward to working together with the city as the Hastings Park detainee story belongs to all of us. Please consider this, and thank you once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you for speaking to council. The next speaker is our last registered speaker, Kathy Shimizu. Is Kathy on the line?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead, Kathy. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathy Shimizu. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I would like to begin by acknowledging that I live and work on the stolen and occupied traditional territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and I'm grateful to them for being able to live on their lands and support Indigenous sovereignty and struggles for justice. I'm a community organizer in the Japanese, Canadian, and Downtown Eastside communities. I am speaking in favor of the motion for support for a Japanese Canadian Interpretive Center at Hastings Park. I want to say many thanks to the previous speakers for their haunting and eloquent words, and wanted to thank Councillor Fry for bringing this motion to Council and for his ongoing support for our work, and to thank the Mayor and all the councillors for the support you have given the Japanese Canadian community in the past, including the recognition of the Asahi baseball team and the late Kei Kamanishi earlier this year. My mom's brother was incarcerated at Hastings Park, and both my parents' families are incarcerated in internment camps. So I'd like to express my gratitude to the Japanese Canadian Hastings Park Interpretive Center Society for all their work to remember the history of injustices against Japanese Canadians, and to thank the PNE and the city for supporting their work. Every new generation needs to learn about injustices of the past, and this project is part of that ongoing work to fight racism, to ensure this history is remembered in order to prevent such atrocities from happening again to any group of people, and as part of the larger work to fight injustice and redress past wrongs for all groups of people, especially the genocide, displacement, and dispossession of Indigenous peoples. The creation of Hastings Park Interpretive Center aligns with the original apology to Japanese Canadians by the City of Vancouver in 2013, which declares that, quote, the City of Vancouver pledges to do all it can to ensure such injustices will not happen again to any of its residents, thereby upholding the principles of human rights, justice, and equality now and in the future. And then in the words of the late Grace Aiko Thompson, an inspiring Japanese Canadian elder and activist who spoke to the city's apologies, quote, I would submit that we, as residents of Vancouver and as recipients of this apology, recognizing the ongoing legacy of injustices, must take responsibility to work with the City of Vancouver to ensure that our history is not forgotten, and most importantly, speak to the injustices which in various forms of discrimination continue to exist in the same area today, based not only on racialization, but largely on social and economic exclusion. I hope that you'll pass this motion to help continue this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. So this is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee on Cities Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Clausen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to, first of all, as the incoming chair of the P&E board, I just wanted to make the members of the committee and the public know that the P&E are fully supportive of this work and the creation of the Hastings Park Interpretive Center for Japanese Canadians. There is a formalized agreement with the Japanese Canadian Hastings Park Interpretive Center Society, and there is ongoing work. And in fact, the first ceremonial handover of keys happened on November the 8th. I know that this work precedes me from Chair Lisa Dombinato and Chair Sarah Kirby-Young. I just want to also acknowledge that at one point when I did some of my own personal research on the Japanese internment, which is truly one of the dark legacies of the history of this province and this city. Some of the members of this chamber in the 1940s were complicit in those actions, something that I'm not sure how widely understood is. So obviously these are things that really need to be rectified by honoring and supporting this. And so I'm thankful to Councillor Fry for bringing this motion forward because I believe it'll consolidate the work between us, the P&E, and the JCH PICS Society to make sure that we make this happen, this very important Memorial Interpretive Center happen. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Meisner.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to all the speakers for coming today, and also for Councillor Fry for bringing this motion forward. The stories are devastating and horrific to think about what happened at Hastings Park to the Japanese Canadians. It was wrong, and excuse me, there's no justification for it. It's excuse me, very important that people know what happened, and I'm in full support of this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I was happy to second this motion and also offer my full support. You know, my grandfather, came from Europe and he was a fisherman. He fished out of the Steveston area, and there were a lot of Japanese fishermen there. And I was just little, but I guess I was actually in grade school still when my grandfather died, but I remember his stories about how tragic it was that his friends all of a sudden were taken away. They were fishing with them, their boats were confiscated or just left, and there was an unbelievable sense of tragic loss there amongst people who had worked together with that community. And it, as I say, it was just in grade school, but it had a profound impact on me. So I think a museum or a set of displays and information that make sure the public understands on an ongoing basis what happened, the impact on people's, on families' lives, on our communities, our cities, our economies, that this is really, really important. If we don't understand our history, we risk repeating the errors that we make. So thank you to the speakers who came. Thank you, Councillor Fry, for moving this forward.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. The next one is Mayor Sim. Please go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of things. Can we move a motion to extend to finish this item?
Yes. So second. Right. Seconded by Councillor Montague. All in favor say yea.
Okay.
Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I do want to thank Councillor Fry for bringing this motion, and I want to thank all the speakers that came in today and shared their stories. And yeah, look, it's definitely a dark time in our city, in our province, in our country's history, and the effect that it's had, not just in the individuals at the time, but carrying on through generations. And these are important stories that need to be daylighted more often. And we always talk about how it's incumbent upon us to learn the true history as to what's happened on these lands. And through Councillor Fry's motion, that's what we're going to be able to do. And so I 100% support this motion, not just in this chamber today, but going forward as long as I'm mayor. And then after, when I'm a private citizen again, we'll be supporting it as well. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Kirby, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, it's I will be brief but heartfelt, and I just want to extend a thank you to all of the younger generations that are now carrying the flame of the history and the truth that happened. It's not an easy thing to do, to stand up, but sort of time and time again at different parts in this process, from working originally with the PNE and securing the facility, and now that it's reality and we handed the keys over, which was a very proud and happy moment for the PNE to be able to contribute in a small way and have those keys over, as was mentioned, but to step up again and talk about funding. And while the stories need to be told, they come at a cost as well. It's not easy to do. So I just wanted to thank everybody for doing that, and I'm very happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fry, your closing remarks.
Yeah, well, and thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mayor, and my colleagues for your comments. Thank you to Daniel and Judy for driving this forward. Judy, from when we met back in the summer at the Nikkei Center, and I had my Kyoto girls with me. I have a huge extended chosen Japanese family, and I will say the stoicism of the Japanese people often probably allowed this not to be talked about as much as it should. And I think Daniel's comments were really quite profound in illustrating some of what so many of us don't know about what happened during the incarceration, and even just the change in terminology from the internment to the incarceration, which is the sort of, I think, more obvious and accurate representation of what happened to Japanese Canadians. Suffice to say, these were Canadians who were incarcerated and held in abysmal conditions, and I think the articulation of that through an interpretive center will be incredibly important. And I think it was Lorraine who kind of brought up the notion of the contemporary hate that we see in our society, and the importance to really name that and never allow this kind of thing to happen again. So thanks to everybody for the support for this, and thank you to the community for all the work to make this happen, and let's make sure it happens. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Well said. Okay, so this is the end of the speakers list. So I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? And committee member, please register your vote.
Chair, can I have a vote assist in favor, please, for Councillor Kirby?
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so this motion does pass unanimously. Thank you. So that completes motion 1 on the agenda. So we have 5 minutes, Councillor Claassen. Yeah, please go ahead. You want to say something about your...
Thanks, Chair. Just a point of procedure, and I won't be asking to extend because we have, I think, about 4 speakers attached. But as soon as this the item coming up next, the East Van Cross motion comes up, I will be departing the chamber to go pick up my wife, who's had a medical procedure, and I'm going to be conducting the rest of the business of the meeting, of this particular meeting, from remotely after that time. But I just want everybody to know that I think it would make sense for just to pick this up sharply at 1 o'clock, right after the lunch break, and then as soon as it's completed, I'll be able to step away. Thanks.
Sounds good. So we do have time for you to introduce the motion. So let's do that, and then we can hear the
Certainly.
speaker at 1 p.m.
Absolutely.
So let me do this script first. So the next item on the agenda is motion 2, the East Van Cross, making Vancouver's iconic landmark more vibrant and accessible. It is moved and introduced by Councillor Clausen. Before we begin this item, agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Clausen, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Chair. I will be really brief. I think a lot of people have a strong understanding and attachment to the East Van Cross, the monument to East Vancouver by artist Ken Lum. I was lucky to have been there the day that it was being mounted on the base on, I think it was January 11th, 2010, just in advance of the 2010 Olympic and Paralympic Games, a very exciting time for our city. It was intended to be a legacy of those games, but I think over time, I've had some misgivings about the existing location, and these are mine only. So I began to talk in my role as council liaison to the Public Art Committee to understand if there were opportunities. There have been attempts in the past to explore other locations, but this is one I think the sign that Ken Lum created, this iconic piece of public art has become extraordinarily meaningful. I was talking to somebody earlier on. People have tattoos when with this East Van Cross. When I was a young person, I remember it was a symbol of the gang culture that was here at the time. But it has really evolved into becoming a symbol. I think of the tenacity and of people from the traditional working class East Side, and I think it deserves a better location, a location that, unlike what you see over in the picture on the wall over there, you don't have to climb through bushes or have to be on private property, but actually in a public place that gives the public the ability to be there and enjoy a better look at this wonderful work. And as my motion explains, it's really important that we respect the agency of the artist, work with First Nations and other groups, and look at ways to make sure that the costs are kept to a minimum. So I look forward to hearing what my fellow councillors have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Second by Councillor Meissner. We have decided we're going to hear the registered speaker in the afternoon at 1 p.m. So we can recess this meeting until 1. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, Elise. It's Rowena in the chamber. Are you able to hear me through the TELUS line?
I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. We need one more counselor. No one's online. Counselor Carr? Okay, I'll do that. Okay, thanks everyone. Welcome back. We have a bare quorum in this afternoon, so please let us know if you are leaving the council chamber. And also that for the Broadway report speakers, so we are aiming at starting the Broadway speakers at 4 p.m. and you will be notified by the city clerk. Just everyone is aware. Okay, so now we need to hear from the registered speaker for this particular motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of this motion, and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are the residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is Dr. Trish Kelly, the president of Emily Carr University of Art and Design. Is Dr. Kelly on the line?
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Trish Kelly, and I'm the new president of Emily Carr University of Art and Design, Canada's leading art and design university, located here in Vancouver on unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories. I'm also a resident of East Vancouver. For nearly 100 years, Emily Carr University has served as a cultural cornerstone of this city. Through our practice-based education, research, and partnerships, we've supported generations of artists, designers, and creatives who have shaped Vancouver's identity as a global hub for creativity and innovation. I'm speaking today to express my support for Councillor Klassen's motion to relocate Ken Lum's monument, also known as the East Van Cross, to a new location in East Vancouver. The East Van Cross holds deep significance as a prominent piece of public art near our campus and in Vancouver. It speaks to the importance of East Vancouver as an economic and cultural catalyst. In its current location, even as it's partly obscured by new construction, has served as a marker reminding downtown Vancouver of the vitality of East Van. Public art is a vital part of our city's cultural fabric. Artworks like sculptures and monuments invite people to engage with their surroundings, spark meaningful conversations, and strengthen our shared sense of place. They have the power to transform ordinary spaces into gathering places where communities connect, reflect, and create memories. Our East Vancouver neighborhood is rapidly evolving in exciting ways, and this monument offers the city a chance to explore a new home for the East Van Cross, one that elevates its presence while keeping it rooted in the neighborhood it has come to symbolize so strongly. To that end, I encourage Council to prioritize two key elements. We encourage the City of Vancouver to consult with Ken Lum and Vancouver's arts community to preserve the sculpture's original intent and artistic vision. This consultation will ensure the monument's new site makes the work visible while respecting its place in East Vancouver's cultural fabric. Second, we encourage the City of Vancouver to ensure a new site for the monument invites engagement and reflection. The location should be easily accessible to all, thoughtfully integrated into its surroundings, and designed to allow residents and visitors to fully experience the power and meaning of this public art piece. As one of the city's top drivers of creative talent, Emily Carr University is proud to support initiatives that celebrate and elevate art and culture in Vancouver. I appreciate Councillor Klassen bringing this motion forward and recognizing the importance public art plays in shaping Vancouver's identity. With thoughtful planning and collaboration, Vancouver can ensure the East Van Cross continues to expire and connect with residents and visitors for years to come. Emily Carr University looks forward to opportunities to further engage with the City of Vancouver on initiatives that celebrate and expand the role of art and design in public life. Thank you for your time and consideration on this motion.
Thank you, Dr. Trish Kelly. The second speaker has withdrawn. The third speaker is John Stale. Is John on the phone? Hello, John, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, please go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, hello. I'm John Stile. I'm a resident of East Vancouver, an artist and a planner, and author of the book Public Art in Vancouver. We all love the East Van Cross. It's a significant monument to the community. I support exploring a new location where it might contribute to placemaking with strong visibility in a more pedestrian-oriented location as a gathering place that can celebrate and enhance the arts and culture of East Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you, John. The fourth and the last registered speaker is Matt Kennedy, Committee Chair, East Side Art Society. Is Matt on the phone?
Hello, yes, I am here.
Yeah, please go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes, Matt.
Thank you. My name is Matt Kennedy. I am a longtime East Side resident, a professional musician, and a board member at the East Side Art Society. I know that Mayor and Council are fairly familiar with our organization, the East Side Art Society. We most notably sponsor the East Side Culture Crawl, as well as the Summer Create Festival, Studio 101, and a number of other artistic activities in East Van. We'd like to acknowledge the recent and significant grant from City Council to help us with our work on creating a new concept, a concept of the East Side Arts District. The East Side Arts District is one of our major initiatives, one of the organization's major initiatives, and it's designed to enhance the cultural base of the East Side and to strengthen the broader East Side economy. The motion, Councillor Klassen's motion will be complementary to our initiatives to grow the East Side arts ecology, and therefore we support the effort to find a more appropriate location for the East Van Cross. And we would also be more than happy to work with staff in this process through our volunteer and engagement networks. We've just finished the Culture Crawl, the 28th year of the crawl, which we believe somewhere in the neighborhood of 35,000 people came to the crawl this year again. That's all we have today. From me, thank you very much for your time, and it's been an honor to speak.
Okay, thank you, Matt. This is the end of our speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Klassen, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. I just want to thank our speakers. Roy Schwinn, who we all know is the CEO of Destination Vancouver, our tourism agency, sent his regrets just this lunch hour. As it turns out, just the timing didn't work out, and he was required to be speaking at another event, but also has indicated his support and asked me to pass that along. I just want to again thank Dr. Trish Kelly from Emily Carr University of College in Art and Design. I really put her finger on so many key points here. Public art has really the power to create a gathering space. I very much like the idea of providing the opportunity for both engagement and reflection on our shared experience here. The East Side Cross, again, evolved into becoming such an incredibly important symbol for the people of the east side of the city. And I want the opportunity for us to look at this thoughtfully. I know there have been attempts at looking at this topic previously, and we certainly have with both Eric Fredrickson, who leads the charge in our public art program, the City of Vancouver, and as well public art committee members who've served over the years. I think all of us really understand and appreciate the significance and power of public art. And I want this council, and certainly our time on council, to be one where we're talking about public art and making sure that public art serves all of us by making placemaking a real opportunity and allow us to celebrate the art that currently exists, but also the public art that will help to create wonderful places around our city in the future as well. So thanks very much for entertaining the support for this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Klaas and Councillor Meissner.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair. I'd like to voice my support for the motion and also to my thanks to Councillor Klassen for bringing this forward. I'm really heartened to hear all the support from the community, from arts leaders in the community that we've heard call in this afternoon. I am excited about the opportunity to make this sign a real destination for Vancouverites. Right now, it is in a very visible location, which is fantastic, but it's not easy to get to the sign or get around the sign. It's on the side of a very busy thoroughfare, Clark Drive. So I think there's tons of opportunities to put it into a place that's more accessible and also visible for decades to come. So thanks again to Councillor Klassen and everybody who called in to support this. Placemaking is so important in our city, and I think this is a great opportunity to really elevate this iconic sign representing East Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And generally supportive supportive of public art, supportive of this piece, supportive of the relocation, and certainly working with the community and with Ken Lum. And I appreciate that there's going to be a report back in Q3 2025. What I do struggle with is B, and I'll actually ask that to Sever actually, because I feel like B is something that has to come after the fulsome Q3 2025 report back with Ken Lum. So B specifically, it's around, potential monetization and naming rights and that kind of thing. And I feel that before we direct this to be included with the city sponsorship and naming rights effort to attract potential sponsors and donors to the initiative, we should have that report back on the conversation with community and Ken Lum. And I feel this sort of puts the cart before the horse, and we could quickly find ourselves in a position where we've solicited sponsorships that may or may not reflect the values of the community, of East Van, or of Ken Lum. So generally supportive of the initiative to enhance this piece, but not crazy about B. So I'm going to vote against B, but in support of A.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Klassen?
Yeah, thanks very much. And I respect the words and comments of my colleague, Councillor Fry. I just want to be explicitly clear here. This is in no way intended to try and affect both the broad image or perception of the sign. It really was, there are going to be hard costs associated with both moving the sign and creating a place around it if that comes to pass. And it seems to me that we often have contributions. Just to use one quick example, when they did the roundhouse with the train in the yard, I remember, because it goes way back to Expo, people contributed a brick with their name on it. So it was really a huge public endeavor like that one. I can't envision that we would even go down the path of something that was potentially controversial in terms of a corporate sponsorship, for example. But I do think that the people of East Vancouver will speak very much about how important it is. I kind of look at the history of the city and the people who've grown up in again, sort of probably more modest upbringings, and then have gone on to become very successful. People who hail from East Vancouver might want to be a part of this and put their name to it in some way, or some of their own financial contributions. So I understand your reservation and your willingness to sever, but I just want to be really clear on this one. This is not a way for us to Disneyfy this experience. It's a way to really honor it and make it more accessible for Vancouverites, because it is such a beloved piece. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, I think, echo Councillor Fry's comments. To me, it's a bit confusing that the Part A of the therefore be it resolved makes it clear that there's going to be a staff report back that includes a plan for relocation that prioritizes private revenue sources, including developer contributions, and that will be done in consultation with the artists and relevant stakeholders. So it does seem to me like B precludes information that is going to be coming forth in the direction given in Part A of the motion. So it's not logical to me that we would as I say, put the cart before the horse, so to speak, and assuming that there's a go-ahead. So there's just, to me, a logic to saying no, hold off on B. That's obviously already embedded in A anyway with a relocation and a plan that might prioritize private revenue sources, including developer contributions. So I think it's in A. So I will vote for A and not for B.
All right, thanks, Councillor Carr. So seeing no one else on the queue, clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? Committee, please register your vote. I think we're going to sever recommendation B. Councillor Fry, is that right? Okay, thank you. Let's do it.
So what are we voting for first?
So this is the clerk. Please let us know we are voting for A or B right now. Okay, so we are all voting A, yellow first. All right, so this passed unanimously with Councillor Kirby-Young, Dominado, Bly, and Boyle absent. All right, so let's go to the recommendation B right now. Okay, so Council, please register your vote. Okay. Recommendation B also passed with Councillor Carr and Councillor Fry in opposition. Councillor Kirby-Young, Dominado, Bly, and Boyle in absent. Thank you. So that completes motion 2 on the agenda. So the next item is motion 3, preserving of the city's purchasing power through diversification of financial reserves, becoming a Bitcoin-friendly city. It is moved and introduced by Mayor Sim. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, seeing none, Mayor Sim, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Sorry, Miss, I'll turn on your mic.
Great, thank you very much. Now, I'm here today to talk about an exciting motion that could help protect Vancouver's financial future for the next 100 years and keep life affordable for our residents, becoming a Bitcoin-friendly city. Now, as a city, we have money saved to handle emergencies and keep services running smoothly, but the value of regular money, or what we call fiat currency, loses value over time because of inflation, because of debasement, and because of economic challenges. That means the money we save today will not buy as much in the future. Bitcoin, on the other hand, is a digital asset that works differently. It's decentralized, meaning it's not controlled by any one person, government, or corporation, and its supply is finite. Over the last 16 years, Bitcoin has been the best performing financial asset on the planet, and major companies and countries and cities are starting to use it as a way to protect their financial resources, or in this case, fiat currency, from losing value. Jurisdictions such as El Salvador and Bhutan, just to name a few, have adopted Bitcoin. The US government has expressed an interest in adopting it as a reserved currency. States like Pennsylvania, they are doing the same. And so this movement is happening literally at the speed of light. Now, Vancouver is already known for its blockchain community and history with cryptocurrency. And this motion allows us to explore whether Bitcoin can help us safeguard our financial resources and offer new options like letting people, unbanked individuals, pay for city fees in Bitcoin. Now, I do want to stress that this motion does not mean that we are committing to anything today. It's about studying the possibilities, understanding the risks, and seeing if this could be a smart move for Vancouver's future. By looking into Bitcoin, we're exploring a modern way to keep our city strong and innovative in a changing world.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have a seconder for this item? Second by Councillor Montague. Okay, we will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of this motion. and may only speak once. I will ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is Anil Patel. Is Anil here? Hey, hi Anil.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sim, Chair and Councillors. Could I get the slides up, please?
We have the slides, Cllr. Yeah. Okay. So I'll stop your timer. Well, let's restart your timer. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Clerk. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim, Chair and Councillors. My name is Anil Patel. I am a resident of Vancouver and I'm in favour of Motion 3. Next slide. I'm here because Vancouverites cannot save in dollars due to currency debasement, a problem that extends to families, businesses, charities and municipalities. Next slide. When currency fails to preserve its value, people are forced to save in other scarce assets. Hence, the price of Canadian houses tracks the supply of Canadian dollars. Next slide. Bitcoin represents the discovery of digital scarcity, a solution to a computer science problem more than 50 years in the making. On the left, you will see Bitcoin's predetermined supply schedule, and on the right, the price of one Bitcoin denominated in Canadian dollars. Next slide. So respectfully, Bitcoin is achieving what no politician can. It's solving housing affordability to those who denominate prices in it. No revolution required. It's demonetizing real estate or draining the monetary premium that has nested in that asset class. Next slide. In short, there is no preserving purchasing power without Bitcoin. Next slide. Bitcoin has been the best performing asset class 11 of the past 14 years. It has regulatory clarity from the Cllr, the BCSC, and is even a required module to undertake the CFA Level 1 exam. Every fiduciary has a responsibility to understand it. Next slide. Now, the most common criticism levied against Bitcoin is its short-term volatility. I'd like to read a quote from Fidelity's Digital Assets Group. When evaluating Bitcoin's historical performance in a portfolio, it is most intellectually honest to use multiples of 4-year timeframes, end quote. That's what this chart depicts. It's Bitcoin's 4-year moving average in log scale. What you'll realize, it's not boom and busts. It's an adoption curve, a series of S-curves. Next slide. So, nation states are mining, holding and buying Bitcoin. Pension funds and insurance giants are allocating to Bitcoin. Public and private enterprises are moving their treasuries onto a Bitcoin standard. And according to public financial disclosures, 2 members of City Council currently own Bitcoin. Final slide, please. I'd like to end with a prediction, and that is those speaking against this motion will not be able to articulate any original criticisms that have not already been thoroughly debunked. As the saying goes, there are no well-informed Bitcoin critics. Hence, it is prudent for the City of Vancouver to consider Bitcoin as part of its ongoing Treasury strategy should a supportive provincial and federal government emerge. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Anil. The next public speaker is speaker number 2, Julian Figueroa. Is Julian here online?
Hey there.
Okay.
My name is Julian Figueroa. Oh.
Yeah, please go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes,
There you go.
Julian.
Perfect. My name is Julian Figueroa. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I support this motion. I want to thank you for considering the motion to integrate Bitcoin into Vancouver's future. I've been a proud citizen of Vancouver since 2012. But back then, I thought my life plan was clear. Get my film degree from UBC, work as a production assistant, climb the ranks to editing, eventually direct films. But in 2016, everything changed in my life when I came across a 45-minute keynote on Bitcoin by Overstock CEO Patrick Byrne. Growing up, I watched my father lose nearly everything in the 2008 financial crisis. He was trapped in a high-rate mortgage before interest rates dropped, while his pension stagnated for years. That keynote ignited my journey to understand the flaws in our monetary system and how Bitcoin could provide an alternative. Shortly after watching that, I invested my $3,000 life savings into Bitcoin, only to see it drop 40% 2 weeks later. Instead of panicking, I dove deeper. Within a year, that investment grew enough to help me quit my job and launch a YouTube channel about Bitcoin. The content on that channel, which is called Get Base TV, has amassed 27 million views, taken me to 11 countries, and led to the creation of 5 full-time jobs here in Vancouver. I've documented 5-year-olds explaining Bitcoin better than their parents, Peruvian knitting collectives using it as a primary currency, and even presidents buying it for their country's reserves. But my story isn't about Bitcoin everywhere else. It's about Bitcoin right here in Vancouver. Our city already has the most Bitcoin accepting businesses of any city in North America, the largest Bitcoin meetups, and entrepreneurs creating thousands of jobs. Considering Bitcoin isn't just about economics, it's about hope. Everyone who spends more than 2 hours in Vancouver will inevitably hear somebody on the SkyTrain talking about the lack of affordable housing. It's a feeling of nihilism that absolutely consumes younger people in my generation here. Yet my peers who have adopted Bitcoin don't share this nihilism because they hold onto an asset that has averaged 60% annual appreciation. And every year, an average house in Vancouver falls from 10 Bitcoin to 8 Bitcoin to 4 Bitcoin and lower. Of course, Bitcoin is volatile. But as Michael Cllr says, volatility is like fire. Some people will run away from fire, but others figured out how to use it to heat their homes, build engines, and even harness it for interstellar travel. Vancouver can harness that fire, and you're about to hear from 20 more people on this panel that will show you dozens of ways how we can do it. Thank you for your time, and I hope you'll join me with an open mind and curiosity on how that Bitcoin can help usher in a new era of hope and prosperity to Vancouver.
Great, thank you, Julian. The next speaker is Dustin McNulty. Hey, Dustin, before you start, can I ask you if you are residents of Vancouver or not?
Yeah, born and raised in Vancouver. I was a resident for about 20 years, and about 2 years ago, I moved to North Vancouver. So I'm.
Okay, yeah, so just a procedural question I have to ask. Yeah, please go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Dustin McNulty, and I'm here today to speak in support of Vancouver's proposal to explore using Bitcoin strategically in the city's reserves and to create a city which promotes and supports the Bitcoin community. When I first heard about Bitcoin in 2013, my reaction was immediate and dismissive. I thought it was a pyramid scheme or a scam, some digital token used by criminals on the dark web. At the time, I knew nothing about it, but made a decision it was something nefarious. Everything changed about 5 years ago when I decided, out of curiosity, to see what this Bitcoin thing actually was. I realized that I had dismissed Bitcoin without really knowing anything about it, so I committed to reading and consuming as much as I could on the subject, as well as what makes a sound money and how our financial institutions work. I learned during this process that Bitcoin was created, in the most honest and equitable way for the whole planet, and that my notion that it was some kind of scheme or scam was completely unwarranted. I learned a lot more too. I was shocked to find out it's being used in various ways to reduce greenhouse gases, from pig farms in Mexico to the oil fields of Alberta and Texas. I found out it plays a role in other parts of the world for people who are unbanked, which tally 1.7 billion people. Bitcoin provides rails to these people who have a chance to save and transact with others they wouldn't be able to without it. Family members who work abroad and remit money back home to their loved ones can skip the Western Union fees and exchange rates, and their family can receive almost 100% of the money that they've earned. So after putting in the work to learn, I created a meetup group here in Vancouver 3 years ago called BTC Van City. I host monthly meetups and special events during the year that bring together hundreds of people who also believe in what Bitcoin offers humanity. We discuss, debate, and learn together, and we use Bitcoin. And we don't just use it at the meetup location, we use it at over 100 small businesses here in Vancouver and the surrounding areas. The best thing about starting the community group is the people I've been lucky enough to meet and now call friends. These people are not criminals. They're not using Bitcoin in illegal ways. They're just like me, worried that the dollars they hold in the bank, if not invested in the perfect way, will become worth less as the days and years tick by. There's a function in the Bitcoin protocol called proof of work. It's a concept that's fundamental to how the system operates. Proof of work means that value is created through effort, through the work of verifying transactions and securing the network. It's a process that requires time, resources, and dedication. In many ways, this concept mirrors what I'm asking the council to do today and over the following weeks, to do the work. Before making any decisions on incorporating Bitcoin into Vancouver's fiscal strategies, I ask that you take the time to learn a little more and understand the technology and its potential impact. Just as I had invested the time in learning, I encourage you to explore Bitcoin from a place of curiosity and sincerely do the work. Take the time to understand how Bitcoin can help protect the city's financial health, offer a hedge against inflation, and position Vancouver as a first mover in the space. This isn't just about supporting a new asset class, it's about securing Vancouver's financial future and creating a more resilient, innovative, and prosperous city for generations to come. Thank you for your
Dustin.
consideration.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Michael DeGroot. Please go ahead, Michael. You have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mike DeGroot. I support the motion, and I'm here to share a bit about my journey with Bitcoin and how the Vancouver Bitcoin community has played a pivotal role. I first heard about Bitcoin in 2011, but it took me nearly a decade until 2020 to buy any and understand it better. At first, I found Bitcoin confusing and counterintuitive. It challenged a lot of what I thought I understood about money, energy, and economics. One example is how Bitcoin incentivizes the use of renewable and cheap energy. It requires energy to operate, and instead of being a drawback, this is proven to drive innovation in sustainable energy solutions. That was a major mindset shift for me. When I attended my first Bitcoin meetup in Vancouver, I was still skeptical, but what changed my perspective was learning directly from others, seeing how Bitcoin is used in real life, from making payments to storing value. It made Bitcoin tangible and far easier to understand. The Vancouver Bitcoin community helped bridge the gap between skepticism and understanding for me and for many others. Over the past 4 years, I've seen this community thrive and grow. Did you know that over 100 merchants across Greater Vancouver now accept Bitcoin? It's even possible to live entirely off Bitcoin here. I intentionally choose to support businesses that accept Bitcoin. It's not just about convenience, it's about fostering a system where individuals and businesses alike can benefit from this decentralized, innovative form of money. There are people in this community who have been working tirelessly for over a decade to increase Bitcoin adoption. Some have built businesses around Bitcoin, others have helped educate and onboard new users. And their efforts have created an incredible foundation for growth. This dedication should be celebrated and encouraged as a model for the future of Bitcoin in Vancouver and beyond. Cities like Lugano and Prague have shown how embracing Bitcoin can enhance local commerce, attract innovators and tourists, and build strong networks of businesses using Bitcoin for everyday transactions. Similarly, countries like El Salvador have demonstrated how adopting Bitcoin on a national scale can drive economic resilience and attract global attention and investment. Bitcoin isn't just a technological innovation, it's a movement that aligns with the values Vancouver holds dear: sustainability, innovation, and financial empowerment. Mayor Ken Sim has already recognized this potential and is leading the charge to explore how Bitcoin can be integrated into the city's financial strategy. Vancouver, with its top universities and reputation as a hub of innovation, is perfectly positioned to follow this trend and set a new global standard by supporting Bitcoin. By doing so, Vancouver can lead the way in shaping the future of finance while building a stronger, more resilient community. Thank you for your time and for considering the potential that Bitcoin offers, not just for individuals like me, but for the entire city.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Speaker number 5 is Tristan Swift. Tristan, you have slides to present.
Good afternoon. Yes, I have one slide for today.
Okay, there we go. You have
Thank
up
you.
to 3 minutes.
My name is Tristan Swift. I am the founder of Learning Bitcoin, which is the largest Bitcoin education conference in Canada. I was born and raised in Vancouver. I currently live in Victoria with my family. I am here in support of the motion. I agree with Mayor Ken Sim that Bitcoin is the greatest invention in human history. If this process is done correctly, you will set up Vancouver for long-term success. Bitcoin offers payment flexibility, it provides savings opportunities, and it protects purchasing power for citizens without bank accounts, those without permanent addresses, and residents who live paycheck to paycheck. Bitcoin improves resident well-being and quality of life, so it makes sense for Vancouver to use Bitcoin for city payments like taxes, fees, and services. Bitcoin is not new. Bitcoin is the result of 40 years of research, development, and demand. Bitcoin is the next logical step in money technology. So do the right thing for Vancouver and your legacy. Decrease risk, accelerate abundance, study Bitcoin. I welcome all city councillors to attend as guests to the Learning Bitcoin conference on August 16th and 17th at the Vancouver Convention Centre. And in closing, I'd like to state that adoption is directly proportional to education, and I look forward to connecting with you for support and resources in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tristan, to speak to council. The next one is number 6, Curtis Warren. Let's go ahead, Curtis. You have up to 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sim, and honorable city council members. My name is Curtis Warren, and I'm the owner and operator of Funk Coffee Bar, a small business at the base of the Bentel Center with 12 employees, and I support the motion. I was born and raised in the Lower Mainland. I am proud to call Vancouver my home. I'm highly invested in the flourishing of the city. At Funk Coffee Bar, our mission is to serve some of the best coffee in the city while fostering community through events. You may remember us from visiting us at the City Council Social last November. When I visited Vienna, Austria, I was inspired by the historic coffee houses, places that became hubs of innovation and culture. These spaces sparked timeless contributions to academia, psychology, music, and economics. At Funk Coffee Bar, I wanted to create a modern version of this, a space where ideas and community can thrive, even amidst today's economic challenges. Inflation makes this mission incredibly difficult for us. Since 2020, coffee commodity prices have risen 150%, far outpacing the Bank of Canada's reported inflation rates. Starting and sustaining a business in this environment means grappling with uncertainty. How do we price products? How much do we pay employees? How do we maintain a quality product without compromising integrity? For us, part of the answer has been Bitcoin. We accept Bitcoin as payments, we save it on our balance sheet, and we even offer our baristas and staff the option to receive tips in Bitcoin, all of whom have opted in. Why? Because Bitcoin acts as a reliable long-term savings tool. While traditional savings accounts fail miserably to keep up with inflation, Bitcoin's finite supply allows it to preserve and grow purchasing power over time. This strategy has given us a critical edge. It provides us with an option in the face of inflation, allowing us to maintain quality and fair prices for our customers. It also attracts a loyal customer base that share these principles. Bitcoin transactions now make up 0.5% of regular sales and 75% of our transactions during meetups. And we offer a 5% discount on Bitcoin payments since we save on our credit card processing card fees. Embracing Bitcoin isn't just a business decision. It's a vision for the future, and I believe it could benefit the city of Vancouver through diversifying municipal reserves into an appreciating asset, reducing economic risks, attracting innovation, investment, and tourism by signaling openness to Bitcoin and its community, and incentivizing decarbonization and electrification projects like the City of North Vancouver's partnership with Mint Green for clean heating. Thank you for your time, and I hope Vancouver will consider the long-term benefits of Bitcoin for our city's economic and cultural growth.
Thank you, Curtis. Right on time. Thank you. The next speaker is speaker number 7, Mike Kitt. Please go ahead, Mike. You have 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Ken Sim and City Council for having us here today. My name is Mike Kitt, representing Netcoins. I'm a proud resident of Vancouver, and I support this motion. Almost everyone has a friend or family member eager to extol the wonders of Bitcoin to them. I'm certainly no exception to this. Anyone that knows me has learned a lot more about Bitcoin than they probably ever wanted to. We all must be curious about why these conversations are coming up. Why Bitcoin? Well, we're passionate because it's exciting. Bitcoin's an idea that, since its inception, has inspired millions around the world that the future can be a bit different, a bit better, perhaps a lot better. I'd like to share this optimism with you from the perspective of a resident Bitcoin company on how we create growth and prosperity for residents of our city. Vancouver has an established history of Bitcoin businesses. We hosted the first ATM in 2013, and since then, numerous exchanges, software development firms, and mining companies call Vancouver home. Netcoins, for example, was founded by local entrepreneurs as a trustworthy way to purchase Bitcoin. We have become one of Canada's largest platforms, enabling hundreds of thousands of Canadians to buy, sell, and earn Bitcoin through their everyday purchases. We are a part of Big Digital Assets, a public company on the TSX Venture Exchange. We hold over 100 Bitcoin on our own balance sheet. We walk the walk, and we are all in on this industry. But crucially, we're located in Vancouver. Over half of our 40 employees choose to live here. We have the option to work remote, but we choose to be in this city. And I believe this wouldn't be possible without the opportunity provided by high-quality employment. Enabling entrepreneurs and businesses to thrive is the keystone to any functioning city. Bitcoin businesses employ and train for highly skilled roles, including engineering, finance, marketing, sales, and client services. Successful companies create a multiplier effect that benefits the local economy, encouraging more spending, spawn other new startups, and additional sources of revenue. As a trader at Netcoins, I work with clients across Canada. These include small businesses, public corporations, and other financial platforms, all seeking professional and high-quality digital asset services. Change has come. Millions of Canadian individuals and entities are allocating their savings into this pivotal asset and technology. We embrace the council and community to engage with us. Support local businesses on your path to learn and execute on this proposal. HODL Bitcoin, and join us as we continue to establish Vancouver as a world-class Bitcoin city. My time has come to a close, but let these words echo on. Prosperity is generated by those who educate themselves, try new things, take calculated risks, and plan for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Speaker number 8 has withdrawn. We go to speaker number 9, Colleen Doyland. Colleen's supposed to be on the phone.
I am.
Hi, go ahead, Colleen.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Your Worship, council members, and other members of the public. My name is Colin Doylan, and I am the Director of Business Relationships at DMG Blockchain Solutions. We're a leading independent data center technology and blockchain solutions provider headquartered in Delta and operating in British Columbia. Today, I am supportive of the motion to explore making Vancouver a Bitcoin-friendly city through diversification of its financial reserves. I'm a former resident of Vancouver, currently living in Victoria. DMG Blockchain Solutions is a BC-based company. We're founded in 2016, went public in the Toronto Venture Exchange on February of 2018. At the onset of our founding of the company, we focused on 2 initiatives directly related to Bitcoin. The first was regulatory compliance with the acquisition of Cllr in 2018, which was a pioneering tool for law enforcement investigating crypto fraud and theft. The second was focusing on building a carbon-neutral Bitcoin ecosystem, starting with our data center facility in Christina Lake in the southeastern BC, which we invited other Bitcoin companies to join us in that initiative. Together, we started TerraPool, a software system that only allows carbon-neutral Bitcoin miners to work together to create carbon-neutral Bitcoin that is also OFAC compliant, SOC 2 Type 2 compliant, and KYC and following AML regulation. DMG realized that in order to grow its carbon-neutral Bitcoin ecosystem, it would need to enable financial institutions to have the choice of sending Bitcoin in a carbon-neutral manner. In order to do this, and in a void of options, DMG created its own digital assets custodian called the Systemic Trust, based in Alberta. The Systemic Trust is a fully regulated digital trust company under the Alberta Ministry of Finance. DMG remains committed to sustainability and regulatory compliance, along with social responsibility, as demonstrated by our AI data center partnership with the Malahat Nation, the first of what we hope is a blueprint for BC and other Indigenous communities throughout the country. In presenting today, I wanted the City of Vancouver to understand that there is a regulatory compliant, carbon-neutral option for Bitcoin. If the city decides to move forward on establishing a Bitcoin holding, we welcome the city to consider the information I've provided for its future Bitcoin need. Thank you, and I urge Council to support this motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so number 10, Speaker Jamie Emerson. Please go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes.
I have some slides.
Oh, you have
or
slides?
Video.
Uh,
I can speak without.
Are you speaker number 10, Jamie Emerson?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we have another Emerson has
Oh,
slides. That's the
Sorry,
one.
it was me twice by accident.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So then please go ahead. Let's bring the slides. Okay, there we go. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, counselors. I'm JD, a public high school economics and computer science teacher, as well as a proud member of our local Bitcoin community. I proudly used to live off 16th Avenue, a few blocks away from here, before moving to the slightly more affordable suburbs. I'm a strong advocate today to support this motion. I've been teaching Bitcoin as a part of financial literacy in the BC school curriculum for 6 years, and I've been creating educational resources for 3 with Lightning Sparks Academy. I have presented Bitcoin seminars to almost 500 BC teachers during Pro D days. I don't just think this motion is a good idea, I believe it's necessary. For many of my students in an inner city school coming from lower income families, financial opportunities like traditional investing is a distant dream. Soaring inflation, soaring costs of living disproportionately impact the lower class. Bitcoin offers financial inclusion in a way never before. That's quite amazing. The benefits of Bitcoin go beyond just personal investment for the next generation. Bitcoin is about preparing kids, and by extension, our future community, for the rapidly emerging financial landscape of tomorrow. But this tomorrow is now. Financial literacy today means understanding and embracing emergent technologies like Bitcoin. In my classroom and seminars, Bitcoin challenges the way we understand money. It's about opportunity for students to view and critically think about economics, cryptography, computing science, math, energy, and even the sociology of money. These are skills that my students will need to thrive in the world that's coming. I understand Bitcoin can be intimidating and even uncertain. It's new, it's abstract, there's a lot of noise about it. But that's exactly why it's so important that we approach this technological discovery with curiosity, not fear. The world is changing, and we can be an active participant in leading this change. This motion signals that our kids, our community, and our businesses are going to be equipped with the knowledge, tools, and opportunities to succeed in a rapidly changing world. I strongly urge the council to approve this. If any councillors have questions or hesitations, please reach out to any of the speakers today. We're all here to support and help. Let's embrace the future and make sure that everyone in our community has a chance to be a part of it. For Bitcoin helps the most economically marginalized. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Number 11, I think it's duplicate, is you, right? So I'm gonna skip number 11. JD Emerson, that's you, right? Okay, perfect. So number 12 is Curtis Hannon. Is Curtis here? Yeah, so Curtis, before you start, I have to ask if you are a resident of Vancouver as a procedure question.
No, I'm not.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the motion today. My name is Curtis Heinen, and although I am not technically a resident of Vancouver, I spend the majority of my time here, and I am proud to consider it my home. I'm here to address why Bitcoin isn't just a technological innovation, but an ethical imperative for cities like Vancouver. At its core, Bitcoin, not cryptocurrency, represents fairness and financial integrity. Today, we live in a system where the money supply has grown by over 40% in 5 years, and people are forced to invest their hard-earned money just to preserve its value. By investing, I really mean gambling, because the average retail investor is not positioned to pick stocks accurately. And although there are financial products such as ETFs and mutual funds that purport to do the hard work for you, this adds a layer of counterparty risk and fees that must be borne by the investor. This system is inherently unfair. It rewards those with financial literacy and access to capital while penalizing those who lack these advantages. Some have been able to shield themselves from this unfortunate reality by purchasing and holding on to real estate, the price of which rises as currency is debased. However, housing is becoming increasingly out of reach for the young and economically challenged in this city. To buy a home, one must save for an ever-growing down payment with dollars that are guaranteed to lose more value the longer you hold them. But why have we turned to housing as money in the first place? Why do we store our value in it? Bitcoin offers a solution. It is an inclusive form of money that is free from central control, immune to debasement, and accessible to everyone. Bitcoin can be speculated with, sure, and some discredit it due to its volatility, but this shows a lack of understanding of Bitcoin's fundamentals. There are strong reasons to see Bitcoin as the safest asset for preserving purchasing power. Its fixed supply, global reach, and incorruptible nature make it uniquely suited to serve as a reliable store of value in an increasingly unstable financial world. Today, housing is increasingly treated as a store of value rather than as homes for people. This contributes to skyrocketing prices and exacerbates our housing crisis. Bitcoin provides an alternative, a digital store of value that reduces the pressure to park our wealth in real estate. By directing value that would otherwise be locked in homes to Bitcoin, we can return housing to its rightful role, providing shelter and stability for Vancouverites, not serving as a savings vehicle. I'd also like to emphasize that leadership on this issue matters. For many who are on the fence about Bitcoin or who lack the confidence to explore its potential, a signal of support from the City of Vancouver could be transformative. Vancouver can legitimize this technology in the eyes of residents, businesses, and other municipalities. This leadership would not only encourage adoption, but also position Vancouver as a progressive city that champions innovative and ethical solutions to today's challenges. Vancouver can take a stand for fairness and housing affordability simultaneously. It's an opportunity to lead, to inspire confidence in this transformative technology, and to build a future that reflects the values of equality, integrity, and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the next speaker is speaker 13, Travis McDonald. Same question to you, Travis. Are you residents of Vancouver?
No, not
Okay,
currently.
please go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the council for the opportunity to speak in favor of the motion today. My name is Travis McDonald. I've previously lived in Vancouver, continue to work with and be a patron of businesses in the city. I'm a chartered accountant as well as having my CFA and CBV designations. I've worked much of my career in business valuations, mergers and acquisitions, and for the last 3 years have been a fractional CFO for a number of small businesses. I first saw Bitcoin in 2011 and dismissed it as a scam for 10 years before finally taking the time to study it and understand it properly in 2021. Since getting involved with Bitcoin, I've seen numerous ways it can help organizations, and I'd like to focus on 2 of those today, namely treasury management and financial transparency. There's an open source tool, nakamotoportfolio.com, that I'd encourage everyone to check out that illustrates the impact of adding Bitcoin to a portfolio. This shows it generally improves financial returns, reduces maximum drawdown, and improves the risk-adjusted returns of portfolios. The city currently holds 98% of its investments in fixed income instruments, with some of those yielding as little as 0.81%, and with maturities up to 28 years. Especially those under 2% are currently destroying capital. Even with the restrictions of Section 201 sub 1 of the Vancouver Charter, there are currently credit instruments with Bitcoin exposure, and there continue to be new developments in this space for those who have restrictions in their portfolio allocation. So the current portfolio allocation provides the city with Canadian dollar denominated cash flows into the future, which continue to be debased by inflation. The fundamental properties of Bitcoin allow it to serve as an inflation hedge over the longer term, especially with the 28-year maturity periods of some of the bonds held. And while currently the city can only gain Bitcoin exposure, future direct exposure to Bitcoin and utilizing the network can also help to increase transparency for citizens and stakeholders. A recent report from the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat recognizes that, quote, public trust in government is essential for a healthy and functioning democracy. To remain strong and resilient, our democratic institutions need to build and maintain public trust, unquote. Bitcoin is an open ledger with transactions and holdings auditable by all participants. This makes it a tool that can be used by organizations to improve transparency. And we've seen this with El Salvador disclosing addresses and companies like Ledin, a Canadian company, pioneering techniques in proof of reserves. So I feel that strongly that Vancouver can utilize, champion, and even influences the best practices within this industry. This can promote a culture of financial transparency and accountability for the government and citizens of the city, strengthening the institutions, including both the businesses and municipal government. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is speaker 14, Ovi Young. Please go ahead, Ovi. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for lowering the podium here. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Ove Young, and I am a resident of Vancouver. I was born and raised here. I went to Kits High. Vancouver is my home, and I'm deeply committed to seeing it thrive. I support the motion. Just over a decade ago, in 2014, I was a pedestrian in a hit and run. And I've learned how to walk, write, and read again. I'm still learning. I have 12 screws holding me together right now. My friends raised money for me when I was in a coma, but that was not enough for the 13 medical appointments I had each week. It got really bad when my bank account showed a total of $11 in 2020. I was receiving income assistance of $760 a month. I applied for PWD, persons with disability, for $1,100 a month, but was rejected 3 times. I know I'm limited on time here. I almost forgot, but fortunately, I had earned Bitcoin in 2017 while I was in between cities. I was able to sell Bitcoin for fiat dollars. So Bitcoin protected me from inflation, increased in value, and I was able to pay my rent and continued with my rehab. So I am standing here today. I'm thanking God for preparing me with Bitcoin. Bitcoin gave me a peace of mind. It allowed me to be in a good headspace so that I could physically and mentally work through the trauma from the incident. Since then, I have been a provincial public servant, sit on several governance committees around health data, and have been advocating for data sovereignty for the last 6 years as a patient advocate. I first saw Bitcoin as a niche concept for tech enthusiasts, but over time, I realized its broader potential as a tool for financial empowerment, particularly in uncertain and restrictive environments. Earlier this year, I saw this in Senegal, West Africa, where my friends and their helpers were supporting their entire families and more, sending home money from across borders. High fees, inflation, and unreliable systems meant that their hard-earned money often lost value even before reaching loved ones. Several weeks ago, I attended Adopting Bitcoin conference in El Salvador, where Bitcoin is legal tender. I saw how widespread Bitcoin education had empowered Salvadorans. This experience showed me the importance of financial sovereignty, the ability to preserve and control your own wealth. As a child of immigrants, I have seen the ripple effects of financial insecurities in families. Financial empowerment is not just about wealth. It is about security, access, and freedom of choice. As a person with disability, every dollar matters. And this is why I believe so deeply in this innovation, Bitcoin. It allows people to take control of their lives financially. I've been fortunate to live and work abroad, but Vancouver is home. I want to see Vancouver thrive, not just for myself, but for future generations. Bitcoin is for the people and by the people. This is why I support the motion. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you, Heavy. Yeah, thank you, Aviv. Thanks for sharing your story. Glad you're doing well right now. Thank you. Speaker number 15, Gerard Vaughan. Please go ahead, Gerard.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This has got to be hard to sit here and listen to people talk all day long. I can't imagine doing the job that you guys do. My name is Jared Vaughn. I'm an adjunct professor at University of British Columbia, Sauder School of Business. And it's a pleasure to talk to you today, and there's been a lot of really smart people that have spoken before me and who are going to come after me as well. And when I look at this motion that you've presented to the city, it's inspiring to me. I started an organization a couple of years ago called Kits Pool Swimmers. I live in Kitsilano, and I'm a resident of the city, and I love the pool. And what we've seen over the last couple of years is the destruction of the pool, and now you guys working to rebuild a new pool. And as a representative of the swimming community, I'd like to present the idea of installing digital Bitcoin mining boilers in the pool. This is an interesting idea because what we can do is offset the cost of the operation of the pool by mining Bitcoin, allowing ourselves incredible efficiencies in what is a really expensive project to operate. I'd also like to speak about Bitcoin from this perspective of my kids. My kids, they have a lemonade stand, and down by Kits Beach, they sell lemonade. Maybe they're not allowed to do it, but they do. And they accept Bitcoin. And it's incredible how many conversations we have with people who see their large sign that says accepting Bitcoin and how inspiring it is to people. It brings people together. Bitcoin brings communities together. You see this room back there is buzzing right now, full of people who we all end up knowing each other through this community. And my kids all personally hold Bitcoin. They're elementary school age kids going to school here in the public school system in Vancouver. And for them to be able to benefit from a wealth transfer and from growth that we see in Bitcoin is absolutely inspiring. But I want them to grow up in a city where that's normalized, where they're not the only ones that are benefiting from this, where they're not the only ones in their peer group who have ever even heard the word Bitcoin, where they're not the only ones that are benefiting from the value that Bitcoin brings to community members. I think we've seen so many great speakers speak to you today about how Bitcoin can enhance people's lives, how it can bring equality, how it can bank the unbanked, how it can allow those who struggle with poverty to participate in the financial system. This really is a brave motion to stand in front of this country and the entire world that's watching this right now to say we want to be a Bitcoin-friendly city. Your guys' courage in this is absolutely admirable, and I think this will go down in the history of this city as one of the most pivotal moments that we've seen as we look forward to our future generations and how they will benefit from these types of decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Speaker number 16, Adam Soltis. Please go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes.
Honorable members of the council, thank you for considering the motion to make Vancouver a Bitcoin-friendly city. My name is Adam Soltis. I was born at St. Paul's Hospital and I've lived in Vancouver for most of my life. I studied computer science at UBC and I've worked as a web developer for over 20 years. I'm the creator of Coinos, an open source Bitcoin wallet incorporated in BC and used by thousands worldwide, including nearly 50 businesses in Vancouver. Coinos is free to use and anyone can register an account in seconds at our website, coinos.io. In 2012, I onboarded my first business to Bitcoin, the Sweet Tooth Cafe at Nanaimo and Hastings Street. I teamed up with other attendees of our local Bitcoin meetup group to orange pill dozens of other businesses over the years, including the Waves Coffee Shop on Howe Street, home of the world's first Bitcoin ATM. Our community is one of the most vibrant and welcoming in the world, and we still meet regularly. You can find us at meetup.com. Many of us use Bitcoin on a daily basis to buy food, coffee, haircuts, and other goods and services. For example, I bought my lunch today at the City Center food court just across the street at Salad House. Our website features a map of local businesses that accept Bitcoin in Vancouver and other places in the world. Some of the merchants I've worked with have seen their Bitcoin holdings grow from $10 to $145,000 Canadian. Bitcoin has provided me with financial freedom and has shielded me from the inflation and unaffordability that many of my peers have struggled with. While many believe the Canadian dollar is safer, this reflects a status quo bias that ignores technological innovation. Choosing not to invest in Bitcoin is a choice to continue investing in the loonie. That choice is passive, but it's a choice nonetheless, and a very risky one because the loonie is no longer competitive. Loonies have an unpredictable supply, centralized gatekeepers. There's no hash power backing them up. They're worse than some of the lamest altcoins. On the other hand, Bitcoin's predictable scarcity, fair distribution, open protocol, and unassailable security make it the best money that has ever existed. As Vancouver author William Gibson once said, "The future is already here. It's just not very evenly distributed." Bitcoin is the money of the future. Let's embrace it now and set an example for other cities around the world to follow. We'll all be better off if we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 17, Angela Chan.
Speaker 17 is not on the line.
Not on the line. Okay, we will come back to speaker 17. Speaker 18, Tango Samuels.
Hello, council members and fellow Bitcoiners. My name is Tangle, and I've been involved in Bitcoin and blockchain for over a decade. My main focus in this space primarily circles around community building, both in real life and online. While my daily operations mostly involve online, I have become increasingly involved in the Bitcoin, blockchain, and digital assets communities here in Vancouver. I moved to Vancouver a little over 5 years ago and quickly found different groups to get involved with. I was immediately impressed that there was such a vibrant community that already existed. One in particular was Decontrol, or Decentral, which you may recall a year ago several of us appeared before City Council during the 440 West Pender rezoning hearing. While this physical space will be lost at some point, the community around it will not be. Thanks to physical spaces like this, many of us have had the opportunity to find like-minded individuals and to continue to foster ideas, projects, and even provide further education for one another. There are now over 24 different groups that do regular meetups here in the city discussing Bitcoin, blockchain, and digital assets. With the city allocating even a small portion of their reserves or becoming open to the idea of becoming a Bitcoin-friendly city, this would spark an even greater flame for awareness and attention towards our already vibrant community within the city. With large events like Web Summit now becoming part of Vancouver's future, is ideal time for Vancouver to introduce and signal that it is ready to be ahead of the curve and is interested in embracing untapped potential. It would be an absolute dream to put Vancouver on the map, hosting more large-style events like this, attracting more attention and tourism to our beautiful city. Many of us are already in discussions about making this a reality. Should this motion pass, which I am in favor of, it will put a lot of eyes on our city and likely continue to attract more builders and innovators to join our community, which results as a net positive for our city around economic growth and helping create circular economies. Additionally, helping people truly understand the power of this technology and how it can benefit our communities and societies rather than learning about it through clickbait headlines or failed get-rich-quick schemes. There's so much positivity and momentum behind this entire sector. It is exciting to see how far we have really come. I hope that the council sees how beneficial all this can be simply by the passion and knowledge all of these before me and after have expressed. Vancouver has always been on the forefront of arts, creativity, technology, and finance here in Canada, and I believe that Bitcoin, blockchain, and digital assets are the perfect intersection of all of these. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope this passes.
Thank you, Tango. The next speaker is Speaker 19, Colin Sullivan.
Speaker 19 is not in the chamber and not online.
Okay, we're going to come back to Speaker 19. Speaker number 20, Gary LaChance. Please go ahead, Gary. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Gary, here today to support the motion. I've been a Vancouver resident for 20 years and Bitcoin advocate since 2011 when I first gave a speech on radical decentralization at Occupy Vancouver. Back then, Bitcoin was $3 a coin and almost nobody was involved to get rich. People like myself instead saw immense potential for a complete financial reformation, for the separation of money and state. Reformation is defined as rescuing from error and returning to a rightful course. And I do believe that closed and centralized currencies hold great responsibility for the financial and spiritual impoverishment of the modern age. With the ability to print endless money, central banks and governments can fund endless wars and endless initiatives that cause more harm than good. This inflation is a stealth tax that ultimately diminishes purchasing power, our crucial freedoms, and ability to live our best lives. Bitcoin, Dogecoin, blockchain technology, and the greater decentralization revolution absolutely represents an opportunity to rescue humanity from error and return us to a rightful course. Those gathered here today believe in cooperation over competition, transparency and accountability over institutional corruption, and that we are now poised to build new globally networked societies that will unify and uplift us all. The opportunity to position Vancouver as a hub for this revolutionary reformation will surely attract many of the world's best and brightest to travel here to build the future. On that note, I love this city and this country, but after 43 years, I am actively working to depart. because I feel that there are many places with greater opportunity to do this work. I am joined in this feeling by many, including the Honorable Jacob Steeves, who also grew up in our scene here at Decentral Vancouver, but has also chosen to exit and now lives in Peru. He created one of the world's preeminent AI blockchain projects, BitTensor, which is a massive project with limitless potential, currently valued over $4 billion, created from scratch right here in Vancouver. Creating a more friendly, attractive, and competitive environment for people like us will definitely benefit all Vancouver and all of Canada, and I hope you will consider moving in this direction.
Thank you, Gary. Speaker number 21, Tillman Dirks. Oh, so.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Sorry, so just give us a second. Mayor Sim, please go ahead. Oh, okay, you know what? So Speaker 21, Tillman, just hold on 1 second. We're gonna jump back to the Speaker 19, who is only in the council chamber right now. Sorry about that. Colin Sullivan, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure if my slides are going. I do have printouts to distribute if they didn't get in on time.
We have slides, Clark? No, we don't have slides.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go whenever you're ready. You have up to 3 minutes.
Mayor Sim, esteemed councilors, I'm Colin Sullivan, CEO and founder of Mint Green, which is a clean tech that uses Bitcoin mining to incentivize low carbon electrification for heating purposes. With regard to the proposal that the City Council direct staff to explore options to make Vancouver a Bitcoin friendly city, there's a number of topics I'd love to discuss, but with brevity in mind, I will focus on my life's work. This is for page 2 now. Over the years, Bitcoin's energy use has been sensationalized in a variety of ways, some of these humorous. Bitcoin's arc parallels the early days of the internet when a skeptical world squabbled over the importance of email when it had a perfectly good postal service. But how is our postal service? Slide 3. Although becoming more prominent of late, it is rare to hear about Bitcoin's unique contributions to sustainability. For example, lowering GHGs of flare gas in Fort McMurray, or incentivizing wind farm projects in Ottawa, balancing energy grids in Western Texas, or cleanly heating domestic hot water at a resort in Tofino. Slide 4. Recently, the City Council took bold steps to decarbonize by supporting a phase out of natural gas by 2030. Presently, the heat pump is the trendy solution for increased cost of electric heating. However efficient, there are some drawbacks to the technology, and with similar capital costs, the economics pale in comparison to a Bitcoin-based heat solution, in this case, our digital boiler. Number 5, it's important to note that we are in an age of compute, where server-based industries are competing for energy with a heating industry that's rapidly decarbonizing. But with Bitcoin, there's no need to compete, and combining these industries will effectively see a halving in energy requirements. Or as I said to the International District Energy Association in Orlando last summer, we are all in the server industry. Some of us just don't know it yet. Slide 6. Even yesterday, I had an exciting opportunity to sit down with the dedicated people of Kitts Pool to discuss the potential of a negative cost, low carbon heating solution in a reimagined Kitts Pool. From a fiduciary perspective, the city has an obligation to facilitate prosperity and a moral imperative to take on energy intensive industries with our clean energy grid rather than banishing them to the carbon intensive global south, as atmospheric chemistry is not a localized issue. Slide 7. But don't take my word for it. Analyze, delve into, and explore your options to make Vancouver a Bitcoin-friendly city. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Okay, so now we're gonna go to number 21st, Tillman Dirks. Tillman, sorry for the wait. You can go ahead now. You have up to 3 minutes.
Super. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. My name is Tillman. Am a resident of Vancouver. Lived here pretty much all my life. It is my distinguished pleasure to be the first speaker opposing this motion. I cannot imagine a less interesting approach for the council to take than to empower the hordes of gambling addicts and fraudsters that constitute the cryptocurrency industry. They have had 15 years to demonstrate an effective use case for blockchain as a whole, and Bitcoin in particular. And what we've gotten out of that so far is, as of right now, $76 billion in grifts and fraud, facilitating the purchase of illegal drugs, of terrorism, of money laundering, and using up the energy of a small country. This is absolutely not the direction that we should go in. I am so happy for everyone who made a $500 low conviction bet 10 years ago, who's had it really pay off for them. I think that's awesome. But I absolutely do not want my money as a taxpayer to be involved in any way in the crypto industry. I do not want any exposure to it. There is no underlying reason that this will continue to go up, other than the boosterism from people who have a strong incentive to acquire exit liquidity by getting unsuspecting dumb money to buy into their scheme. I have no doubt that the speakers before me believe very strongly in what they're doing is correct. I believe that they have a lot of incentive to believe that, and I sincerely hope that City Council will think very long and hard before exposing citizens who are perfectly fine with the Canadian dollar, our own government's sovereign currency, and do not want to undermine it via this, frankly, mechanism for, as I said, gambling addicts and fraudsters. And I appreciate City Council for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Speaker number 22, Dean LaRiviere.
Hello, Council. I'm in favor of this motion. And it's been a long day and there's been a lot of submissions. I'm a big believer in education through entertainment. So I'd like to give you 3 minutes of M&M discussing Bitcoin. I've created a monster because nobody wants US dollars no more. They want Bitcoin, like cash, but slicker. So if you want money, this is what I'll give you. A digital address from a cryptographer with nodes that'll process transacted figures and get rewarded when their blocks in the chain's adopted. They get a block reward when they outcompete in the other slower miners that are computing. We waited this long, so stop debating. Bitcoin's back. About the bolt, no balls are hanging. I know you got a job, Mr. Counselor, but your BTC problem is complicating. So the SEC won't let me be or let BTC be, so let me see. They tried to shut down me and XRP, but it was all just fiat before me. Come on, buy the dip, buy one and flip. Fuck yeah, making those bips with nothing but bits. So don't panic. It's not like Matic. I just sold all my ETH. F you, Vitalik. Vancouver, buy some BTC. Just act like you're a micro strategy. Be a little less meme doji, and it was all just fiat before me. Little altcoins feeling forgotten. It's apparent Bitcoin's still their parent. All its adoption leaves alts feeling rotten until Elon comes along with an option. He yells, Doge! But a meme coin means be wary. Bitcoin's a revolution. Its pollution's a herring, a red one. So let me just reveal my key. My public one, dipshit. I'm no dummy. It'd be a disaster. My private key got into y'all's damn hands, or he or she. Bitcoin's back. Get your Wi-Fi dialed up, lock it in, go all in on a long, enter your trade like a winner. The crash of Luna, a hack, then crypto winter. I'm into interest when watching them hiking rates while minting through mining is spiking. Testnet, testing, please. They failed to mention QE's inflation, see? 21 million and no sats for free. A testing, who sent you those Satoshis? Vancouver, buy some BTC. Just act like your micro strategy. Be a little less meme doji. It was all just fiat before me. This Discord, what's it for? It seems the group core is just everyone shilling this coin, shit coin. FTX didn't get the point even after Terra Luna wrecked the joint. Y'all should learn from me, Satoshi. Can't control me, let alone find me. That's by design, B. You can't win, can't say it's over. Nobody can stop a no one, so you're welcome. So I still have some, and I'll be there in 2140 when the last one is minted in spirit, because that gear gets set up and we let it run. But sometimes with this mining, it just seems proof of work is just done. It's seen its day. Environmentalists be all, hooray. Bitcoin evangelists be all, not today. I'm not the first crack at digital money. I keep the best track of transactions, honey. Doing banks work without the middlemen and all this without lifting that little pen. You tied down like that at work, 10,000 other altcoins emerged, but for all the NFTs in OpenSea, it was all just fiat before me. Vancouver, buy some BTC. Act like your MicroStrategy. Let's be a little less meme doji. And remember, it was all just fiat before Bitcoin. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so number 23 is Damien Otis. Yeah, go ahead, Damien. You
Hello.
have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Damien Otis. I'm a resident of Vancouver, have been for a long time. I was born in St. Mary's. What am I doing? I'm doing the Junior IT Analyst program with NPower Canada. I'm also a creator on TikTok who's had over 900,000 video views in the last year. I'm opposed to this motion. I've had a lot of people here be in favor of it, but all those people were also self-admittedly investing in Bitcoin. So there's a conflict of interest in all of those people's opinions. Now, I admit, I also have a conflict of interest because I have investments of retirement income, registered securities with my bank, in Alphabet, a lot of US equity, Alphabet, Microsoft, a lot of these tech companies. So I do benefit from any sort of chip stuff getting promoted, but my major gripe with this is that the electricity is a big problem. It uses a lot of energy, and the energy use goes up exponentially as you mine more Bitcoins. I keep hearing it called an investment. I think that's a misnomer. It's not an investment, it's a currency. I don't know why we're not talking about investing in the US dollar. Maybe because it sounds a bit ridiculous to talk about investing in the US dollar as opposed to using the US dollar to invest. You know what I mean? And there's a little point that maybe gets a little far to some people. I encourage you to look this up, but according to an article from Google, from Yahoo Finance, Google on Monday introduced a new chip called Willow, which solved in 5 minutes a computing problem that would take a classical computer more than the history of the universes in terms of time to solve. Cryptocurrency is based on a math problem of factoring, and this is only as effective, it's only effective because we use classical computers. But once we get quantum computers, they can solve that problem in no time, which makes the mining of Bitcoin worthless. And I'm not sure exactly what happens to the currency then, but it's coming pretty soon. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I just want to say, I think to wrap it all up, I think we should be looking at post-quantum security, crypto security, rather than talking about Bitcoin. Because like a lot of our like information security, all this stuff on the internet, like SSA, like all the secure stuff, it relies on asymmetrical encryption. As soon as quantum computers come around, all that's defeated. And they'll be able to decrypt any information that they've been holding on to, and they'll be able to see all the passwords and everything being transmitted. And that's kind of scary. And I think that's a problem we should be thinking about because Google is not stopping.
Hey, thank you, Damien.
Thank you.
Okay, number 24 is Scout Details. Yeah, please come forward, Scout. And also, as a procedure question, I have to ask you if you are a resident of Vancouver.
No, I am not currently a resident of Vancouver. I have been, but currently I reside in Kelowna.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. It's my honor to speak in favor of the motion. My name is Scott Deedles. I'm the CEO of Block Rewards. We are a British Columbia-based company developing tools to empower employers to solve wage erosion by helping their employees earn and save in Bitcoin. It's an auspicious day to be talking about Bitcoin, as it's sounding like the federal government is going to come in 50% over budget this year with the deficit closer to $60 billion. compared to the target of 40 billion. Federal governments use deficit spending as a key tool both to buy votes and to act autonomously. This is not an indictment of how the system works or the current party in power. It's just the way it works and how it will continue to work. And this is why we are seeing states like Pennsylvania and cities like Lugano consider this same strategy. The Canadian government spending strategy virtually assures that the purchasing power of the loonie, which has declined by 99% since the inception of the Bank of Canada, is going to continue because of the way compounding works, which also applies to the servicing of the costs of accrued federal debt. We're likely going to enter into a time where that devaluation of the loonie is going to accelerate. So we are going to experience a time where I believe money will behave differently than we're used to in Canada. And I believe that municipalities have a duty to their citizens to plan for this certainty and isolate their citizens from the counterparty risk of the Bank of Canada and the federal government. To do this, we need to consider assets that are appreciating in nominal terms faster than our currency is depreciating. We also need assets that are not denominated in that currency. And the simplest and safest way to do that today is with the world's only form of money that is immune to devaluation through dilution. Because every person in the world, every business, every municipality has an urgent need to solve this problem, the world is converging on Bitcoin as this solution. The innovation of Bitcoin is a digital form of pristine and timeless capital which preserves its value through its unchanging attributes, and it appreciates in value because it provides a solution to a pressing problem faced by almost every entity in the world today. Bitcoin is the store of value asset for the information age. In my mind, it's not reasonable for us to expect cities to stop using our government's currency, but we should expect them to stop using it to perform a function which it is designed to fail at, which is protecting the value of the funds citizens pay to the communities where they live. While we cannot sway the future of the Canadian dollar, Vancouver has an opportunity to forge its own financial destiny. And communities that make this choice earlier benefit from insulating themselves sooner from the greatest financial problem of the modern time, which is melting money. Bitcoin might seem like a risky path forward, and this is why I believe informed leadership is required to steward, which could be a very controversial decision. I applaud your courage in moving this motion forward. And when you're ready to help your employees of the city of Vancouver start saving in Bitcoin, you can find us at blockrewards.ca. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 25 has withdrawn. Speaker number 26, Sarah Morton. Please go ahead, Sarah. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. My name is Sarah Morton. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'm in support of the motion. I have been involved in the technology community in Vancouver for close to 30 years. I started in Web 1, where we started connecting businesses to the internet. And then we've seen the evolution to Web 2, and now we're entering the era of Web 3. I first got involved and introduced into blockchain in 2017, and I looked at it from an infrastructure. What would be coming next in terms of technology, data centers, and infrastructure? And through the journey, learned about Bitcoin and learned about the blockchain, how it works, how it's transparent in nature, and how complex it is. And it's hard for regular people to wrap their heads around it. I kind of think of Bitcoin like a five-dimensional product because it's an asset, it's got a technology layer, it tracks every transaction that's ever happened, but there's an evolution happening around smart contracts and other things around governance that it can support. Too much to talk about in 3 minutes. So I co-founded a company called Meet Amy Innovations. My co-founder and I recognized that every financial professional, everyone with a fiduciary duty, was going to have to learn about this asset class, this technology stack, and make informed decisions to help their clients. So at Meet Amy, we help financial planners, traditional financial professionals, accountants, and others in Canada, in the US, learn about this asset class. And it starts with how blockchain works, the fundamentals of custody, and a lot to do with risk mitigation. We cannot deny this is the fastest growing asset in the last decade. Some of the largest names in traditional finance are recognizing what this asset can do. BlackRock launched their spot traded ETF, which basically allows you to invest in crypto in a traditional fashion. Fastest growing ETF in history. In 10 months, it reached the fastest growing ETF and the same assets under management as gold. And we have a number of Canadian banks that are invested in this ETF. So we're seeing this asset evolve. We have a lot of regulatory clarity here in Canada, and we have a lot of myth busting to do. At Meet Amy, most of what we do is myth busting. You've heard a lot about the environmental concerns. Those have changed. There's lots of opportunities. And looking at it as a store of value, how we future-proof this city is fantastic. My children are growing up in the Roblox and gaming era, and they will get paid in digital money. And I think it's really important to have an informed dialogue about this. Today, as you said, is not about making the decision, it's about opening up the dialogue. We are here to support that. We can help with education and get to a qualified yes or no if this is the right fit for the city of Vancouver. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Number 27 has withdrawn. Number 28, Anna Sosa. Is Anna on the line?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead, Anna. You have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Anna Sosa, and I'm a contemporary dancer and founder of Occam's Racer Dance Collective here in Vancouver. We're a group of artists who produce events that focus on bringing communities together through art while supporting artists from minorities like the Indigenous, Latino, Asian, and LGBTQ+ communities. I first bought Bitcoin in 2019, and in 2020, during the pandemic, I started the collective with very little money. In 2022, we received opportunities from organizations like Dance West Network, On Meridian, the Dance Center, and New Works, and even though they provided some financial help, it came quite short for funding our project. It was actually just under 16% of what it did cost, considering space rentals, dancers' fees, and other expenses. Dance in Vancouver faces a lot of funding challenges, especially with funding cuts across Canada that have been prevalent since the pandemic. This year, for example, was the first year that Crystal Pike's renowned Vancouver company, Kid Pivot, has been denied international circulation and touring support. For someone like me, an immigrant from Mexico who just recently applied for PR, I'm not even eligible for Canada Council and BC Arts Council grants. Thanks to my Bitcoin savings, though, I've been able to have steady cash flow to support our projects. The term cash flow is important here because I actually spent my hard-earned Canadian dollars, not my Bitcoin investments. Since 2020, I've invested just under $20,000 into producing shows and experimental dance events such as Containment, Post-Truth, Cllr, and Evolver, employing around 25 different artists over the last 4 years, all the while adhering to Canadian Alliance of Dance Artists rates. Without Bitcoin, none of this would have been possible. So I'm here today because I truly believe that Bitcoin can boost the art economy, and I'm also here today because I know of the struggles that us dance artists face today. The community is continuously financially stressed. Having to attend rehearsal regularly, do unpaid administrative work for the projects, and work 2 jobs on top of all of that work is a common occurrence. Making Vancouver a Bitcoin-friendly city could actually change our lives. The alternative, without other significant proposals, may just be to continue underfunding the arts. Thank you for listening, and thank you for bringing this motion forward.
Thank you, Anna. Speaker number 29, Jeffrey Wong. Is Jeffrey online? Look,
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Jeffrey.
Perfect. My name is Jeffrey Wang, and I live in North Vancouver. I am head of Americas for the Amber Group. We are a Singapore-headquartered digital assets company with over 400 global employees, and our North America head office is based here in downtown Vancouver. We currently employ 15 full-time people with full benefits and an exciting career path. I support the motion to make Vancouver a Bitcoin-friendly city. Blockchain technologies are an emerging technology, and I think where we currently sit in time, it's similar to what the early 90s were for the growth of the internet. These industries are legitimate, and they're growing exponentially. Becoming a Bitcoin-friendly city isn't just about accepting Bitcoin for payments or having reserve. In fact, I believe those to be less consequential part of this motion. To me, the main part of this motion, the more important part, is a declaration showing that Vancouver as a city is welcome to innovation in the crypto and blockchain space. Passing this motion will entice companies to set up here, create many more jobs, and attract talented individuals to the city. We are seeing numerous other cities and states in North America also vie to be a crypto blockchain hub, the Silicon Valley for crypto, if you will. So there isn't much time to waste in showing our commitment to innovative industries of the future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Speaker number 30, Jamie Gill. Please go ahead, Jamie.
Hello, I'm Jamie Gill. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I have been for 9 years now. I'm here representing Cllr Technology. We are a Bitcoin mining company focused on software and services for miners. I'm here in support of this motion. Now, with the global adoption of Bitcoin growing over the next few years, Vancouver has many opportunities to make some key decisions in the coming time. And I think a first step to these key decisions will be focusing in on the physical infrastructure behind the actual asset itself. And this physical infrastructure is Bitcoin mining. It's important to note with Bitcoin mining that it's not only beneficial for Vancouver's economy as well as the electrical grid, but it's also good for the environment. This is due to the electrical consumption profile of Bitcoin mining. So Bitcoin mining is highly flexible. It's disruptible. It's agnostic to size and scale as well as location. And this unique profile unlocks a number of positive externalities. These include incentivizing and subsidizing renewable energy projects through being an ideal consumer of electricity. It also can stabilize the electrical grid through flexible shutdown times, as well as consuming excess electricity when necessary. Not only that, but it can also mitigate methane emissions, and it can do this through utilizing methane that would otherwise be vented into the atmosphere through excess landfill runoff or flare gas. There's also ways, as Mint Green mentioned earlier, through electrifying heat for home heating or agriculture. And there's also opportunities such as Ocean Falls in coastal British Columbia, where you can revitalize abandoned infrastructure and energize, help utilize stranded energy in these communities. Vancouver has an opportunity to lead in a new era of technology and economics. Back in 2022, we worked with the city of Fort Worth to help them pilot a Bitcoin mining project in their city data centers. And this announcement got millions of engagements across the nation. And this helped position Fort Worth as a city leading not only in the tech sector, but also becoming a Bitcoin-friendly city open to innovation. So Vancouver now has an opportunity, and the whole world is looking and ready for these moves. So we have an opportunity to become a leader, a thought leader in this space, and we can trailblaze here. And we can allow our city to become that leader through adoption. We not only assert ourselves in that way, but it also gives us more optionality as more further decisions around Bitcoin come in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to council. Speaker number 32, Victoria Lamix.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Victoria Lemieux, and I support this motion. I'm a professor at the School of Information at the University of British Columbia. I co-lead a blockchain research and education cluster called Blockchain at UBC. I primarily work in the area of privacy and security, and I primarily explore this through blockchain technology, which is the underlying technology of Bitcoin. It was invented at the same time as Bitcoin, and I can protect the privacy and security of data from hackers using the unique affordances of blockchain that I can't do with other technologies. My co-lead, Dr. Chen Feng, works in the area of scaling blockchain protocols and quantum-safe blockchain, which protects against some of the quantum computing risks mentioned by a previous speaker. I support this motion for three main reasons. I see the exploration of making Vancouver a Bitcoin-friendly city as looking at the opportunities to manage city finances effectively. We've already heard from a number of speakers about the way that Bitcoin can be a hedge against inflation and currency devaluation. It's volatile, yes, but that doesn't necessarily correlate to overall riskiness when the asset is held over the long term. And it can be held in different ways. It can be held directly, but you can also expose the city's treasury to Bitcoin through a number of funds that are now available that weren't many years ago. I also see opportunities in the area of economic development. We work with a number of companies at Blockchain at UBC that are involved in mainstream industries like healthcare. We work with companies that are directly involved in Web3 and blockchain, financial companies working in decentralized finance. We work with companies that are working in the area of sustainability. And so these companies, we work with dozens and dozens of these companies. They come to us to partner with us on research. They hire our students as interns. They hire our graduates into jobs. So we have placed a number of our students in blockchain Web3 companies, and they are working with those companies now. And I don't have time to list them all, but we had recently an industry night. We had 180 participants. Many of the companies that we've worked with attended, but we also attracted companies from as far afield as San Francisco, Seattle, and a number of the presenters had international ties. So we ourselves have negotiated memorandum of understanding with the Crypto Valley in Switzerland, the canton of Zug, which is known as Crypto Valley, and also with Sejong University in Korea. So there are opportunities to build bridges internationally through this effort as well. And finally, I see the opportunity to pay for city services and infrastructure because of the value of Bitcoin and some of the green energy efforts. I myself had an idea a few years ago to create a community
Victoria,
energy
you are at
garden.
time. Yeah, you are at times. You are actually 20 seconds over. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much for the reminder, and just thank you for the opportunity. I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Victoria. Speaker number 33, Cheryl Grant.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Cheryl Grant, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I am considered a high-risk investor by one of the largest financial institutions in Canada. I am opposed to Bitcoin and cryptocurrency for the City of Vancouver. To start, the Government of Canada provides the following information. Crypto assets are very risky. Unlike the Canadian dollar, crypto assets are not legal tender in Canada. A government nor central bank doesn't issue or oversee them. Within Mayor Sim's motion, he speaks to digital currency in South Korea. Within the last week, cryptocurrencies dropped over 30% in value as instability in the country led to mass sell-off. Also this week in El Salvador, which is the 98th ranked GDP in the world, while Canada is the 9th, the government is revising its Bitcoin policy, essentially rolling it back to secure over $1.4 billion loan from the International Monetary Fund. Council, this is an extremely complex and unstable investment opportunity. I also question why the motion asks for a strategy by Q1 in 2025, within the next 3 months. What is the proposed budget for exploring these options? What is the RFP process to determine the consultants? And will consultants be disclosed to the public? I listened to Ken Sim on Coin Story, and I would encourage you to watch it. It was a very shocking interview. Bitcoin's volatility renders it unsuitable asset for municipal financial reserves, which requires stability to ensure effective governance. This unpredictability would expose the City of Vancouver's financial position to undue risk. Cities require predictable, stable revenues to manage operating expenses, respond to emergencies, and plan long-term infrastructure projects, which is the core function of the City of Vancouver's council and its staff. Again, I encourage you to vote no today, as the federal government has stated crypto assets are not legal tender in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl, for speaking to council. Our last registered speaker, speaker number 34, Cole Goodwin. Yeah, please go ahead, Cole. You have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. My name's Cole. I've been involved in Bitcoin for a decade. One of the largest holders of Bitcoin in the world is the US Treasury with $20 billion worth. China has about $20 billion worth. The UK has about $6 billion worth. Bitcoin is the best performing asset in the history of mankind by a long shot. Bitcoin reached $1 trillion market cap in a shorter amount of time, faster than some of the biggest companies on the stock market, but not some of which, but not limited to Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Google, Microsoft, and Nvidia. Is negative price volatility a concern? If you understand the basics of market cycles, you'll see that Bitcoin and other well-known assets have 4-year cycles. With my history of successfully navigating macroeconomics and market cycles, I've learned and witnessed that Bitcoin goes up 1 year, down 1 year, up 3 years, down 1 year, up 3 years, down 1 year, up 3 years. Bitcoin beats its previous all-time high price every 4 years, even when adjusted for inflation. Gold has not beat its previous all-time high in 44 years since 1980, when adjusted for inflation. Gold's real all-time high is still in 1980. With the S&P 500 as an investment, its gains are minimal, and it follows the M2 money supply in the USA almost exactly, which means your money in the S&P 500 is almost always just breaking even when invested over the long term. I think we can all agree that breaking even isn't anything to be too excited about. There's almost 100 businesses from Greater Vancouver to Abbotsford that are accepting Bitcoin and Lightning as a payment option. The company I'm representing, Coinos, is responsible for most of it, of course, along with the help of the very enthusiastic Bitcoin community. And it only takes 30 seconds to create a Bitcoin account. Anyone with an internet connection can take part in Bitcoin. You don't even need a bank account. Bitcoin runs on a technology called blockchain, which is a ledger. A ledger, like blockchain, provides transparency with all its transactions that cannot be erased. This is why some people say it's not smart to hack people with Bitcoin because the transactions are so transparent. It can be traced back to the original owner. Is Bitcoin being used for criminal activity? Of course it is, sometimes. The banking industry and cash is used for criminal activity way more than Bitcoin, 100x more than Bitcoin. I ran the numbers. Bitcoin's network is very strong and has never been hacked. But bank accounts and emails are so vulnerable that they get hacked regularly.
Thank you. Right on time. Thank you. So I'm going to circle back to the only one missing speaker here, speaker number 17, Angela Chan.
Hello, hi.
Okay, please go ahead, Angela. You have up to 3 minutes.
Wonderful. My name is Angela. I am a non-resident of Vancouver, but I am a taxpayer, and today I'm speaking in support of this motion. For the past 2.5 years, I've had the privilege of teaching in our public school system, working with high school students in digital technology and business education. These students, the next generation of taxpayers, employers, and employees, are already embracing the financial digital age. Years ago, I began incorporating blockchain technology, decentralized and peer-to-peer models of exchange in Bitcoin into my courses. Back then, students had many questions as we collectively investigated Bitcoin's purpose, the network's function, its risks, and its value. Nowadays, the students often have the answers. Generation Z is ready for Bitcoin. Will Vancouver be ready enough for them? As a Vancouver taxpayer, I entrust you to manage our funds responsibly and with foresight. This approach should be fluid, reflecting current needs and with the future in mind. Bitcoin is the best performing asset of the past decade, rising over 32,000% in value. Imagine if Vancouver had held Bitcoin sooner. Now picture Bitcoin as part of the city's financial plan moving forward, and imagine the growth it will add to the city's financial reserve. Its potential to preserve and grow the city's purchasing power is significant. Let's offset future tax hikes through strategic investment in Bitcoin today. So now what about its infamous price volatility? Like other assets, Bitcoin is subject to market pressures, but let's not focus on daily or even monthly fluctuations, but instead look at the long term. Bitcoin's price has historically followed patterns, and patterns allow for prediction and planning. Bitcoin's cyclical nature can be factored into the BIT's long-term financial planning strategy. The Bitcoin-friendly designation could attract blockchain and tech firms, creating jobs and spurring economic growth. It would make Vancouver attractive to high-skilled workers like our tech-savvy youth that our brightest are not ready to find work elsewhere, as many of my students are already considering. Soon-to-be graduates often ask teachers for parting advice, and I always share with them, have an open mind. The world is changing so quickly. Be curious, embrace learning, and do your research. And when you've got all the information you can, take smart risks. Council members, I ask you to do the same. Do the research. As a taxpayer and as a teacher who has witnessed the rapid adoption of digital technologies by our youth, I urge you to support this motion. By considering Bitcoin, you're not just potentially improving the city's financial health, you're investing in the future our students are already preparing for. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Angela. That completes our speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to the Standing Committee on Cities Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Mayor Sim first. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So well, there's so much to say here. Let me tell you. So when we filed this motion, or when I filed this motion, it was a way of, we can see that we're gonna run into a lot of challenges in the future, and it was a way of securing the next future, the next 100 years in the city of Vancouver. And we have affordability challenges, and I truly believe that Bitcoin could be something that solves our challenges, both financially, and affordability, and all our, climate change and the environment. And so during this journey, I ran some numbers, and when we talk about affordability, and it's relevant because the city of Vancouver, we deal with the same affordability challenges that our residents do. I looked at housing prices, and I looked at housing prices in 1995 versus 2022. And the average house price in Vancouver increased 381% from 500,000 to 2.43 million in dollars. But in terms of gold, it pretty much remained flat, 958 ounces in 1995 and 957 ounces in 2022. And so there's something going on here. Our currencies are getting debased and we're losing our purchasing power. When I looked at the financial statements of the city of Vancouver, I noticed we have, these non-risky fixed income securities. We have about $3.1 billion of these types of securities on our books. And the market values dropped down to 2.92 million, or we've lost $185 million in value on these allegedly safe securities. Now, we time for debating and sort of fleshing out these issues isn't now. Today we just want to explore looking at Bitcoin as how it can help us. But I do want to make some points to the Bitcoiners, that the people that support Bitcoin, the vocal ones. Thank you, to the supporters of Bitcoin who understand this technology, but they're afraid to come out because it's still early, and when you're early, people get ostracized. It's safe to come out and have the conversation. And to the pessimists, all I want to say is we totally understand where you're coming from. I feel that every single person who is on their Bitcoin journey bank and speak with a bank teller and do all his interactions with that bank teller because he didn't trust the new technology. I still know people that have a hard time, doing an e-transfer on Interact because at some point it was new. And so for the first time, because of the technology we do have perfect money. There's so many benefits to bringing it into the city of Vancouver, and that's what I'm asking us to explore. And regardless of what happened, I do want to say two things. One, I am so glad it prompted a conversation in the city of Vancouver. And I'm looking forward to, participating in that conversation. And regardless of the outcome, because myself and my family believe in this so much, our family is going to donate $10,000 to the city of Vancouver in the form of Bitcoin. And this is going to be a gift to the city that we love. We totally believe in the benefits of this, and we're putting our money where our mouth is. And that's regardless of what happens today, where this vote goes. I think it's important to send a signal that we truly believe in it, and we do think this can set the city up for the next 100 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Montague, you're the next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. This is complex. It's complex because it's new. We attend a lot of meetings in City Council. Many of them have speakers. One of the things I try and do is try and find speakers who are compelling. And I'll be honest, sometimes that's a challenge. Today, we had speakers. I had a challenge finding speakers that weren't compelling. The diversity and experience, there were small business owners, teachers, accountants, CFOs, people from the tech industry, business professors, entrepreneurs. They all had some really interesting things to say. Things I wasn't expecting. You know, I listened to Jarrett Vaughn and Colin Sullivan talk about negative cost heating solutions for kids' pool. It's hard to wrap my brain around this sort of stuff, but I'm trying to. Ever since the mayor gave his notice of motion, I've been trying to do my bit and learn. Digital boilers, the whole idea that Bitcoin could help with our environmental issues. One of the things I found compelling from the speakers, though, is that almost all of them said, "Don't trust me. Do the work yourself. Don't just take my word for it. Verify the information. Educate yourself. Be curious, do your research." And I think that's what this motion does. It basically is asking city staff to explore options. It's asking city staff to educate the city, verify the information, do the research. And so I'm happy to support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Fry?
Thank you, Chair. And just off the top, I want to genuinely appreciate all the speakers that came with the really authentic goodwill and enthusiasm. I have a considerable amount of knowledge in cryptocurrency, and some of you will know that back when Freddie Hartline was running Decentral at 436 West Pender, prior to that was my studio, and so I'd been by a few times in those early days. But I wasn't orange-pilled for this call today. And I'm going to skip over the details about the Municipal Finance Authority Act and why stable bond-type assets are preferred and actually legislated by the province, and how we as a city can't legally accept and deal in non-legal tender like cryptocurrencies. It's why our stability reserves are constrained that way. But I want to jump in on something that, except for Tillman, nobody mentioned money laundering that comes with decentralized currency. And I don't see any acknowledgement or concern about money laundering in the substance of this motion. I don't see any notion of consulting with law enforcement on this motion. The motion mentions Zug, Switzerland. Switzerland's Crypto Valley, money laundering capital of Europe. Zug is known for tax evasion, Russian oligarchs. It's also the most expensive city to live in Switzerland. El Salvador, of course, the president there, Nayib Bukele, he calls himself the coolest dictator in the world. The Times call him the Times call El Salvador the brutal prison state run by a Bitcoin bro. The lack of independent judiciary hinders the fight against corruption. Bitcoin's anonymity has made it easier to engage in money laundering and criminal activities, tax evasion, and transactions related to transnational gangs and human trafficking. El Salvadorian gangs like MS-13, MS-18, directly involved with the drug trade and human trafficking, and that influences our city. Back in 2019, the Vancouver Police Department came to this council and asked us to ban Bitcoin ATMs over their concerns for money laundering. As recently as May of this year, FinTrack was warning of the same thing with Bitcoin ATMs. The RCMP, Europol, Interpol, Department of Justice, all warn of links to crypto and decentralized digital assets to money laundering, drugs, and even terrorism. Back in the early 2000s, the province of British Columbia, the government of the day had a great idea. They thought they would license casinos, attract big money, big foreign player money, we'd all get rich and we'd fund healthcare and all the things. 20 years later, we call that the Vancouver model, and it is a textbook example of money laundering, where cash was turned into real estate and illicit drugs. The extent to which money laundering is linked to the two greatest crises in our city today can't be overstated. And I mean that absolutely with no disrespect to all the crypto enthusiasts who came here today. And I recognize that it is an exciting time and place. But in the absence of any really specific acknowledgement of the issues and the very serious issues around money laundering and the history in this city, I don't think this is a step in the right direction. And I think when we make decisions around these important considerations and, you know, tangential to our ethical procurement policy and all those things, we are setting an example, and it's an important example. As Canada's third largest city, this does make news. So I need a little bit more to go on than what's in this motion, and I appreciate that the intent is to find out more, but it's the fact that there's no acknowledgement of the serious nature of money laundering and the connection to digital assets and decentral. I'm going to have to pass on this one.
All right, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all the speakers and the range of views that were presented today. I just sort of want to channel a little bit of my my distant past, when it comes to technology and innovation in our city, and reason why I am predisposed towards looking at this opportunity. I come from a background that involved a lot of work across different tech sectors. I won't overstate what they were, but I worked for Electronic Arts in a very nascent period of its existence, and helped design video games. Prior to that, I was kind of an early adopter with a lot of technology and tools. My first email address in the early 90s, my first x86 PC with a floppy drive in the late 1980s, and then later just became very focused and embraced on technology and learning more about the community that we had developed here. Few people know that Outlook, which is the most popular and widely used enterprise email software in the entire world, was begun here. Sorry, Chair, I think I hear your microphone. And was started in a small company called Consumer Software based in Gastown. Distinctive Software was begun in the basement in North Burnaby by Don Matrick and his other friends from the community, which was later became the very popular EA Sports brand here in British Columbia, employing thousands of people and also having many spin-off companies and really becoming the foundation 3 or so decades ago of our tech community here. So I come at this from the standpoint of somebody who's always been very willing to embrace and learn new technologies, and I continue to be that a part of my life journey right now. Like Councillor Montague, I am still in my current early days of really understanding this, and I'm not naive nor ignoring the potential risks and challenges associated around this one. The questions around money laundering are real ones, but I also realize that we use the internet every day, and it is a very, very large and hard to control entity that has many aspects to it, many of them positive and many of them that I wish were not as negative as they are. So I'm really trying to take a look at this as an opportunity. The motion is asking for our staff to go and do the research to bring this back, but I do believe it's really important to strongly signal to our tech community here that Vancouver is a place that began as a leader in the tech front and will continue to be so. And I want people to hear that around the world. I want people to come here and look to Vancouver for being a part of that culture and help bring the prosperity that some of the other tech companies that I mentioned have brought to the city. So with that as my frame of reference, I am interested in having staff report back to us on what this potential opportunity could be for the city of Vancouver, knowing full well that at this point we're not making a firm decision one way or another. We are all just trying to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I appreciate all the passion from our speakers today. I learned quite a bit, and they're clearly super excited and passionate about Bitcoin. I remember quite well when the first Bitcoin ATMs were installed at some of the Waves coffee shops around town 10 to 15 years ago, and I remember walking by and seeing them and thinking, what is that? And maybe I'm kicking myself today for not putting $20 in one of those Bitcoin ATMs a decade ago. But right now, I've got more questions than answers on whether or not it makes sense for the city to be involved in this. And I'm cognizant of the fact that there's a significant difference between the residents of Vancouver investing their own money in cryptocurrency and the city doing the same with public money. I also harbor some skepticism still about cryptocurrency, but I am open to getting more information from our knowledgeable staff and experts as to whether or not adopting some form of openness to crypto payments or cryptocurrency reserves could be beneficial for Vancouver. I say that knowing that any future moves by the city in this space need to be very carefully considered and above all in the public interest. So voting to support the mayor's motion today means that we will get a report back from staff with the information that we need to make an informed decision should we decide to go down that road. So I am keeping an open mind and I look forward to learning more from our staff as to whether or not this makes sense for Vancouverites. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you. Well, I must admit that I have listened intently to the speakers, and they were certainly extremely enthusiastic. I also listened intently to the research that was conveyed by Councillor Fry to us, and I am very much affected by hearing that research. But I started doing my own research as well, and realized that one of the big issues around Bitcoin is its actual production, and there is a lot of concern around the use of electricity, for example, our hydroelectric grid. I watched a whole video about cryptocurrency producer who just loves the electricity grid. We've had conversations in this council chamber around the worry about the supply of electricity in order that we tackle our biggest problem, which is to make sure that our housing and buildings can shift from fossil fuels to electricity. One of the speakers mentioned about the possibility of stabilizing the electric grid by using electricity when there's an excess amount. I have no idea, but right now I know that we are investigating as a province, not investigating, we are as a province actually sending and selling our electricity to California when we produce a lot, and we get a good ROI on that. I have no idea what the ROI would be around Bitcoin using it as opposed to California purchasing it when we also rely on California to purchase from their wind production during the day. So, those are huge concerns. The investment of the city, I was very taken with the speaker who said clearly is really critical, and a government that is really having to be prudent about managing its funds in order to ensure that they are there. being in government is not about investing in risky things or things that are volatile. And there are crashes that are happening at various times in various markets around cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. So as a government, I'm concerned around the investments that will provide stable revenue for the city, that can be secure for the city, and predictable for the city. And so for those reasons, I am not going to be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, it is very interesting to hear from the speakers. I think that anytime you have innovation, there's going to be a certain degree of reticence or sort of a sense of not knowing fully about something. One thing I do appreciate about this motion is that it is exploratory, in the sense that it's not prescriptive and prescribing an outcome. It's looking for the city to do a little bit of research. I was listening to an interview this morning on CBC, Early Edition, and they had a couple of folks on speaking about the notion of Bitcoin. And one of the comments made was that even having this motion has generated such positive energy and publicity around Vancouver being open to innovation and leading in tech. And a lot of the tech was actually developed here for this. And sort of being welcoming that, citing those types of businesses and supporting the technology sector here. So if nothing else happened, the fact that that is starting to happen, and I think, we are sometimes underappreciative of the strength of the tech sector that we have here and what's been developed. I think that that's a positive. It is not, again, prescriptive. It's looking to get some information back. I think about things like how people used to pay their taxes and you had to come to City Hall and you had to line up and you brought a check and all of those things. And we still do that for a segment of the population that wants to do it. But now we have the ability for online payments. And people were nervous about that. And the city had to adapt, and then they had to figure out the appropriate technology. And we are operating in an environment now where we see increased cyber attacks, all kinds of other things, in addition to some of the other points that the mayor has outlined. This is certainly not my area of expertise. I don't know a lot about it. I think, like a lot of others, we're learning. But again, I think it is beneficial for us to continue to be educated. And if that is sort of a secondary outcome, in addition to signaling that Vancouver is open for innovation, and that we get educated as a city staff, as a city council, and as a collective, I think that's a good thing. And I won't sort of presuppose if this ends up as part of the investment portfolio or not. But I do expect that when we get that report back, that council will be governed by making responsible decisions for the city of Vancouver. I will say it's an interesting time to have this conversation because we just had the budget dialogue yesterday. And when we were doing that, there was a lot of status quo, if I can put it that way, around what kind of return we earned from our PEF or our property endowment fund, what some of those other things look like. And I think, again, through pushing the envelope there, we were seeing stronger returns that were coming in and better use of our money and our investments. And that enabled us to actually come up with a lower property tax increase than was originally anticipated. It was starting at around 9. I think at the end of May, the staff outlook was 7. Then the mayor moved a motion, it was no more than 5.5. Then through some of those sort of better management investments and others, we got down to 3.9, 2.9 plus 1% for infrastructure. So I'm curious to get the information back and see what it looks like. And I don't want to shut down that degree of exploration because I want us to be a city that is willing to embrace and make change and innovate. And we need to do that, whether it's in permitting processes or encouraging that incubation in our city and starter spaces, or if it's looking at this as part of the mix. So again, I'm not going to presuppose the outcome. I'm not going to say it's going to come back with a favorable review, but I am going to say I'd like to learn more about it. And I think it's a good thing for a city to be willing to do that. So I will support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Mayor Sin is the next one on the list. I think I was just informed by the city clerk, according to the procedure bylaw, section 8.8, although Mayor Sin has over the 5 minutes limit, but as the mover of the motion, Mayor Sin has additional 5 minutes to close. So Mayor Sin, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to clean something up first, and then I'm going to go through some, I just want to add some color here. So I did make the comment that the city of Vancouver has lost about $185 million in investments. I want to be very clear. First of all, when you look at our financial statements, the cost of our fixed income instruments is about $3.1 billion. It's gone down to about $2.92 billion. That's normal course, right? And, and in the system that we inherit, the current rules that govern our people, our amazing people that work in our finance department, basically they're forced into these things, and there's financial reporting. So I just want to, didn't want to be derogatory there. I just wanted to point out that, safe investments that we're forced to buy aren't necessarily that safe. Okay. So I just want to thank everyone, regardless of how you vote. You have your reasons, and I'm just really happy, that we're able to, be curious and explore with an open mind. I do want to sort of address two issues that came up. And like I said, everyone's at a different point in their journey. And so this isn't a knock. As you get more, when you do more work in it, you sort of learn things. So when it comes to the environment, Bitcoin has the opportunity to actually have so many positive impacts on the environment. When it comes to the flaring of natural gas, it's going to happen regardless. Bitcoin miners can actually capture that gas, repurpose it, and actually reduce the carbon footprint of that flaring. When it comes to methane that's seeping out of, capped wells, what have you, same thing, you can repurpose it. There are a lot of renewable energy projects like solar power, wind power that never get built because the financials do not pan out. But when you have a consumer, Bitcoin miners who will guarantee these projects demand for all of the energy produced, guess what? They get built. And then they actually get used by the local population because the local population is willing to pay more for the energy than the Bitcoin miner. So literally, all these amazing renewable green projects are getting built. This is good for the environment. When it comes to nefarious activities, fraud, call it what you will. There's a lot of fear there. I can tell you it's the complete opposite of reality. The Bitcoin blockchain is the truth machine. It's an immutable record that no one can change unless you have more than 50% plus one consensus. What does that mean? Every single transaction that has ever been recorded in the history of time as it relates to Bitcoin is out there for everyone to see. As an auditor or someone who knows how to audit, it is way easier finding someone who's done something nefarious on the blockchain versus cash. So we can get into that conversation, but all I got to say is if we can all be curious and actually learn more about what is actually going on and what the reality is, I think we'll be in a great spot. Like I said, I've done a lot of work in this area. I can give you the 12 books that I've read on this topic specifically, but I would highly encourage people get up to speed. There's a video out there called God Bless Bitcoin. It covers all the, it may not be your cup of tea in terms of style, but in an hour and 21 minutes, it will give you a very good Bitcoin 101 lesson. You can also read the Bitcoin Standard, the book When Money Dies. That actually has nothing to do with Bitcoin. It talks about the Weimar Republic in 1930s Germany and what happens with hyperinflation. You can read The Future of Money, Bitcoin is Venice, and The Truth Machine. These books will get you up to speed. I would highly encourage you talk to other individuals in the community. It's an amazing community. And the one thing I found is in that community, you don't have left or right. In the States, you don't have Republicans or Libertarians or Democrats. People from all walks of life, they come together, and it's an amazing place where people are positive and they're not divided. And I know we have a track record of being curious and changing our minds in this council. And I approached this from a place of love. Councillor Cllr, I remember we brought up carbon offsets. So I run a carbon neutral or negative family. We buy carbon offsets. We calculate our environmental footprint, number of kids, literally down to the food we eat and how we get about the city. And then we buy these offsets. And I remember being in this chamber, and you basically said, a complete waste of time, these things don't work. And you're filing a motion now on carbon offsets. That is not an attack. That is, you know what? Everyone's on a journey. And as we get more educated on these issues, I think it's the mark of an incredibly brilliant person to, with better information, change their minds. And Councillor Card, you did that in spades as an example. You're willing to be open, and I applaud you for that. And we're not knocking anyone for being at a different part of their journey right now. All I ask people to do is be curious. There's something amazing here, and I think would be great for the city of Vancouver. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so seeing no one else on the queue, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen. Committee members, please register your vote on the voting panel. Voting for this motion. All right, so this motion passed with Councillor Carr and Councillor Fry in opposition, Councillor Dominado, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Boyle in absent. All right, thank you. That completes motion 3 on the agenda. Now we are moving to the motion 4, partnering on the carbon offset project to fund energy retrofits for non-profit housing. It is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Carr. Before we begin this item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Carr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Yeah, okay.
At the beginning of this term, I think we were all on a field trip out to the YVR, introduced to the airport, and I had the chance to talk to the CEO, Tamara Vrooman, and let her know that I had taken a couple of long-distance flights and been very frustrated at that time. I wanted to purchase carbon offsets, and the closest I could find for an offset project to Vancouver or the Lower Mainland, Greater Vancouver, was the Great Bear Rainforest or the Nanaimo landfill capturing gas. And I thought, why, with all the travelers here, do we not have an opportunity to buy offsets that would actually benefit our region? So I brought together a number of people from the Mayor's Office, from YVR, from Metro Vancouver, from Zero Emissions Innovation Centre, and Council to talk that through. We discussed what kind of projects. It seemed very clear to us that we wanted to ensure that whatever projects we looked at or whatever process of carbon offsets, they would result in actual reductions in carbon. There would be a tangible, real result, and that it would be done in a way that would secure public confidence in that process. I hired a constituency assistant who is now with the BC government. She set up meetings with the provincial government, many people within it, including ministers, housing providers across the board, Canada Green Building Council, David Miller of the C40, and we landed on the fact that a really good process or project to move forward with would be something that would reduce the carbon emissions from nonprofit housing, which is the greatest need, especially given how vulnerable people are in heat domes and those kinds of things. So that's what this motion is about. I do have some amendments that I'm going to table, and I'm looking for guidance from staff as to whether I should table them now or after we finish with the speakers and debate. Okay. Great. Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor Carr. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Second by Councillor Fry. All right, so we will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. We have only one registered speaker. Public speaker should state whether they in support or in opposition of the motion. May only speak once, and I will ask speaker if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. The first and only speaker is Gil Yaren. Yeah, please go ahead, Gil. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, my name is Gil Yaron. I'm the Managing Director of Circular Innovation with an organization called Lighthouse. We're a Vancouver-based organization that is advocating for regenerative and circular practices in the built environment. I'm in the spirit of, it's interesting to have just heard the debate about the, cryptocurrency. And in the spirit of open-mindedness and exploration, I did want to speak in favor of this motion. Our building sector represents about 40% of all carbon emissions created, and at the same time, we have a nonprofit housing sector, both locally and nationally, that is struggling to finance retrofits and new builds, and that's part of the housing challenge that we face today. Our government funding for this is completely inadequate, and so it's quite compelling to look at the idea of carbon offsets as a way to provide a market-based mechanism to finance retrofits. Lighthouse in 2023, proposed a similar carbon offset mechanism where we were going to take the energy savings from retrofits of nonprofit housing associations and convert that into a carbon credit, which would then be sold back to the building sector, and the revenue from that would go to fund further energy retrofits and other types of financial support for the social housing sector. This is not new. This is based on a model that exists in the UK. The Housing Association Charitable Trust in the UK has established a carbon credit system that is designed exactly that way, to take the energy savings from the retrofits of their own projects and convert them into carbon credits and sell them on the market. And it has proven to be a very successful initiative. So this approach provides a meaningful way to incentivize the private sector to support social housing, providing the social housing sector with an alternative funding mechanism to government financing, and contributing to all of our collective objectives around carbon reduction. So on that basis, I encourage the committee to endorse this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so this is the end of the speakers list. Thank you, Gil, for speaking to the Standing Committee on Cities, Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? There is. Councillor Cllr, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I just wanted to note for all of council that some of the key speakers that I expected to be able to come were not able to come to today's, in terms of timing, today's meeting. But Wendy Avis of Vancouver Airport did send us a letter. Unfortunately, it went into some general mailbox that the city receives, but I circulated it all to you. So it should be in your inboxes as of today. And it's clear that she was very supportive of moving forward in a collaborative way with us. Also, Jill Atkey of the BC Nonprofit Housing Association did move forward. And just in order to respond to the speaker, and thank you so much for speaking, there is an opening around the proposal to investigate that includes, it mentions BC Nonprofit Housing Association, but also others if appropriate. So there will be work an investigation done on that behalf. I'd like to table those amendments and those.
Okay, so let me move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, those were circulated to you earlier, and the importance of them is that there was a little bit of a last-minute, reviewing of the motion, and so amendments. I incorporated amendments which are highlighted in yellow that have been provided to me by Wendy Avis of YVR, as well as by the Mayor's Office, who has been involved actually from the beginning of this, which was a number of years ago now. So it's just to clarify that YVR is exploring working on this, potentially with travel-related carbon projects during FIFA games, so it's clear about that. And that the report back is being clear. I talked with the city manager as being the first report back. He suggested could be done by Q1 in 2025. So wanted to see that was in place. So those are my amendments.
All right, thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby, to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can I ask a
Oh, sorry. We need a seconder for the amendment. Sorry, I'll pause your.
second?
Okay, seconded by Councillor Kirby.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Can I ask a point of information through you, if I might, to the mover?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Carr. I'm wondering if you can clarify for me, just trying to get a sense from between the original motion and the amendments, who you see potentially creating or leading this project? Because I know that the new language has engaged partners and has reference to, here it is, exploring the opportunity as part of sustainability initiatives and a possible trial project. So who do you see being the lead organization on this? I wasn't clear what role you envision the city playing or not.
Your mic, Councillor Carr.
I'm sorry.
Okay, there we go.
I think that the city is in a role of potential leadership on this, to convene the various parties together towards moving this forward. As I said earlier, the mayor's office has been involved from the beginning of this project, and I think that it's up to them and up to staff to determine that.
So thanks for that. So just follow up if I can. So not just convening, but if the project's identified, like who sets it up, who leads it, who collects the offsets, the operationalization, I guess.
That is for the pursuit that this is directing staff to come back to you as council with how it would actually be structured, and those are questions that are not yet answered. I mean, that's what this motion does, is direct the investigation of how it would be structured, who would take the lead. The beginning of this, however, is intended as a trial.
Okay, so just one quick clarification just for time then. So now I'm just cross-referencing language between the original and the new. So now it's not proceeding like the other one was and reporting back on progress. This one is reporting back on the feasibility before a project is initiated. Do I have that right?
It's reporting back on the feasibility, and following that, the language is clear to report back to council periodically on the process.
Right, but before a project would start, it would be like, here's a project that we think is potentially feasible.
Exactly.
This is what, does council want to proceed with this? Have I got that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no one else on the queue, so let's go to the vote for this amendment. So clerk, please take us to the voting panel. All right. Okay, this amendment passed unanimously. Okay, back to the main queue, Councillor Carr.
Oh, I was just responding to the question raised to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, seeing no one else on the queue, so let's go to the vote. So we are voting for the motion as amended. Councillor, please register your vote on the voting panel for the council as amended. Councillor Meisner? Okay, good. All right, so this motion passed unanimously. Thank you. This completes motion 4. Yeah. Councillor Carr, you have.
Yes, thank you. It completes the actual substance of it in terms of the therefore be it resolved clauses. However, some of my amendments, again, at the working with the YVR in particular, involve the whereases, and that has to be done by a separate motion. So I have submitted that already to all of you. So you'll see that it's only in clauses 6 and 7.
Okay, so can we bring that to the screen, clerk? All right. It's not showing up.
If I can just speak to it while you've got it up.
Please go ahead.
The importance of this is really that YVR is still in an exploratory phase around what they intend to do, especially around the FIFA games. So they were very keen to see the language reflect that they are in an exploratory phase themselves around that. But they want to work with us, the City of Vancouver, related to FIFA and beyond.
All right, thank you. That's an easy change. So are we going to the witness? Okay, second there as well. Second by Councilor Kerbian, and we still need to vote on this preamble, right? Okay, so let's go to the vote for this change of the preamble. Okay, so the change has also passed unanimously with Councilor Dominado, Councilor Black, and Councilor Boyle in absent. All right, that complete motion 4. Okay, good. Okay, so let's go back to the first report on the agenda today. Broadway plan review and implementation. Before we begin this item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none. This item has a staff presentation, and the committee could opt to waive this presentation unless any committee member would find the presentation useful. Okay, so let's take a 10 minutes break to have the next item set up. So we're gonna be back at 3:51. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mayor, members of council. My name is Matt Shillito. I'm the Director of the Special Projects Office in Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability. We appreciate the opportunity to present this report to you this afternoon on Broadway plan implementation. Joining me to run through the presentation are Chris Marr and John Grottenberg from the Special Projects Office, and we have staff from Planning, Engineering, and the Park Board here to answer your questions. The staff report before you today has four main elements. The first is a general update on plan implementation. As you're aware, there continues to be a very high volume of rezoning activity in the plan area, and so we'll walk you through the latest numbers in terms of the development proposals in the pipeline. The second element covers a series of amendments to the plan that staff are recommending. These are partly in response to the provincial transit-oriented area legislation enacted in December of last year, but we're also recommending a number of additional amendments, some of which are intended to address learnings from the first 2 years of the plan implementation, while others respond to council directions and decisions made since the plan was adopted. The third element is a public realm plan. That's a plan for the improvements to the streets and public spaces, and that was a key implementation action following approval of the Broadway plan in 2022. And then the final element is a master plan and policy framework for the Civic District, by which we mean the City Hall campus. This is intended to guide rezoning and development of the district over time, including the north block fronting Broadway, which will be returned to the city following completion of the subway in 2027. Before I hand over to Chris, I just want to provide a very brief overview of the Broadway plan as a reminder. As you know, the Broadway plan is a major planning initiative focusing on opportunities to integrate development with transit along and around the Broadway subway. It provides a comprehensive framework to guide growth and positive change over 30 years. The plan is centered on Broadway, generally from Cllr Drive in the east to rapid transit to Vancouver's second downtown, making it much more convenient to get around, both within the city and within to the wider region. The Broadway plan aims to capitalize on that investment and make the surrounding neighborhoods more complete, equitable, and sustainable. The plan also aligns with and advances the goals of several citywide policies, particularly in the key areas of housing, jobs, and sustainability. And it enables us to meet our responsibilities to partners like TransLink and the provincial government. These are expressed in the supportive policies agreement between the city and TransLink, which you'll recall oblige the city to create a plan that enables higher density development, affordable housing and job space, and improved transportation options. And as I mentioned, the plan must also now respond to the provincial transit-oriented area legislation enacted last year. So with that overview, I'll hand over to Chris to run through the remainder of the presentation. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Chris Ma, planner with the Special Projects Office. As Matt said, I will start with an overview of Broadway plan implementation. So over the first 2 years of the plan, we've seen substantial development activity. Currently, we have 44 rezoning inquiries, 66 rezoning applications, and 29 projects that have been approved. As you can see, the development activity is distributed throughout the plan area. Those applications and approvals add up to more than 20,000 housing units. Just under 12,000 of those units are currently in rezoning application, and we also have a substantial number that have been already been approved. Over 90% of this new housing is rental housing, including a significant amount of below-market rental, as well as a smaller amount of non-market housing. These trends are aligned with the goals of the Broadway plan to shift development towards rental housing to make up for decades of underbuilding of rental housing. Currently, we're seeing lower interest in strata residential development due to weak market conditions, but this could certainly change given the cyclical nature of the market. We We also have a significant amount of job space in the pipeline with over 7.4 million square feet of non-residential space. The majority of the job space is office, but we also have sizable amounts of hotel, industrial, and retail. This is encouraging given that we're experiencing quite a soft office market, and we're also encouraged to see the interest in hotel development in the area and industrial. There are also several other notable development highlights. Of the projects in application or approved, we have approximately 400 hotel rooms, 25 small-scale commercial spaces in residential areas, over 500 childcare spaces, 1.5 acres of new public space, and approximately 50,000 square feet of new arts and cultural space. So with that summary of development activity, I will provide an overview of the plan review and the proposed policy changes. So this is the first review of the Broadway plan, and it focuses on 3 topics. The first and foremost is to align with the new provincial TOA legislation requirements, which were introduced following the approval of the Broadway plan. The second is to address a small number of issues that have been identified through the early rezonings and incorporating learnings. Lastly, we're proposing changes to respond to emerging priorities of this council, like hotel development, as well as recent council decisions on policy, particularly related to public views. It's important to note that the proposed changes meet or exceed the TOA legislative requirements. This builds on significant development capacity already within the existing Broadway plan. So in December 2023, the province passed new legislation for land use planning near transit. Areas near SkyTrain stations were designated as transit-oriented areas, or TOAs. In these TOAs, there are minimum building heights and densities that the city must enable. Within 200 meters of SkyTrain stations, the legislation requires the city to permit 20 stories and a floor space ratio of 5. Within 400 meters, 12 stories and a floor space ratio of 4. And within 800 meters, 8 stories and an FSR of 3. There are 8 TOAs within the Broadway plan area as shown on this map. So this map here shows the areas where we are considering policy changes. The areas identified for change are primarily to align with the TOA requirements, but there are a small number of areas where policy is being proposed to change for other reasons, such as changes to protected public view guidelines. The land use policy changes fit into 3 general categories. The first, the villages. The second, low-density residential areas, and the third, the centers. So in the villages, such as Main Street Village and South Granville Village, the current policy limits heights up to 6 stories and between 3 and 3.7 FSR with commercial uses at grade. To align with the legislation, staff are proposing up to 20 stories and 5 FSR within 200 meters of stations, and 12 stories and 4 FSR within 400 meters. These are the required heights and densities from the legislation. Commercial uses would still be required at grade, and residential uses would be limited to rental housing with 20% secured at below market rents. This is more height and density compared to what was originally envisaged in the Broadway plan. However, it does not necessarily mean that all of the villages will change. In many cases, existing land values are high due to valuable retail uses in these busy commercial areas. Redevelopment would not necessarily be financially attractive, especially with the below market rental requirements. In the low-density residential areas, the Broadway plan currently enables up to 6 stories and between 2.4 and 2.7 FSR for secured rental housing. As several of these areas are within 800 meters of transit stations, we're proposing to amend the policy to enable up to 8 stories and 3 FSR for secured rental housing to align with the legislation. While up to 8 stories would be enabled, staff still expect that many will construct at 6 stories, given that wood frame construction is capped by the building code at 6 stories currently. The last category of change is the centers. This slide does not cover all of the changes in the centers, but provides an example. This example is for Granville Street north of Broadway. In this location, previous policy was for up to 10 stories and 4.5 FSR, which was due to the view cones down Granville Street. Given recent changes to the view cones, the policy context for the area has changed, and staff are proposing amendments to allow up to 25 stories and 8 FSR, with options for secured rental housing with below-market units, strata housing, or social housing. This exceeds the TOA requirements. The Broadway plan also contains policies which limit the number of towers per block in several locations. The areas shown in blue and purple on this map are locations which currently have some form of tower limits. The centers shown in blue, current policy allows up to 3 towers per block face, which is the area bounded by 3 streets and a lane. The residential areas, shown in purple, generally allow up to 2 towers per block, which is the area bounded by 4 streets, not including the lane. All of the areas that aren't shaded are either large and unique sites or industrial areas where tower limits don't apply, or residential areas where towers are not currently enabled by the policy. Staff are proposing to remove tower limits in the hatched areas shown on this map. This would remove tower limits in all of the centers. Current policy allows only 3 towers per block face, but due to tower separation requirements and the size of most block faces, 3 towers is typically the most that could be built anyhow, making it a somewhat redundant regulation. Tower limits would also be removed in the residential areas where the majority of the block is within 400 meters of rapid transit. In these areas, the province requires the city to enable at least 12 stories, which would constitute a tower. It's staff's interpretation of the TOA regulations and guidelines that the city cannot strictly limit the number of towers per block under the legislation, which is why we're proposing to remove the limits. Outside of 400 meters from transit, staff are also proposing to remove tower limits on the residential half blocks that are immediately off of Broadway, as they are in direct proximity to shops, services, and amenities. Other built form and urban design requirements will continue to apply, such as minimum site sizes for towers, as well as tower separation. The tower limits would be retained in the residential areas that are more than 400 meters from transit stations. This will help focus growth in the areas nearest to transit with less intensity in the outlying locations, but still opportunity for development. It's also important to note that staff are proposing to exempt 100% social housing projects from the tower limit policies in all locations. So even in locations where tower limit policies don't apply, build-out would vary depending on the block context. There are many different factors that will dictate how development occurs. It's also important to note that build-out will occur gradually over the course of the plan. There are blocks where we will still see fewer towers built, what we'd call more constrained blocks, and blocks where more towers may be possible, or less constrained blocks. Constraints on development that could limit the build-out include heritage buildings, high-value existing properties that aren't likely redevelopment candidates, development patterns and lot configurations, and property assembly challenges. So this slide here shows an example of what we'd call a more constrained block. In this case, you see 2 new towers at the full 30-year build-out. Some inhibiting factors on this block include the presence of heritage buildings that aren't candidates for redevelopment, high-value properties, or those with assembly constraints. So those could be newer buildings that aren't likely to redevelop, or properties where assembly is challenging. For instance, a large strata apartment building where wind-up of the strata is difficult to achieve. Lastly, there are remainder lots, which due to redevelopment patterns do not have the requisite site size for a tower development. These properties may either keep the existing building or redevelop with a low-rise building. Here is an example of a less constrained block with 4 towers at the full 30-year build-out. This example has far fewer constraints on development. There's 1 high-value property or property with assembly constraints and 2 remainder lots, which could either remain with their current buildings or develop as a low-rise. To summarize, there are several factors that can limit the number of towers that are built on a given block. The existing blocks in Broadway vary. To see development of several towers on a single block would require that multiple variables align. Staff are also proposing changes to policy to expand the geographic scope for hotel development, as well as incentivize hotel development by permitting increases in height and density, as well as adding options for mixed-use hotel and strata residential projects. In close proximity to downtown, Broadway is a logical place for significant expansion of our hotel supply. The hatched areas are locations with substantial existing hotel allowances under policy, which we are not proposing to change. The pink areas are locations where hotel development options will be added, and the areas in orange are locations where we've enhanced allowances for hotels. As a result of these proposed changes, we are also proposing to adjust the Broadway plan's hotel target from 1,200 rooms to 3,000 rooms. Staff are also proposing proposing to amend policy to allow for flexibility in tower heights. This is a result of some of the findings we've had from some of the early rezonings. Staff see potential benefits, particularly for larger sites. Enabling modest increases in height of the towers will allow designers to redistribute density on the site, which can help to enable a greater range of building forms, including tower in the park projects in residential areas. It can provide opportunities to secure public open space on development sites, can help facilitate heritage conservation, and provide design flexibility for a greater variety of forms. The areas this height flexibility would apply to currently allow anywhere from 12 to 40 stories. Additional height would generally be limited to 6 stories. However, staff do not expect that all projects would need to utilize all of this additional height. Tenant relocation and protection policies are a core component of the Broadway plan. The enhanced tenant protections are key to the plan's equitable development approach and are fundamental to ensuring existing renters can stay in their neighborhoods while also enabling new rental supply. Staff are not proposing to amend the tenant protection policies of the plan. With that said, though, staff are continuously evolving our approach to implementation while maintaining the core principles of the policies. Through robust and ongoing engagement with stakeholders and industry, staff have made changes to administration of the policy. We will continue to monitor the process and improve our approaches to ensure the policy is implementable. Lastly, there are other more minor policy changes being proposed. These include things like removing office tower floor plate sizes, maximum sizes in industrial and employment areas based on some of the learnings through early rezoning projects. We're also proposing to repeal 6 sets of C3A design guidelines. C3A zoning is throughout much of the Broadway plan area, including along Broadway itself, as well as other commercial areas within the plan. The guidelines proposed to be repealed are complex and in many cases largely outdated. Some of the guidelines date back to the 1970s and are no longer aligned with the future vision for the Broadway area or current urban design best practices. Others cover areas that are largely built out already. The relevant sections of those guidelines will be brought into the Broadway plan's built form policies. And lastly, there are several other minor amendments to policies to improve clarity, which would more or less be housekeeping amendments. So over the summer, staff engaged the public on the proposed Broadway plan policy changes and heard a variety of feedback. There were concerns about building heights and densities, but also some support. Most concern about heights and densities in larger buildings were primarily on local streets, with a greater acceptance for height and densities near transit and along arterials. We also heard concern about loss of neighborhood character, heritage, and cultural spaces. The existing Broadway plan and the proposed amendments include measures to help address some of these concerns, particularly in the residential areas. I'll now go through some of those measures. The proposed policy amendments include flexibility in building heights, as I mentioned, to accommodate different site design and as well additional open space. This will help provide areas of relief and space in between buildings. The plan also calls for 4-story podiums in residential areas where podiums are provided to help relate to the existing building heights. This avoids tall podiums, and the 4-story podium provides a street-level experience that is similar in scale to what exists today. There are also policies that will enhance the green and leafy streetscape character of these residential areas. The Public Realm Plan, which I'll go through in following slides, outlines a vision for new car-free and car-light greenways that can help add greenery to the streets. We also have setback requirements for new development, both at grade but also below grade. The setbacks at grade provide space for landscaping and planting, and the setbacks below grade provide space to ensure that we have healthy and mature street trees and the proper growing conditions for them. Now I will talk a little bit about growth and change expected for the area. So with the policy changes being proposed, we've also updated our development capacity estimates for the area. Today, the Broadway plan area is home to about 83,000 residents, 54,000 households, and 84,000 jobs. When the plan was approved in 2022, staff estimated development capacity for an additional 50,000 residents, 30,000 homes, and 42,000 jobs over the course of the 30-year plan. Due to the policy changes being proposed, which will enable more growth, particularly with respect to housing, as well as the indications from significant early development interest, staff have revised our development capacity estimates. We now estimate capacity for an additional 64,000 people, 41,500 homes, and 45,000 jobs by 2050. It's important to remember that this growth and change will occur incrementally over the 30-year life of the plan. It will be distributed over a very large plan area of nearly 500 blocks, and that development will vary depending on location, taking different shapes and forms. This drawing is an example of what the growth and change could look like over a 10-year time horizon. This is not meant to be any specific location, but rather a conceptual illustration. This image is of a residential apartment area with the centers along Broadway at the top. The residential apartment area is split with blocks further from transit that have a limit of 2 towers per block and locations closer to transit without tower limits. You'll see varied building forms, heights, and patterns of development. Additionally, segments of car-free and car-light greenways are shown. It's also important to note that this is showing a residential area where tower development is enabled, but there are several areas of the Broadway plan that are designated for low-rise residential development only and would not contain any towers. So this next image shows the same location after 20 years. There are more new buildings, also with varying forms and scales and heights. There's a greater concentration near the SkyTrain stations in Broadway. Additionally, we begin to see that Greenway network further built out. And lastly, we have full build-out at 30 years. Again, there is a greater concentration of new development near transit and Broadway itself. In the residential areas, there's a mix of towers and low-rise developments. Across the plan area in the residential
Chair.
areas where towers...
I'm sorry to interrupt. I have a point of privilege. I'm getting a note from the public saying that the public streaming of the presentation has ceased and they're not able to see it. Can we just verify if the stream is working? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Clerk, can we verify that? Okay. You can see that, right? Can we ask the IT to double check as well? Everything's good, right? No user. Okay. Okay, so I'll clarify. Okay. Yeah, Councilor Corbion, I think clerk checked. There's no issue on YouTube. Streaming is all good.
Okay, I was just noting, so I got a message from 2 different people that said that they had a note that streams were not currently available, but okay.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Ask them to refresh.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, please go ahead.
Great, thanks. Maybe I'll start this one again. And lastly, so this is the 30-year build out. Again, there's a concentration of new development near transit and Broadway itself. In the residential areas, there's a mix of towers and low-rise development. So across the plan in residential areas where towers are enabled, we expect the average number of towers per block to vary depending on the neighborhood. In some neighborhoods, we expect less than 1 tower per block on average. And in other areas, we expect about 2 towers per block on average. This image shows a residential area that is closer to the 2 towers per block on average. This is a substantial change to these residential areas from what exists today. However, the change will occur over decades. The policy will also enable significant opportunities for new secured rental housing, including below-market rental, on quieter local streets rather than just on busier arterials. As mentioned previously, the plan includes built form and site design policies to help ensure that neighborhoods are enjoyable, healthy, and livable places for people, and retain their green and leafy character. So now I will shift to the Broadway Public Realm Plan. When the Broadway Plan was approved in 2022, Council provided a number of directions to staff that included reallocating a minimum of 11% of road space to non-car uses, identifying an appropriate park and open space provision target, and consulting with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to incorporate their values into the public realm. This public realm plan addresses all 3 of those directions. So the Broadway Public Realm Plan, or PRP, outlines where and how public realm and public space improvements will be made across the plan area. There are 5 key moves that make up this PRP. The first is to elevate MST cultural visibility in the public realm. This is largely aligning with the UNDRIP strategy and UNDRIP action plans, which were co-created with the nations, while also focusing on potential areas of interest specific to the Broadway plan area. The second is to transform Broadway into a great street. With the subway construction, we are able to reimagine Broadway as a much more pedestrian-friendly environment. The third move is quite simply to add more public spaces. The area today has low provisions of public space, and that's something that we're looking to address, especially with the growth that we expect over the coming decades. The fourth move is about completing neighborhood routes to ensure great connections to and from public spaces, but also to turn our mobility network into places for public life themselves. A good example of this would be greenways. And the last key move is to nurture nature. This focuses on tree canopy, biodiversity, and rainwater management. There are gaps in our tree canopy that need to be addressed, and we also have opportunities to add biodiversity and ecological connectivity. So today we have public space challenges that the PRP sets out to address. This map shows our existing public space network, as well as priority areas for public spaces and parks, shown in purple and hatched purple. The priority areas were determined by identifying locations where residents today have little or no access to public spaces or parks nearby. In general, we have a relatively low provision of public spaces in this area. There are approximately 83 acres of public space today, which equates to about 4.4% of the overall area. Fairview and Mount Pleasant are some of the lowest, have some of the lowest park provisions citywide, which is why you see the priority areas are concentrated in these neighborhoods. While most people in the area are within a 5-minute walk of at least a public space, the amount, quality, and variety of spaces varies greatly by location. So how do we address these deficiencies? Historically, the city has looked to address public space deficiencies by acquiring new land and building new public spaces. In the Broadway area, we need to look at other approaches as well, as the urban context means there's little vacant or underutilized land, and land that can be acquired will be costly. In light of this, the PRP proposes approaches tailored to the area. These approaches include improving the existing spaces that we have so we can accommodate a greater variety and intensity of use, strategically acquiring new land for public spaces where we can, either through purchase or dedication on development sites. Also, reallocating road space to create more people-centered spaces and improve the public realm. We'll be designing our new public spaces to be more flexible and serve more users. And it's also important to ensure strong connections to our signature public spaces in the area or just outside, like the Arbutus Greenway, parks in False Creek South, and the seawall. And lastly, we'll be coordinating our public realm improvements for cost effectiveness and to realize co-benefits. So with that approach, the Broadway PRP establishes targets for 2050. We will seek to deliver 25 acres of additional public space. This would result in about an increase of 30% from what we have today. And the public spaces would include plazas, parks, privately owned public spaces, and public schoolyards. Of that additional public space, we're aiming for just over half to be park or park-like spaces. This is in recognition of the unique functions that parks provide that other public spaces cannot always accommodate. And we're also reiterating Council's commitment to reallocate at least 11% of the road space in the area. So with the summary of the PRP's key moves and targets, I'll provide some examples of what those approaches will look like. A significant contributor will be Broadway's transformation to a great street. A minimum of 11% of the road space will be reallocated, primarily by repurposing the curb lane on both sides of the street. This will make space for wider, more accessible sidewalks and an enhanced pedestrian realm, green infrastructure and rainwater management like tree trenches and rain gardens, space for large trees, patios that are directly outside of storefronts, and more spaces for seating. The PRP also sets out a comprehensive vision for road space reallocation. This is a significant transformation of the urban context and will reshape the area. Over the 30-year plan, there will be car-free and car-light greenways, blue-green systems, expansions of parks, and sidewalk widening on commercial streets. The reallocated road space will make way for new public spaces. So these are some of the examples of what the reallocated road space could look like. There will be opportunities for new plazas for socializing and gathering, small pocket parks to provide reprieve in the urban environment, green spaces for nature and biodiversity, as well as greenway linear parks, which provide high-quality active transportation connections, but can also create substantial connected spaces for play and recreation or other uses. So as part of the PRP, staff undertook partner engagement with Musqueam and Tsleil-Waututh. We heard from the two nations' desire to partner on design of new public spaces, to see Indigenous biodiversity, food production, and water in the public realm, to ensure that there are spaces for cultural practice that are incorporated in the public realm, and to weave culture and education throughout the area. These are shared goals for the city, and the work with the nations during the PRP process positions us well to continue that work through implementation to reach our shared goals. We also heard from the community and stakeholders. Generally, we heard support for reallocation of road space to create new public spaces, a desire for more green space, a need for improved pedestrian and cycling connections, the importance of accessibility in the public realm, including infrastructure like benches and washrooms, and also some did express the need to maintain parking, loading, and vehicle access. So the PRP will be delivered incrementally over 30 years. It will be delivered through development contributions, city capital projects, and partner funding. The Broadway Plan Public Benefit Strategy identifies funding for several public realm priorities throughout the first 10 years of the plan. This includes Broadway as a Great Street, greenways, blue-green systems, plazas, and parks. Delivery of the public realm improvements will be flexible in terms of timing and cost. There are several ways that the city can deliver these public realm improvements, and the approaches taken will in part be determined by the funding availability at the time. For example, temporary measures may be taken at first, which can yield significant benefit, but at a much lower cost. Over time, as funding is available, spaces may be upgraded. Lastly, a reminder too that the public realm improvements will occur incrementally as the area grows as well. So with that, I'll pass it over to my colleague, John Grottenberg.
Thanks, Chris. John Grottenberg, Broadway Plan Team. So moving along to the third major piece of implementation work for this report is the master plan to guide the long-term redevelopment of the Civic District or City Hall campus. Civic District is one of several large and unique sites in the Broadway Plan area, which require additional planning work to create site-specific policies to guide future rezonings. For this work, Civic District includes the city property on the blocks bounded by Broadway to the north, 12th Avenue to the south, Yukon Street to the east, and Cambie Street to the west. The site is separated by 10th Avenue, with the north block, which is currently being used for staging and construction laydown area for the Broadway subway project, and the south block, where we are here today, that includes the Heritage City Hall building, Helena Gutteridge Plaza, or the former East Wing building, and the City Hall lawn and gardens. Under the Broadway Plan, this site is within Uptown, the heart of Vancouver's second downtown in central Broadway, and the plan seeks to intensify the area with employment uses such as major office, hotel, retail, and institutional space in proximity to two rapid transit lines. Through this process, real estate and facilities management is representing the city as landowner and applicant, and planning is representing the city as the regulator. It's expected that a rezoning application for the North Block will be submitted in 2025. Key objectives for Civic District planning are to, 1, optimize city assets by reducing lease space and associated costs by consolidating city staff from various office locations nearby and in other parts of Vancouver onto a central campus, and by creating opportunities for potential revenue streams to offset costs to taxpayers. 2, addressing the seismic safety of the Heritage City Hall building to ensure resilience and business continuity of public services. 3, to have a long-term plan for the city properties at the intersection of two rapid transit lines, with the North Block planned to be returned to the city with completion of the Broadway subway project in 2027. And 4, to provide enhanced civic services in a welcoming and inclusive environment, as well as improve community amenities to serve the neighborhood and the city as a whole. Through public engagement in June and July of this year, we received a range of feedback on 3 concepts for the site to help shape a preferred concept. Key cross-cutting engagement themes included strong support for the preservation of green spaces, existing trees, the community garden, and enhancing green infrastructure with new development, support for enhanced walkability and vehicle light streets, in particular with the West 10th Avenue between the North and South blocks, emphasis on the importance of spaces that serve as social hubs for gathering and to foster community interaction, and recognizing the site's civic significance and prominent location at Broadway and Cambie, a desire for design excellence that's visually appealing and creative, green, and accessible. The recommended Civic District Master Plan is an opportunity to reimagine the civic heart of Vancouver. Redevelopment of the North Block on the left-hand side of the image will include high-density development integrated with the Broadway City Hall SkyTrain station with a mix of commercial uses such as retail, major office, and hotel, with flexibility to consider a component of residential uses for rental and affordable housing. This block will also include a new mid-block civic gateway, providing a central public open space for gathering and events, and also seek to integrate a mobility hub near the SkyTrain station for secure parking of bikes, scooters, and other micromobility devices. Longer term, redevelopment of the South Block on the right-hand side will be anchored by a new city-serving plaza or civic commons and revitalized green spaces with significant tree provision. Redevelopment of the footprint of the Helena Gutteridge Plaza would accommodate a high-density, mixed-use building, primarily with civic office and institutional uses, small-scale retail, and a potential childcare facility. The Heritage area will retain the existing City Hall building and grounds, and 10th Avenue between the North and South Block will become a car-free greenway for people walking, rolling, and cycling. Looking at a 3D axo view, we can see the massing concept for the site. The North Block would have approximately 700,000 square feet of floor area, with building heights up to approximately 340 feet, or the underside of the recently amended Queen Elizabeth view cone. The recent changes to the Cambie View 9 looking north down Cambie and the views to City Hall have also enabled opportunity for more height and density closer to Cambie Street and new development integrated with the SkyTrain station. The South Block would have approximately 450,000 square feet of new floor area, so not including this building, with a building height up to approximately 300 feet. So that concludes our presentation. We have staff here from Planning, Engineering, and Park Board available to answer any questions from Council. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Very comprehensive update. Now it's up to the committee members to ask questions. Councillor Meisner, you're the first one. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, staff, for the presentation and the update. I'm wondering if you can comment first off, first question, on the public consultation that went into the development of this plan. I've seen, lots of conversation, of course, online around a perceived lack of public consultation, and I just would really like to get on the record some information as to the public consultation that's gone into the development of this plan.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, for the question. So, in the development of the Broadway plan between 2019 and 2022, we undertook very extensive public consultation over about 4 phases with over 30,000 engagement touch points. Pre-COVID, that included a number of in-person events, open houses, walking tours, workshops. We had surveys, etc. When the pandemic arrived, we hit pause on the process and pivoted to an online or virtual engagement approach using a variety of tools through what we called our emerging directions phase. And then as the months went by, we pivoted again to a hybrid approach to engagement using virtual engagement tools, but also a number of in-person events, open houses, etc., which we carried through to completion of the plan. So throughout the process, a number of opportunities to get involved through a different variety of engagement tools and tactics. We also did 3 major postcard and mailouts to the entire plan area, key points through the process. So very extensive engagement through the Broadway plan itself. And then June and July of this year, a number of open houses, online surveys, etc., on the changes that we're proposing today.
Okay, that's great to hear. And so not just the original Broadway plan, but also these changes. There's been extensive public consultation opportunities as well.
That's correct. Yeah, we had in-person open houses in each of the neighborhoods, online surveys, meetings with stakeholders, et cetera.
Great. Okay, thank you for that. I had a question about page 25 in the presentation around new hotel areas. I just want to confirm if I'm correct in seeing that some of those areas are on the south side of West 2nd Avenue between Main and Cambie. If someone was able to comment on that, that was a surprise to me.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. So in looking at opportunities to further encourage hotel development, we worked with our colleagues in economic development and engaged with our partners at Metro Vancouver and looked at strategic locations in the Mount Pleasant industrial area, so including that south side of 2nd, the edge along Yukon, and also the edge along Main Street, given those locations to commercial streets, to rapid transit, to enable opportunities for mixed light industrial hotel development, which would be something quite new, but there is some interest in. So these projects would contain a significant portion of light industrial with a hotel component above.
Okay, that's good to know that it's a mixed use piece and that we'll still retain the industrial use as well as adding hotel.
That's correct, yeah.
Are we aware of other examples of that being tried in other cities? Sounds pretty innovative.
It is quite innovative. There's examples, I believe, in some US cities and then potentially in Europe, but I think for Vancouver, this would certainly be a new and innovative approach.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. Question around the interest that we're seeing. We're seeing a substantial number of applications, like 20,000 rental units, I believe, in the pipeline, which is going to make a huge difference for Vancouverites. And so there's significant interest. I guess my question is, does that mean that we're going to see all these projects break ground at the same time? Is this going to be gradual? I just want to get a sense from staff as to what Vancouverites can expect in terms of the rollout of this new housing, just to maybe allay some fears of mass change right away. That's not what we're looking at, right?
That's right, Councillor. Thanks for the question. I think it's fair to say that of the 20,000 new homes in the pipeline, some of those projects will fall away naturally. That does include rezoning inquiries. And there's normally a natural attrition rate for some going through the application process. Our best estimate, perhaps, of what might be delivered in the first 10 years is maybe around 8,000 homes, but that's highly contingent on a number of factors like construction costs, interest rates, the strength of the economy more broadly, and so on. And of course, we must remember that we're talking about a plan here that covers 500 blocks. And as you saw on the slide, the development interest is quite broadly spread across the whole plan area. So I think it's certainly true to say that the development will be incremental, will be spread over a wide geographical area, and we will see how that uptake comes, but it will be, I think incremental is certainly still the right word.
Great. Okay, thanks so much. That's my time.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Kabia.
Yeah, thanks. Can I move for a second round off the bat?
Yeah, seconder. Yep. Second by Councillor Fry. All in favor say yea. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion passed.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks for the presentation. I have a number of questions, and I'm going to follow up on sort of a similar theme from my questions on the Vancouver plan this morning. And I was asking around the shift in tenure that we're seeing across the city. So the Vancouver plan contemplated in our targets, for example, 75% rental, that included social. And then looking at the 20,000 units in the pipeline here, again, 15,000 of those are market rental. And there's a commentary that limited strata development interest due to poor current market conditions. At the same time, we have relied as a city on a model of CACs to support new amenities and growth, and we have an ambitious public realm plan that will require some creativity around funding. So I'm looking to get a sense of the role that strata could or should play here in terms of our ability to actually create the livability and fund the public realm piece.
Yeah, our housing strategy still is encouraging of strata within all our plan areas, including Broadway plan, but we understand that the market has shifted in a significant way towards rental for a variety of reasons. Some of those are the incentives that we use to encourage them, but some of it's the natural market limitations based on the fact that we're toward the end of a fairly vicious cycle of eroding affordability.
So I know that we're favoring, maybe to sort of approach it a different way, I know we're favoring the desired tenure types in terms of rental, knowing that new folks moving into the city, that's what people need. But are we enabling or allowing strata?
Absolutely, we are. And you're correct in your assertion that our growth funding model over a period of time has been based on the assumption that there'd be principally a tenure type that's related to strata. And so it demands that we look at revisiting how our growth funding model works, understanding that the majority of our growth here on in, regardless of how enabling we are of strata, will tilt more and more towards rental over time.
Okay, so specifically as it relates to hotel then, and knowing that those mixed-use projects are typically more difficult to deliver, just like rental is to strata, I always say hotel is to commercial, it's not as easy necessarily. So are we looking in some of the, I guess what'll be intersecting or supporting hotel policies about enabling more strata to get hotels delivered?
Yes, our policy's been crafted, informed by conversations with applicants interested in doing strata and hotel mix, and we understand that that strata and hotel mix is an effective way at high density to support that hotel use.
Okay. Can we talk about POPs, privately owned public spaces, on the public realm theme there, and what that looks like? I know there's a suggestion of potentially additional height up to 6 stories, I believe. But are we looking to create sort of open gardens, green space, wider sidewalk setbacks? How do we secure those POPs and make them actually meaningful public space?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So exactly kind of that, the additional flexibility in terms of building height allows us to redistribute some of the density that would have landed on the ground and open up more of the ground plane. So in different areas, that it's going to take different forms. In commercial areas or in villages, it might be more plaza type spaces. In residential areas, more green space. So it could be things like towers in the park. The city staff too, through implementation of the public realm plan, will be working on how we secure those spaces, but the intent is to secure them for public use. And ensure that they help contribute to the overall public space targets that we have.
Okay. Am I correct that I heard that in terms of the tower limits, and you're speaking, it was 3 per block, that's being removed because the city cannot limit the number of towers per block under the provincial legislation? Did I hear that correctly?
So, yeah, within the 400-meter TOA ring, it's staff's interpretation that as we must enable up to 12 stories, that we couldn't impose a quantitative number on how many towers could land on a block. So that's staff's interpretation of the TOA policies and regulations.
And we feel solid in that interpretation?
We do. We believe that given that the province is requiring us to allow 12 stories or a tower, a site with the requisite size and that can meet things like tower separation.
And why did we put the tower limit on originally? Because I remember asking about that in terms of the frontage intersection and trying to create more interesting streetscape as opposed to large assemblies and larger, more monolithic buildings.
Councillor Boyle, at time.
I can come back on for that answer. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. So following through on the tower limit conversation, and more specifically in the village areas, looking at some of the comments from Matt Cholito in Dan Fumano's article in the Vancouver Sun about turbocharging the Broadway plan, what do we anticipate with land values for some of these beloved commercial high streets in these village areas? And I note in the article you said we could temper some of that speculative value and the land lift, I guess, by limiting it to say just social housing, but we're not. Do we anticipate that it's going to lead to exorbitant? I think the tenor of that article suggested huge property value increases that would hamper the ability for these businesses to survive. Is that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, so we have aligned with the provincial TOA legislation, including the areas of the villages which previously didn't enable rezoning in general. And we've allowed up to 20 stories within the 200-meter range and up to 12 stories within the 400-meter range. But we've conditioned that by requiring rental and 20% below market rental housing only. And based on the economic testing that we've done, we found, and this is slightly counterintuitive, but we found that the value of the existing use, in other words, the existing retail use, and indeed the value of the existing zoning, because in those areas you can already build 4 stories of strata above the retail, or 6 stories of rental. 6 stories in total of rental and 4 stories in total strata. That actually the rental and the BMR requirements, even though we're granting additional density allowances, don't significantly increase land value, and in fact are marginally viable at best. So I think it's fair to say that we would expect some more development pressure in the villages than previously. We would not expect it to be very widespread or very significant, given the rental and BMR requirement.
So, and I guess to put a finer focus on that, my concern is around the assessed value, the highest and best use, and what that might mean for property taxes for those businesses moving forward.
Yes, that's right, and that's that is always a concern, and the city does have various measures at its disposal to put in place to mitigate the impact of property price rises on taxes in terms of averaging over a number of years, and also the development potential relief program, which is specifically for commercial properties, which enables the part of the assessment to be made on the existing use and not on the development potential. So there's a number of measures we have to mitigate that impact.
To be clear, that development pressure relief is a 5-year limited program, right?
I'd have to check the details of that with our finance team, but there's a 5-year averaging program, and then there's a relief program.
Yeah,
there are 2 separate programs. I
think that provincial DRP, whatever we call it, is 5-year limited. But okay, but we could theoretically change that formulation if we saw that it was exacting some pretty severe impacts. So as you've suggested, going to like 100% social housing.
Certainly, it's within council's gift to make any adjustments to the policy recommendations we're making today, and indeed to the plan as it stands currently. Yep.
Okay. Looking at my time before I have a bunch of questions. So thank you, Matt. I do have a general question, because we've heard a lot about properties that are speculated on, or there are a lot assembled for the purposes of the speculation and then flipped or brought to us for a rezoning. And I don't know if there's any accuracy to this. I've just heard these rumors that people are assembling properties, bringing it to us for a rezoning, and then selling a packaged rezoning for future development by somebody else, and essentially kind of speculating on that. Is that actually happening, and is that a risk that we're alive to?
Yeah, it's difficult to have any evidence of that. I mean, it is quite common for an existing landowner to go through the rezoning process and then sell the property, because then they can often command a higher price for it. But in terms of anything specific to the Broadway plan, we don't have any evidence or any data on that particular point.
Are we looking for that, though? Is that something that we can anticipate as we're...
It's certainly something we can look into, and as I say, existing landowners it is a relatively common practice to go through a rezoning process, create certainty around the development rights and obligations for their piece of land, and then go to the market. That's one tactic that sometimes landowners take. Others partner with a developer to go through the rezoning process with them. So there's a variety of different opportunities for landowners, but I don't think there's anything. I can't imagine there's anything specific to the Broadway plan.
And those aren't time-limited rezonings?
That's right.
Okay. All right, I'll jump back on. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Cllr.
Thanks. Just wanted to start by asking, sorry, I don't know why my timer started at 2.
Oh, okay, so let me change that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, will the tenant relocation and protection plan and the strong renter protections that were part of this from the beginning remain in place?
Sorry, I missed the last part of the question, Councillor.
Well, just will we continue with the ones that we passed when we passed the whole plan? Will those tenant TRPP plans remain in place? No changes planned?
Other than administrative implementation items that we're working through, the tenant relocation and protection policies that were approved with the plan are the ones we are currently acting on.
Awesome. Yeah. Great. Is the response of developers' applications to date higher than we expected? I mean, we're looking at what, 20 1,000 rental units in the pipeline,
Yeah,
8,000 homes?
Thank you, Councillor. It is somewhat higher than we expected, and it's one of the reasons why we've changed our projections for the development capacity over 30 years. That's one of the factors. The other factor is that we have made some changes to the plan that increased the capacity of the plan. So yes, it is higher than expected. I think it reflects a few things. Certainly, one is that there is a significant amount of pent-up demand in the Broadway plan area. There was several years of essentially a moratorium on rezoning. So we knew we would get a fairly significant early wave. But I think even notwithstanding that, we've seen probably more interest than we expected. And we've adjusted our projections accordingly.
Okay, that makes sense. Is the, are we tracking the difficulty of finding, sorry, back to Dan. Are we tracking the difficulty of finding interim housing for displaced tenants?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. We're fairly early days in terms of the tenant relocation process. We're still going through you've seen the first few projects coming to public hearing. So usually the actual process of finding alternative accommodation happens through sort of the development permit process, and even as we get towards building permits. So we are absolutely tracking implementation of the tenant relocation plans, but we're just a little early yet to tell. I can say we anticipate there to be difficulties based on just the low vacancy rates we have, challenges with that Vancouver residents finding housing generally.
When we were deliberating on this plan, which was last term, we had wanted to limit the number of there was a proposal to limit the number of development projects that would be approved at any one point in time because of the reason of worrying about. So are we somehow tracking that? Did we make a mistake? Not me per se, but anyway, did council make a mistake by just opening the door to whoever wanted to apply rather than limiting the number? Are we tracking?
Yeah, I mean, like originally when staff brought the plan forward, we didn't have a recommendation around sort of a pace of change control because we felt that the tenant relocation and protection policies were so robust that they would sort of help us to manage that pace on its own. Council then asked us to go away and look at bringing back what would it look like if you did bring back a pace of change mechanism. So we did that. And at the time, council looked at that proposal from staff and considered it and then decided to, in fact, go back to staff's original recommendation, which was that the tenant relocation requirements were robust enough that would be the primary mechanism for managing that pace. As we go forward, we are obviously seeing a very robust response in terms of applications to the plan. And as we're working with applicants, we're seeing, I think, what we thought would happen play out, which is projects where there's a relatively small number of existing renters are having an easier time figuring out the tenant relocation requirements than projects with a relatively larger number of existing renters and existing rental units on site. And so that's what we think will play out as we continue to work through it. But we're monitoring it very closely. We're making administrative adjustments as we go and learning as we go. And we're actually, I've described in this report, we're expecting to build in a regular updating mechanism on the tenant relocation policies as we go forward because we expect to continue to learn.
Right, good, okay. Are we tracking so maybe different phrasing, the increased housing density in towers that are not required by the TOA? We've made it clear that some increased towers are part of the TOA. How do, in the more residential areas, in the neighborhood areas, how did we arrive at an increase in towers there?
Okay, Councilor Carr, we're at time right now. So
okay.
I'm looking at the clock.
I'll put myself back on.
57 now. So we have two options here. We have 5 people on the 5 councilors on the queue. We can either finish all the questions and go to the speakers directly, or stop here, come back to the question after the break. Okay. Anyone want to make any motions?
I'll move a motion to extend to finish the questions to staff so we can start with speakers right after.
Okay, we have 6 councilors on the queue right now. So that's another 30 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd be concerned about not getting a dinner break and our staff not getting a dinner break if we were to do that.
So then
I would be up for a shorter dinner break, but I just think it's important staff get a break as well.
Okay, so let's take a break right now so we can come back to the questions later.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. We're going to be back at 6 p.m. I think we are all back. Councilor Clausen is online. Mayor Sin will be here shortly. Okay, let's continue. All right, so before I start, I want to make an announcement. I think because of the network issue, if anyone would like to change from online participation to the in-person or the other way around, you can send an email to city clerk, so they will divert you to the online or in-person speaking. This is for the registered speaker. All right, so let's continue with our questions. Councilor Carr, you were before, so you're gonna go to the second round, right? So I'm gonna advance myself. Okay, so I have some question here. Thanks for the presentation, by the way. And my question here is for the tower limit. So is this tower limit? Why does this tower limit removal only apply to 400 meters if it is the provincial legislation? The TOA has 3 tiers, right?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Chris Ma with the Special Projects Office. So yeah, within the 400 meters where the TOA ring, the city must enable up to 12 stories, which would be a tower. And staff's interpretation and verified as well with our legal department, if a property has all the prerequisite site size, can meet tower separation, there are no other issues with the project, the city couldn't reject it solely based on it being a third tower on a block, say. So that's part of the rationale why we've landed where we have with the amended policy.
How about the third ring, the 800 meters one? Does that apply to the tower limit?
In the third ring, it wouldn't really be a tower form. It's up to 8 stories in that third ring.
Okay, and the other question is, since we still have the tower separations and frontage as the limit, so there will be naturally a tower limit on every block anyway.
Precisely, yeah. There are moderating factors such as tower separation being one of them, and as well as minimum site size.
Okay, so I guess that limit depends on different block. So in general, how many tower allowed for each block, given all these constraints? What is that magic?
I mean, it varies depending on the block. Obviously, we have different sizes of blocks in different locations. We also, as we kind of outlined in the presentation as well, there are different circumstances and different lot scenarios and block scenarios throughout the plan area. So some blocks have more constraints in terms of things like heritage properties or high-value buildings, which wouldn't be redevelopment candidates. So it's going to vary how many are achievable on each block, given the context.
Okay. So the other question is about this 6 additional stories for the hotel. What is that 6 additional story based on?
So just to clarify, it's not exclusive to hotels. Up to 6 stories in height flexibility is what we're proposing, and we expect that to primarily apply to some of the larger properties, where some of the density can be relocated into a taller tower. And the rationale for it is to provide more design flexibility in terms of different types of buildings that could happen, as well as offering opportunities to kind of open up the ground plane and provide some open space at grade.
Okay, so that 6 stories is based on whatever it is allowed right now. We can add another 6 story on top.
6 additional stories, that's correct.
Okay, and why 6? Have we done any analysis, like the economic viability analysis for the construction? Why 6?
So yeah, we were looking to kind of strike a balance. We did some built form testing and saw what some of these larger properties might need in terms of flexibility and height in order to relocate some of the density. So that's certainly part of it, as well as just kind of trying to have some parameters around the additional height so that our policies are clear and we're not sort of negotiating each and every project from scratch.
Okay, is the 6 story additional economically viable after the financial analysis?
So the economic viability is more tied to the density that's allowed, and this would simply just be a reallocation or redistribution of the density.
Okay, so other questions about the floor plate. Why it is only applied to the office tower, but not a residential building?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So with the residential floor plates, we're not seeing as many issues, and we do have some flexibility in terms of the plan to look at different residential tower floor plate sizes where it makes sense. We were running into some pretty routine issues with the office tower floor plates, particularly in industrial areas. So that's why the change for that. For those floor plates. It'd also say the residential floor plates are being looked at through our work on citywide design guidelines, which will be coming to council over the next months and couple years.
Okay.
So there would be other opportunities and locations where we would look at different residential tower floor plates as well. So that would come in, and that would kind of that would apply to the Broadway plan area as well.
Okay, thank you. So I'm running out of time. I'm going to come back later. Councillor Clausen, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you much to our staff for the presentation today, and many components of this plan are very exciting. I have a few questions, and I've been trying to monitor a little bit of some of the existing narrative right now that has been coming forward that I think it strikes me from what I've been able to see as being there's some real misunderstandings here. So I want to just talk about the density of the Broadway plan, and specifically talk about the building forms. For example, the use of 6-story buildings, which seem to have some currency with different people, and comparing and contrasting to the use of towers throughout the plan itself. How do you respond to those kinds of questions and concerns, and what's the accurate story about how this is playing out?
Sure. Thanks, Councillor Clausen. This is Josh White, General Manager, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. The first thing I would say about that is set in context where this plan is situated amongst the hierarchy of different typologies within our Vancouver plan and the regional plan. The vast majority of Broadway plan is set within the Metro Core, right? It is the center of the central municipality, and it is an expansion of our downtown. And therefore, we view towers as a appropriate scale to be ubiquitous throughout the plan area. However, that does not preclude or mean that there won't be instances where that 6-story form we were just talking about will make sense in the future in areas and sites that perhaps can't facilitate a tower form, or are a bit more far away from transit compared to some of the other sites where we're seeing that tower form become predominant. The other thing to add is that that evolution of the block and some of the limitations to how many towers can fit on means that we'll still see that variety and mix of housing and building forms from the existing building stock, with the addition of towers that will come on the block as well.
I've heard assertions that there's really no other neighborhood along the current rapid transit lines, SkyTrain Canada lines in Metro Vancouver that have attempted this level of density increase, and that we're seeing in the Broadway plan. But I look over at Brentwood, I look over at Lougheed and other parts of Burnaby on the TOA there, and I see some pretty tall towers that are not planned for in Vancouver. How do you respond to the concerns around the level of density on the lines?
Yeah, I think we believe, given sort of the infrastructure that supports the Broadway plan area through the subway, that this level of intensity, similar to how you're seeing it unfold in other parts of Metro Vancouver, or areas historically like Marine Gateway or Oak Ridge Town Centre, that have supported this level of density and intensity over time. So again, amongst the hierarchy of places, the fact that this is transit supportive with rapid transit and it exists within the Metro Core, we believe this level of intensity is appropriate.
The West End has become seen as a successful model. How come there's a perception out there that this doesn't look anything like the West End model?
It is analogous in certain ways, in that the West End in the 60s and 70s transitioned from a primarily single detached or lower scale neighborhood to include towers. Much of the growth within the last generation was on brownfield or grayfield sites around False Creek. More of a master plan, more of a bit more of a blank slate. This does harken back to the type of transition and type of change within a downtown context that happened in the West End. Certainly, the densities and intensities may be a degree higher here due to economic feasibility and supporting the infrastructure that's in place. But we are embedding policy, as was highlighted in the presentation, that helps align with some of those characteristics that are so beloved within the West End area, including that leafy green characteristic on those residential streets, ensuring above and below grade setbacks, adequate landscaping, and well-designed tower form within those communities. So I think there is an opportunity to learn from and build upon the legacy of what made communities like the West End so successful.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm at time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Kirby on the second round.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to pick up a little bit on a couple of the questions, and it's really around sort of incenting some of the right development. We were talking, for example, about potentially mixed tenure strata and hotel. I just want to be very clear, recognizing that we're driving the rental and the affordable housing, but we want to fund the livability and the public amenities. How is strata enabled? What are the mechanisms in this plan in terms of, is it treated differently in terms of densities or heights? Is it based on staff's judgment and we have to go through a process? Like, what's encoded in the plan per se versus what is a judgment call or a process that takes more time and negotiation? I'm trying to just get to the level of specificity.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I mean, the strata opportunities in the plan are embedded in the same way as all of the other opportunities. They are written in as heights and densities allowances on individual sub-areas and on individual sites. We've calibrated them, as you may recall from the plan itself, to be slightly lower in most cases than what is allowed in the equivalent site for rental housing, because we wanted to favor rental supply given the decades of undersupply for rental. But the opportunities for strata are widespread, significant, and codified in the same way as they are for other tenures. The sort of limited take-up so far in the first 2 years of the plan, we think, is due to the poor strata market more than the lack of opportunities provided for in the plan.
Okay. In the past on that, in addition to sort of incentivizing or codifying with respects to density and height for the tenure, we have sometimes done things like expedited streams for social rental housing, et cetera, for processing or permitting. Have we considered doing that for hotel projects?
Not to date, no. But you're right. We do have streams for social housing in particular, but that's not something we've done for hotel thus far.
But it's technically feasible if that's something council wanted to provide direction on?
Yeah, for certainly, if council wanted to give us direction to prioritize hotel projects in the stream, we could do that.
Okay. Switching gears, the Granville and Broadway 40-story that was approved in advance of the Broadway plan, I think it was springtime-ish, in summer, it was quite close to the time we approved the plan, if I recall, like within weeks. That's 40 stories. The maximum here, I think, that's codified is 25. How do we sort of support that? Because I remember being concerned at the time that that would be an outlier or there was sort of a preferential opportunity there that wasn't available to others. So now we've got a 40-story, but 25 is our kind of preset max.
It's not quite right to say that 25 is a max. In fact, in the station areas, including the Granville station area and a number of the other station areas, there are heights allowed up to 35 stories. It is true that the 40-story project at Broadway and Granville is the tallest opportunity in the plan, but there are many others in the 30s as well, predominantly in the station areas and also along Broadway itself.
So the sort of adjacency to connectivity to the station are key kind of distinctions?
That's right. I mean, that was one of the underpinning principles of the plan, to maximize, to increase height and density as we got closer to the transit stations.
Okay. And then with either CACs or with sort of the new ACCs or whatever the various acronyms are that we're now calling all these things, do we have the ability within the legislation, what you're seeing, to direct some of this funding specifically into public realm funding fund per se, or dedicate it for that specific purpose?
Yeah, yes, indeed. And the public benefits strategy, which allocated funding from, including from CACs and DCLs, included an allowance for public realm improvements, street improvements and park improvements. And so, yes, we would continue to do that through the first years of the plan. Yeah.
So have we sort of, what's the status of that? Have we codified that? Is it a practice? Is it a formal policy? Would it benefit from council direction? What is the status?
Well, the status is that we have a public benefit strategy with an allocation of funding towards those, towards public realm improvements, and some funding, a variety of funding sources that can go towards those, particularly CACs, but also DCLs in terms of street improvements. So really no need for further direction on that. That would be just sort of business as usual and codified already in the public benefit strategy.
Okay, can I have a few seconds left, but can I get some follow-up information pointing me to where that is codified?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to see the details of that.
Yeah, I can certainly pass that on.
Great. And before we conclude this item?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. So some of my earlier questions for Matt around what we'd heard about with speculative sort of investment and then reselling of package rezoning did elicit a flurry of comments from folks who are watching online. And it raises a question for me for Dan Garrison, and that's on the tenant relocation and protection policy. So under section 1.2 of the policy, it suggests that eligibility is for those who've resided in an applicable housing type for 1 year or more at the time of rezoning, or DP. And so I guess if we're getting into a space where a rezoning may be like sold as a package and could conceivably be floating around indefinitely, what does that mean for the tenant protections on that site? Would their protections kick in as the year from like they purchased it 5 years ago? I mean, in a theoretical 5 years from now scenario.
Yeah, it's a good question. So you've laid out the eligibility correctly for eligible tenants or tenants who have resided in the building for a year at the time of application. So that's the key eligibility piece. I'm not sure I am quite understanding the question.
Well, so the suggestion is that somebody assembles some land or even, suggests and applies and receives a rezoning for significant density, but then goes and shops that rezoned parcel to somebody who can actually build and maybe kicks it down the line for 5, 10 years maybe. How would the tenant protections be calculated on that?
So there would be tenants would still be eligible who are tenants who were living in the building.
At the time of the rezoning?
At the time of the rezoning, yeah. Any tenants who move in, the standard practice is when tenants move in after the rezoning, tenants who are no longer eligible, they'll be informed that they would not be eligible for the tenant protections. So that's generally the approach. So any tenants who were there at the time of the rezoning would be and meet the eligibility criteria would be eligible. Tenants down the road after that part, there's sort of a one-time determination of eligibility, and tenants who move in later would not be.
So in theory, if this was flipped a few times and maybe 10 years later was actually we could have 10 years worth of tenants who are new that wouldn't qualify for any kind of TRPP. In theory.
Yeah, in theory, that's true, although they would be moving into the building aware of that fact, right? That would be part of the...
Yeah, okay.
I would just say that is a key principle of us for tenant relocation. It's one of the reasons why we've been doing communications exercises with tenants in the area. It's one of the reasons why we are so adamant that when we are communicating with tenants as part of the application, that it's very clear what the tenant relocation requirements are and what the compensation pieces are. The reason for that is that the tenants being aware and knowing their rights through this process is really a key principle.
But could we not do the TRPP on the DP rather than the rezoning, which could have theoretically a 10-year span between them?
Yeah, And so eligibility is determined in reference to rezoning. The plan's actually cemented and implemented through the DP. We have actually looked at that, and there are a number of projects, larger site projects, where we've looked at the question of rezoning versus DP for eligibility for, like, say, long-term phased projects. And it's a challenge when you're going through the approvals process as well, because the tenants who are in the building at that time want to know at that time what they would be eligible for. So there's just a timing issue. There's sort of pros and cons either way. So I think our approach at this point has been to set eligibility in reference to the rezoning application, and then monitor it over time and see how it plays out with implementation.
Yeah. Thank you. I just got a minute left. I'm curious on the parks, and this isn't for Dan, but on the parks piece, I think the mention was that it could be funded through development contributions. How confident are we in the notion that we'll have development contributions that can pay for parks, given that we see a constant sort of erosion of development contributions in general?
Thanks. Donnie Wong with engineering. Regrettably, the park staff weren't able to be here, but they left me some notes. In terms of parks delivery, there's development contributions, like you said, but then there's also capital planning investments that we would invest in parks facilities. Now, the entire public realm plan, the first 10 years has been calibrated to the public benefit strategy that was estimated back in 2022. So based on revenue projections at that time, but also based on uptake. So we're reasonably confident that what we've prepared in the plan can be delivered, certainly in the first 10 years. And we're able to make adjustments as we go, as the funding becomes available, and direct investment strategically. Through the work in the public realm plan, it's really a key reference for all the teams in our capital planning work, so that any opportunity we have on the street, whether it's triggered by development or initiated by any of the departments through the capital planning, we will be looking to.
Sorry, we're over the time. We are 14 minutes, 30 seconds over already.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
We're looking to leverage ecology benefits, biodiversity, mobility improvements, as well as green infrastructure in those public realm improvements.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
More public realm questions. Oh, he's just sitting down. Reallocation of 11% of the streets. Love to hear that that proposal. Will residents be consulted in the decisions around that reallocation of streets?
Hey, thanks for the question. Katie Tamashiro, Associate Director for Transportation Planning. And generally for road-space reallocation, as it relates to the Broadway plan, we have done consultation with targeted stakeholders related to car-free streets, as well as further opportunities along High Street and commercial streets to further reallocate sort of the curb lane. In a more citywide approach, we will take a similar approach. Anytime there's a land use opportunity, we'll take that as a way to talk around like car-free opportunities. And anytime there is a demand or the need by specific BIA or businesses, we will conduct the same level of sort of engagement.
Okay. Will we be on the civic site? Will we be retaining the community garden that is there now and the special heritage trees which are on the lawn or at the, yeah.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carr. Yes, we are going to do a fairly extensive review of being able to contain and keep the community garden, and also create other green spaces as well. So there will be a huge benefit to the green space that's already there, and also making sure that the community is consulted for the community gardens.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Third question. Can you remind me of the process and the decisions that council made regarding the pace of change? It went through different sort of iterations there, but the pace of change limiting the number of applications at one time. When was it? Started last term for sure, Anyway, it's gone on.
Yeah, thank you. Just making sure I got the dates right. Yeah. So originally originally, staff, when the plan was brought forward, did not recommend a pace of change mechanism. But on the floor, as part of that process, council introduced and passed a motion to direct staff to explore bringing back a pace of change policy. Staff went away, explored a pace of change policy, brought back a recommendation to council that was considered in March of 2023. Focused on moderating the pace of change or a number of projects per year in the apartment areas. The decision at the time was not to adopt that, and the main rationale for that was because it was felt that the tenant relocation and protection policies that were in place were robust enough to provide a pace of change mechanism. So that was sort of the process. Staff did not present it as part of the Broadway plan originally. Council directed us to explore it. We brought it back, but it was ultimately decided not to proceed with it.
Thank you, Dan. It was a complicated process. So
It was, yeah.
Appreciate that. My final question, what is the rationale that staff have for proposed increasing housing density in towers and neighborhoods where the increased density in towers is not required by the TOA provincial legislation? So what is our rationale for increasing the density in towers in the, off the arterials?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. So in those areas, those are generally within the centers where the plan expects the most intensive growth and change. Those changes are mostly tied to the recent view cone amendments. So with those adjustments, that enables more height and commensurate density to be achieved on those sites in those areas. And so we've adjusted the land use policy to align with those view cone changes. There's a couple areas where that fall within the TOA areas where we've within the centers where we've leaned in, if you will, to the TOA legislation and enabled a bit more height and density beyond the minimum requirements, given the proximity.
First, I mean, was the rationale to change the view cones based on the potential to change the towers and heights in the Broadway plan, or vice versa?
So in terms of the view cone review, that was at the direction of council, and as you know, that was a comprehensive review that did take into account the recent TOA requirements. A number of areas fall within the Broadway plan area, and so adjustments were made within those places to adjust the view cones in response to the TOA requirements. So those are those areas, as I mentioned, in the centers, generally along Cambie, Granville, Maine, where we've adjusted the land use policy in response.
Okay. And because adjusting them in the central areas, it affected the adjacent areas. Is that right? Sorry, and I'm over time.
All right, thank you. I have some final question here. So first question is, it looks like based on this update, on the same side, the strata is getting less density compared to the rental building. What are the rationales behind that?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, in fact, that was actually a principle in the original plan. We haven't changed that ratio between the allowance for rental and the allowance for strata. And the reason for, if you like, favoring rental development with additional height and density was to enable more supply of rental, which was one of the fundamental drivers behind the plan.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so the other question is, it looks like the 40 stories, the PCI building is still going to be the highest across Broadway. Again, what is the rationale behind that? Is there any plan to change that in the future?
Yes, that's correct, that the 40-story tower at Granville and Broadway is the tallest enabled by the plan. We felt that the Granville and Broadway station area was kind of the preeminent one along the stretch of the line that runs through the plan. And yes, we have no plans to change that or no recommendations to change that at this point.
Okay, thank you. The other question is about this public realm plan. Are there any sponsorship and naming rights opportunity on the public realm?
That's not something we've looked at specifically in relation to the Broadway plan.
All right, so my last question is, I'm not sure if I have a communication here, but I'm going to ask these questions. I saw from the media and also community, there are a lot of misinformation about this Broadway update. What is our communication plan to make sure that we communicate the right message to the people who are concerned? Not sure if I have a communication team here or If not, what is our plan working with the communication team?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we always endeavor to put accurate information out. We've put fulsome information out on the plan changes that we are proposing before you today in the summer when we engaged on them, and we'll continue to do so. And when we have questions asked by members of the public, we respond to them with accurate information. And if we need to do more in response to particular letters and correspondence that we receive, we'll do that and perhaps up our proactive communication on that front.
Okay, so is there any plan to do a Q&A, some document release to the public about this?
We could certainly do that. Yeah, we have a regular Q&A on our website for the Broadway plan, and we keep that updated, and we can certainly expand that in light of the recent correspondence we've received.
Yeah, so I strongly encourage that we do more and do a broader reach out to the community and make sure that the right information is communicated to the team. All right, thank you. That's all my question. That's the end of the speakers list. Okay, so we will now hear from the registered speaker for this report. Public speakers should state whether they in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are the residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. I will remind everyone that Council is committed to ensuring that all people who participate in Council meeting are treated fairly and respectfully. The language we all use in these meetings should reflect respect for all residents. No form of discrimination is acceptable or tolerated. Discriminatory languages include attacks on group of people and individuals. Vancouver's procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of the words and the tone or manner of speakings or gestures that express a negative view of the characters of any person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected to not engage in any improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promotes hatred and that defamatory as outlined under Section 7.8 of the procedure bylaw. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public and for the public staff and the council to participate is all our responsibility. Member of council may call a point of order if the language used by another councillor during the council meeting is not respectful. As a chair, I will ask the speakers to modify their speech to ensure they are using the respectful language. A reminder that there will be an opportunity to hear from the missed registered speaker at the end of the speakers list. Okay, so also I want to remind, because we have 140 speakers tonight, so I'm gonna be very, very strict. We're gonna have a hard stop at 3 minutes each. So I'm sorry about that, but this is to make sure we have a very fair speaking process for everyone. All right, our first speaker is Stephen Bohas. Is Stephen here in the council chamber? Okay, please go ahead, Stephen. You have 3 minutes.
Just give me a second to set up.
I will not count your clock until you start.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Stephen Bose. I live in Vancouver and I work in Fairview. In order to help visualize the amendments before you, I updated the 3D massing model of the Broadway plan that I showed you a couple of years ago that I worked with Brian Palmquist there. And this is a build-out scenario under your Broadway plan amendments. This is Kitsilano, essentially from Vine, looking along 7th and to the east. Next slide. The rezoning applications coming to council are predominantly 5 FSR or over 5 FSR at 5.5 to 6.8 FSR with heights around 20 stories. You've lost the slides. The zone for transit-oriented areas are illustrated by a green circle. The full 3D model build-out is also shown in the sites that we've identified where applicable. Next slide. This is another view of the 200-meter TOAs where you have to do 5 FSR and 20 stories, given tower limits for 80 feet. You don't have to do that density outside these zones. Next slide. Next slide. This orange line shows the outline for areas where staff are recommending the removal of towers per block limits. And this is actually from page 6 of your report, and it's clear that it's much larger than the 5 FSR zones around the stations. Next slide. Here is a part of Mount Pleasant, and the TOA zones are shown there. They're quite far away. And this is Fraser and Kingsway. Next slide. This again shows the areas where you're attempting to take away the towers per limit zones quite far away for 5 FSR and 20 stories are in the green zones. Next slide. And this is showing the full tiers of the TOA. So you can see the 400 meter zone for 4 FSR in purple and the 800 meter zones for 3 FSR in blue. And Fraser and Kingsway and a lot of Fraser, that is not within a TOA. So on what basis are staff recommending the removal of towers per block limits here? It just doesn't make sense. Next slide. The build-out scenario here, I'd like to look at things like City Hall campus, shading in parks and green spaces like at the VSB. There's no time for that. This report really should have been split up into many different parts. But what will end up happening is you are going to target purpose-built rentals. In the last 3 public hearings, hundreds of tenants have been displaced by votes of this council from mature rental buildings. And these amendments will turbocharge that and displace thousands of renters. And those are the buildings that are going. So
Sorry,
pause the
Stephen, you're out
plan.
of time. Thanks for speaking to council. The second speaker is Randy Helton. Is Randy in the chamber or on the line?
Speaker number 2 is not on the line.
Okay, we're gonna come back to speaker number 2. Speaker number 3 is Brian Paulcrest. Please go ahead, Brian.
I have one illustration.
Yes.
When that illustration goes up, please.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
You make it larger, that's even better, but okay. My name is Brian Palmquist. I'm a resident of Vancouver and an architect, and I'm speaking in opposition to these proposed amendments to the Broadway plan. In the 3 minutes allotted by this council to me to explain my objections to the amendments proposed in the week-old 350-page report before you, I can only focus on one of the many areas of concern I have with these amendments. I'll focus on figure 3 on page 6, same one that Stephen did, which illustrates where limits on the number and height of towers are proposed to be removed. If adopted by council, these proposed amendments will result in as many as 180 blocks in the Broadway plan area that resemble the picture above, taken about a month ago in Brisbane, Australia, a city that Forbes Business Magazine describes as severely unaffordable. The rental vacancy rate in Brisbane is less than 1%, and those few rentals available are advertised this way: room in 2-bedroom apartment, $700 per week. And $700 per week per room is the low end of what I found and what's emerging here in Vancouver in projects like Larch and Second. Most of what you see in this photo has been built in the past 6 years, so development can occur long before results are understood. There are 5 towers along this block of the ironically named Hope Street, many more behind, consistent with what the proposed Broadway plan amendments permit. And yet the Brisbane vacancy rate is less than 1% and the city is severely unaffordable. All this will be likely in Vancouver if council adopts these proposed amendments. Photos are more realistic than staff's aerial isometrics, I think. To those who argue that the amended plan includes minimum separations between towers, I'll note that there are already several proposals under the plan that violate the plan's so-called minimum separation and height requirements, which are clearly guidelines, without any mitigating circumstances, just the proponent's desire to build more, higher, wider, and closer. These proposed Broadway plan amendments would remove the limit on the number and height of towers per block in more than 1/3 of the blocks in the Broadway plan. That's more than 180 blocks, way more than the province's TOA requires. Even more to the point, the proposed amendments to Councillor Carr's questions would permit this appearance continuously along Broadway for 13 blocks from Oak all the way to Vine, as well as several multi-block segments east of Cambie Street. That potential high-rise wall is what you are really voting on today. That wall may take a while to appear, but with 60% of the Broadway plan's original home targets already in play in 2 years, rather than the original plan's estimate of 30 years, and in the clear absence of planning rules, this will be the result, and sooner rather than later. This wall in Brisbane took only 6 years to build. I ask that you set aside this report and pause implementation of the Broadway plan pending more.
Sorry, Brian, you're out of time.
Five of your speakers
Sorry to speak.
Bitcoin spoke for an average of 3 minutes and 25 seconds. I want my 25 seconds.
No,
I timed them.
I gave you.
I one paragraph, that's it.
Sorry. We have to be fair to everyone. We have 140 speakers tonight.
Okay, and we all waited for 34 speakers.
It's Russell Wong. Please come to the podium. Thank you, Russell. Whenever you're ready, I'm going to start your clock.
All right. Hi, my name is Russell Wong. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'd like to say that I support the Broadway Plan policy amendments recommended by city staff to comply with the province's transit-oriented development policy, to plan for future redevelopment of the City Hall site, and to plan for public space in the Broadway corridor. It's understandable that people want to minimize change to their neighborhood, and I know that not everyone likes high-rises, but we have limited land in Metro Vancouver because of the ocean and the mountains. So if we want to grow, we need to build up, especially in central neighborhoods close to jobs and to rapid transit where lots of people want to live. And we do need to grow. As people get older and retire from their jobs, we need younger people to fill those jobs. We need more people to work in healthcare. We need more teachers, police officers, even judges. All of these people need a place to live. When we don't build enough housing to keep up, prices and rents have to rise to unbearable levels to push people out. There's supply skeptics who argue that Vancouver's built more housing than anywhere else and it hasn't brought down prices and rents. Their data is questionable because if you look at the fastest growing metro areas in Canada, Vancouver isn't even in the top 10. But the deeper issue is that we're always aiming to maximize city revenue from new housing. And so we keep pushing up the floor on prices and rents. They can go up, but they can never go down. To make housing more affordable, we need to look for ways to lower costs instead of raising them. That's why it's important to allow more height and density in places where land is especially expensive, to lower the cost of land per square foot of floor space. There's a lot of old low-rise rental buildings in the Broadway corridor. Because the vacancy rate is so low and rents are so high, renters everywhere, not just in the Broadway corridor, are terrified of losing their housing. In the Broadway corridor, it's critical to protect current renters as these buildings are replaced with new high-rises. The Broadway plan requires that current renters be able to return to the new building at their old rents. Besides protecting renters, the additional cost also serves as a disincentive to redevelop where there's a lot of people who will be displaced. It makes more sense to build where there's few people who will be displaced, or none at all. I think it would be a big mistake to try to make changes to the renter protection policy. I'm reminded of the Meech Lake Accord. Once you've got a compromise in place on a difficult issue, it's pretty hard to reopen it because then everyone who wanted something different comes forward with their demands. It's like opening a giant can of worms. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. The next speaker number 5, Stanley Lee. Stanley on the phone.
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead, Stanley. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I oppose the recommendations for the following reasons. The main reason is the lack of time to properly study the recommendations, especially the report was dated on November 29th, but it was only released on December 5th, followed by another document dump of 50 pages quietly on December 6th. I don't know how many internal briefings you have received, but assuming that you didn't, everybody here only had 3 business days to fully review a 300-plus page document with the consequences that we're talking about, and this is right before the holiday season. And speaking of the city council, Councilor Boyle can't vote here anymore because she's an MLA and she just resigned earlier today. Councilor Dominato is on medical leave. Councilor Bly is on personal leave. I don't know if the mayor is going to declare another conflict of interest related to this topic, and so that doesn't leave a whole lot of room for such a consequential plan. And we're talking about a lot of victims here as well. What are you planning to, where are you planning to displace them? Are you planning to move them out of Surrey or Langley or Abbotsford, or even better yet, move them out of the country to Vietnam or Venezuela? Look, I know you're probably under a lot of pressure to build a certain quota of dog crate towers for the land rush, but and the ship for and we're not, and I'm not a NIMBY here. The ship for not for NIMBY has already sailed. I know it's going to be. I know the corridor is going to densify because of the subway expansion, but given the number of the supercharged volume of victims that we're talking about, and given that this is right before the holiday season, I strongly urge you to please pause the plan and not let it be an accelerated land grab. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. The next one on the speakers list is Theodore Abbott. He's here in person. Yeah, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. Hi, good evening, folks. So my name is Theodore Abbott. I'm a lifelong Vancouverite, and I am one of the co-organizers of the Pause the Plan movement, and I'm opposed to this motion. The reason we branded our movement as Pause the Plan and not Halt the Plan is because we are a pro-housing movement. But what we are advocating for is the right type of housing. And the Broadway plan does not provide the kind of housing that Vancouver residents need. In fact, this plan will actually demolish a massive portion, as we know, of Vancouver's affordable rental stock, which, as Larry Beasley has said, should be protected like gold. And anyone who's been around the city for a while will know who Larry Beasley is. The aspects of this plan that are in need of revision are too numerous to enunciate here. But the primary issue that we come back to is this the kind of city that we want to build? And I think that if all of the councillors who are here today were to seriously ponder this question, the answer would be no. Time and again, I have gestured to other cities that have undertaken substantial densification while preserving their urban fabric, protecting tenants from displacement, and ensuring that local businesses are allowed to thrive. In its current form, the Broadway plan will tear apart the urban fabric of the city. It will continue to displace residents, and it will continue to force local businesses into closure. It is for these reasons that the voices of opposition far outweigh the voices of support, and I've been on the ground all summer listening to people. That said, one of the unique aspects of our movement is that we have an incredibly diverse body of supporters. From tenants to homeowners, young and old, rich and poor, east to west, the Pause the Plan movement has a broad support across the city. Also of note, those who speak in support of the Broadway plan, these so-called YIMBYs, are a totally homogenous group. They are all socially economically uniform. In short, you will never find a single mother working 2 jobs, living in a 3-story walk-up that is slated for demolition, who's a YIMBY. You will never come across a retired senior who's living on a fixed income, who's a YIMBY, okay? These Broadway plan supporters are a movement of pro-gentrification yuppies. What's more is that all across the city, thousands of residents have made their opposition to this plan clear. But our opposition is not one that's founded in resistance to change. What we are asking for from you, our elected council, is for a reasonable compromise. We're asking you to come to the table, listen to your constituency, and to build a Broadway plan that works for everyone. Let's build a Broadway plan that is reflective of Vancouver's long history of being a livable city. Pause the plan, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number, sorry, you can do that. It's not allowed in council chamber. Speaker number 7 has withdrawn. Speaker number 8, David Fine. Is David here in the council chamber?
No, I'm on the phone.
Oh, you're on the phone. Okay, please go ahead, David. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi. I'm calling in opposition, and I have a 3-minute film I'd like you to see that I arranged with staff, so I'm not going to take up any time talking.
They don't build space like this anymore. So we know that the clock is ticking.
There's an idea out there that demolishing affordable housing is just an inevitable part of a densification strategy in a city. That idea is absolutely wrong.
It's devastating. I love where I live. I love my apartment. The prospect of having to leave here involuntarily has got me depressed and anxious. Makes me feel sometimes like my life is going to be over, to be honest.
Every day I wake up at 7 a.m. and I'll go check my door for an eviction notice. Like, I think about it a lot. It takes up a lot of my life, thinking about where I'm going to go, what it's going to be like. Do I actually have the support that they promise? You know, it's distressing. It's like on top of my regular anxiety, I now have this.
I live in a one-bedroom. It's just a little over 600 square feet. They've indicated that I would only get a studio in the new building, which is only 360 square feet. This Broadway plan is going to ruin a lot of people's lives, to be honest with you.
If I may, that's what my generation is constantly being asked to do. It's just accept less, 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 less. And it comes to a point where, like, enough is enough. I mean, demolishing the affordable stock of housing in order to create more housing is like, I don't understand. I don't get it.
The principles of the Broadway plan are good, but it's not the way it's been delivered, the way to solve our housing crisis. Why? Because there are too many victims.
Yes, I'm Viola, and I've lived here for 43 years. This is my community. I wouldn't know what to do if I would have to move a long ways away.
Like for older people, a lot of them can't sleep and it's on their mind all the time. And people talk, don't worry, don't worry. It's easy for them to say that because it's not in their shoes.
This building is 50 years old. It has 35 affordable rental units. The best affordable housing is the affordable housing that exists already in these buildings. Why would you demolish them to put up unaffordable buildings? It makes no sense.
Every existing unit of affordable housing, particularly market affordable housing, which is not secured by government, should be protected like gold.
The Broadway plan, as it's now being executed, is a plan that only Robert Moses could love.
There's going to be hundreds of us, hundreds. Capitalism means that we put the targets on the renters' backs because we're the easiest ones to just displace. And I think that's really inequitable and really unfair. I think that they might be blind to the human casualties. I mean...
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for speaking to Council, David. The next speaker is Frank Henselman. Is Frank on the phone?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Frank Heinzelmann. I'm in opposition to the Broadway plan amendments. I respectfully ask you to pause and re-evaluate the Broadway plan. The experience of years of good planning practices is being ignored in favor of a reliance on one type of housing, small, expensive units in high-rise towers. 18-story towers concentrated on Broadway and the immediate areas near transit may make some sense. However, as we move blocks away from transit, we should encourage a range of human-scale housing that will suit families. Low-rise apartments, row houses, townhouses, and infill, which is sympathetic to neighborhoods and organically enhances the community and social fabric so highly valued. Instead, you plan to drop high-rise towers in the middle of established neighborhoods. For good reasons, most people don't want to and should not have to live in high-rise towers. Research studies have demonstrated the harmful effects of high-rise towers on physical and mental health. Towers support developers' profits, but are not designed to help family living, aging in place, or social interactions. The proposed increases in the heights, densities, and number of towers will result in a forest of new towers, thus significantly decreasing solar access and livability in these parts of our city. Producing the concrete and steel needed for high-rise towers creates significant carbon emissions. Even after being built, high-rise buildings require more energy per unit than low and medium-rise buildings. At a minimum, I want you to stipulate that all new buildings be constructed with modular, prefabricated wood or mass timber components, thus storing carbon rather than emitting it and substantially decreasing the anticipated construction mayhem. Where is the evidence that all the increased density allowed under the amendments will lead to affordability? Data indicate that the massive upzoning dictated by the province and turbocharged by this council, if these amendments are approved, will provide more unneeded market housing with little to none being affordable for the average Vancouverite. Instead of gifting developers with increased density to entice them to provide a few below market but still unaffordable units, we should provide incentives to retain existing affordable rentals and focus public funds on creating genuinely affordable housing like six-story co-op housing. The suffocating density proposed by allowing the gross overbuilding of towers will distort this city. High urban density can be achieved by building at a human scale. Think Copenhagen, not Manhattan. So I respectfully ask you to pause the Broadway plan to reevaluate what we're doing to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Speaker number 10, Robert Ranger. Is Robert on the line?
Speaker 10 is not on the line.
Okay, we're going to come back to speaker number 10. Speaker number 11, Ernie Weiss. Is Ernie here? Okay. Yeah, please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor Sim, members of council. I'm a businessman, so I really want this council to succeed in what it does with housing. As I said in that video that was shown, the best affordable housing is the affordable housing that already exists in the Broadway plan area. It makes perfect planning sense to concentrate towers on the Broadway line and the immediate areas around subway stations to create well-designed urban precincts that complement employment centers on the Broadway corridor. They support transit ridership, and they increase the housing supply. But the amendments to the Broadway plan are done to comply with the TOA designations. But it makes no planning sense to continue plunking towers randomly on the interior streets far from subway stations and demolishing older rental apartment buildings. That was the most serious flaw in the original Broadway plan, and it still is the flaw. If more towers are proposed near subway stations to comply with the TOA, then no towers are needed on the interior streets to achieve the same population forecast of 50,000, which was a forecast. This would provide an opportunity to protect rather than demolish the already affordable rental housing on these interior streets. The Broadway plan currently houses 30,000 renters, 25% of the total purpose-built rental stock in the entire city. And as we all know, the best and most sustainable affordable housing is the affordable housing that already exists in these rental apartment buildings. Evicting thousands of vulnerable tenants from these buildings and their forced relocation was going to cause enormous personal distress, and it's also bad politics. The issue of evictions in Burnaby cost the mayor his job. This is not the political legacy you want to leave behind. The point is, and the point of my presentation is, these evictions are not necessary. New density increases near subway stations can replace the old density increases further away from subway stations, and evictions can be avoided. There's actually no planning rationale in the new plan to add another layer of growth. There's no targets, no population projections, no population estimates to increase the number of homes by another 38% and increase the population from 50,000 to 64,000. So my request this morning is just leave the 50,000 alone.
Sorry about that. We have to be fair to the 140 people. Thank you so much for speaking to council.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is speaker number 12, Kate O'Neill. Kate.
Hi there.
Yeah, please go ahead, Kate. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kate O'Neill and I'm representing PCI Developments. I'm not a resident of Vancouver and I'm speaking in support of staff's report. PCI has been actively engaged with staff in the years leading up to and following the adoption of the Broadway plan, specifically working on our 7 development projects that are either under construction or application within the Broadway plan area. We have greatly appreciated staff's hard work, in particular their active, frequent and responsive engagements. We also commend staff for following through on their commitment to refine the plan and importantly address any perceived deficiencies as well as respond to changing market conditions. We are counting on continuing this work with the city in order to ensure the feasibility of developments going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Speaker 13 is Patrick Michael Condon.
Good evening, and thank you for listening. I have some slides to put up, but I'll start speaking before they go up. The Broadway plan raises many issues, but for me they all center on affordability. I will focus my remarks on just this crucial topic. In recent years, both the city and the province have insisted on a simple solution to the housing crisis. Build more housing. I'm sorry you're not seeing the slides yet. And prices will go down. They frame it as a simple problem of supply and demand, but let's examine the data to see if it's really that simple. The analysis that I'm sharing now on the screen compares growth in housing units, population, and average home prices since 1960 for scores of North American center cities. It focuses only on infill development, housing added within existing neighborhoods, which is what the Broadway plan is all about. When it comes to adding density, and I'm identifying Vancouver and San Francisco just for the sake of comparison, when it comes to adding density, Vancouver stands out. Over the past 60 years, the city has increased its housing stock by nearly 200%, almost tripling the number of homes. No other North American city has matched this. For comparison, New York and San Francisco increased housing by only about 35%, while many U.S. cities lost housing and population during this period. At first glance, this might seem like a success. Next slide, please. But here's the hard truth. Despite tripling its housing stock, Vancouver remains the least affordable city in North America. Adding more homes hasn't made the city more affordable. The problem is land price inflation. The red ball on the far right on that slide that I hope you're looking at indicates how far out of whack both the gap between income and housing prices and the relationship to adding new density in terms of population increase, how far out of whack we are if we expect adding density to lower prices. Next slide. In Vancouver, land is often worth 10 times more than the building on it. The city focus on luxury towers has produced a tsunami of unearned income for land speculators while failing to deliver affordability for renters or owners. So what's the solution? First, require at least 50% of housing, up from 20%, in major developments to be non-market housing, like co-ops or nonprofit housing. This reduces land speculation by cutting the price developers can pay for land in the so-called land price residual. Second, governments and nonprofits must lead in building housing that stays affordable for the long term. Finally, rethink the presumption that only towers are viable in a
Sorry,
market.
Patrick, you are at time. Sorry about that. But thanks for speaking to council. Okay, speaker number 14, Denise Casino. Yeah, please go ahead, Denise.
Good evening, Council. My name is Denise Cousineau, and I reside within the Broadway plan area at West 15th Avenue. I will be speaking to Item 1, Broadway Plan Review and Implementation. I have been a resident of Vancouver for almost 25 years and have actively used and enjoyed the many community amenities and parks the city has to offer. However, continuing to enjoy these amenities is now challenging, as many, if not all, are beyond capacity. While I broadly support the growth objectives of the Broadway plan and the provincial housing bills, both are significantly lacking in addressing the lack of the critical supporting amenities and infrastructure that make life in Vancouver worthwhile. There is recognition of extensive public feedback highlighting the lack of amenities and infrastructure. There is much language provided around needing to address this, but nothing of real substance. As noted on page 13 of the report, the existing plan envisions adding 50,000 people, and the recommendations before you would raise that to 64,000 new people in the area. On its own, that's a city equivalent of the size to Prince George, or 2 Pentictons. Can you imagine building a city of that size without substantial public space, parks, schools, pools, etc.? If you're serious about maintaining the quality of life in our city, then you would need a new Queen Elizabeth Park and Riley Park and all the facilities therein, not minor roadside enhancements. Switching to cars right now, I'd like to speak of. I walk to shopping along Canby north of Broadway frequently. The streetscape is vibrant and always busy with people, but these people have to constantly dodge beyond capacity vehicular traffic. It's always pushing through yellow and red lights and blocking crosswalks. That's today. To accommodate another 64,000 pedestrians, you'll need to reduce vehicle numbers lower to what they are today, but the plan envisions just the opposite. I strongly support the removal of residential parking stall minimums, but again, if we're serious about this plan, you need to talk about maximums or even going to zero. I lived as a renter in the Douglas Lodge on 12th and Granville for 5 years, a beautiful building with many long-term residents. And zero parking, it worked fine. If you took the lowest level of parking out of every new development proposal in the plan, at probably over $100,000 per stall, the construction cost savings would be enormous. The volume of excavation materials trucked out of the region would yield huge GHG reductions. The length of construction time would be reduced. The Broadway plan and the provincial housing bills are bold, but after simply adding density, the boldness ends. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Denise. Speaker number 15, Chen Yang Boon. Is Chen Yang on the line?
Yes, hello?
Yeah,
Can you
please
hear me?
go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Hello, Mayor and Council. I climb up and down ladders for a living and love being called a yuppie by those who oppose all the previous zero displacement Broadway plan projects, citing shadow and parking concerns. I'm here to speak in broad support of recommendations put forth for the Broadway plan. Specifically, I strongly believe that unlocking further density by removing tower limits and adding density as required by the province's TOA legislation will help keep the Broadway plan's excellent tenant protection policies in place by increasing the viability of more sites and increasing the supply of units that tenants can be moved to when they're displaced by development. In fact, it is a testament to this policy that basically all the buildings we've approved so far under the plan have been either zero or near zero displacement, with only a couple having a fewer existing tenants than the proposed number of below-market units in the new building. The tenant protections are so key to the entire implementation of the Broadway plan that I would in fact suggest removing the tower and height limits from the entire plan to guarantee that tenants have as much choice as possible to be matched with a unit that is nearby and suits their needs. Why add needless complexity by having tower limits only in some places and not in others? Secondly, I am in huge support of the transportation vision staff have created with big, beautiful greenways crossing the entire plan area. However, with most of it on a timeline of 30 years, I could plausibly never see it in my lifetime as a young man. When many of you voted to strike down the Broadway bike lane, 10th Avenue was cited as an alternative, but today it is woefully inadequate, and it is the street with the most crashes between cyclists and vehicles in the city, the whole province even, with many, many more crashes than other corridors with similar cyclist volumes like Beach Avenue and Point Grey Road. If you believe 10th Avenue is a viable alternative, it's time to put your money where your mouth is. We need to see improvements along the whole corridor immediately, not just half a block in front of City Hall 10 years from now. The vision is great. The implementation is glacial. Please help save lives and fix this now. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheng Yan. Number 16 is Alyssa Maishok. Alyssa is on the line or in?
Speaker 16 is not in the chamber, not on the line.
Okay, we're going to come back to Speaker 16. Speaker 17, Mary Irvin.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
And good. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, great. Well, yes, good evening. So I am opposed to further amendments to the Broadway plan. and to the implementation of the Broadway plan itself. And I would like to add my voice to the thousands of Vancouver residents, living between Clark and Vine, the Water, and 16th Avenue, to request that the ever-changing and densifying Broadway plan be paused and re-examined. Although many residents and planning professionals have already gone to considerable effort to express their concerns, they have been dismissed by our elected municipal and provincial representatives. Today's amended Broadway plan was only released several days ago, and that isn't enough time to review it before bringing it to council for a vote. The Broadway plan fails to consider proper urban planning and sustainability principles and the needs of current residents of Vancouver. We have lost confidence in the Broadway plan and in the people promoting it. Our concerns are very real, and we are upset that those concerns are not being taken seriously and that we are being overruled. If the current Broadway plan moves forward, everyone who lives in Vancouver will be adversely affected. Please pause and re-examine the Broadway plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Speaker 18, Jessica.
Speaker 18 is not on the line.
Okay, we're going to come back. Speaker 19 is Warden Kunz.
Speaker 19 is not in the chamber, not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 20 is Susan Gregerson.
Yes, I'm on the line.
Yeah, please go ahead, Susan.
Yes, my name is Susan Gregson. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm addressing you in my individual capacity. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. As a citizen and resident of this city, I firmly oppose the Broadway plan amendments, and I'm requesting that you vote against them. I question the lack of sufficient consultation with residents and the lack of adequate time to absorb a 350-page document that was dropped mere days before council was to consider it. This is a standard political ploy. Release controversial documents or proposals when it is thought that citizens will not be paying sufficient attention. People are paying attention and are sad to see this undemocratic practice. The plan will have a profound negative and permanent impact on our community. It will result in the displacement of hundreds of renters who are currently in affordable housing, with vague promises to rehouse them at some unknown future date. It will result in a hideously ugly city in a breathtakingly beautiful environment. It will result in even more traffic congestion. Surely none of you believes that a single subway line along Broadway will eliminate car traffic, particularly with so many new residents and so many more cars. Just to be clear, I do not oppose densification or new and affordable housing stock, but there are better ways to achieve these goals, as other speakers have testified. I'm sure everyone here recalls the discredited theory of so-called trickle-down economics. A rising tide was meant to float all boats. We all know what happened. The rising tide floated only the boats of the rich, and the middle and lower income levels got relatively poorer. Now we're being told a fairy tale that pretends that increasing the housing stock will drive prices down. Let's not be taken in by this fallacy. Developers do not build affordable housing, they build for profit. They will throw up ugly cement blocks with units that are too small for families and that are sold or rented at market rates. I live near the L2 development, which was initially intended to provide some percentage of affordable housing, and that was later amended to rentals at below market rates. That's not affordable housing. Have you looked at these units? You can rent a 740 square foot 2-bedroom apartment for around $4,000 a month. Get ready for more of the same with the Broadway plan. I'm also concerned about the pace. Already more than 20,000 housing units and 139 projects have been proposed for the first 2 years of the plan. How many of these will be within the reach of citizens searching for homes? How will this address the affordable housing crisis? And what about the 30-year rollout when so many units have already been approved? Looks like the plan is rolling out much more quickly than we are being told. So here's my request. I'm asking you to vote against the Broadway plan review and implementation. I'm asking you to slow this plan down to allow for sufficient expert review and time for meaningful, not pro forma, engagement and consultation with citizens. We need more time to make sure that densification addresses the needs of citizens and provides an appropriate new housing stock in a considered and measured way. I'm asking you respectfully to please pause the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Right on time. Thank you. Speaker number 21 is Christopher Simon. I understand Christopher is not joining as a group, but as an individual.
That's correct. Yeah, can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, my name is Chris Simon. I live in North Van, and we have a rental property in Kitsilano, where our daughter lives. And I'm opposed to the plan, or at least two aspects of the plan. And I'm talking as a citizen, as a professional engineer as well. So first of all, I'm a little surprised that I believe it's 351 pages of the addendum have to be reviewed so quickly. It's a major change to the original plan, and we should take time to review that. But really, my main concerns about the plan. The first one is the systematic demolition of old structures.
Please go ahead. Christoph, please go ahead. Okay, looks like we lost Christoph.
Sorry, the speaker disconnected.
Is speaker number 21 still on the line? Okay. Okay, we can come back to you, speaker number 21, so we have to go to the next one. Speaker number 22 has withdrawn. Speaker number 23, Julian Dagan.
Speaker 23 is not in the chamber and not on the line.
Okay, we're going to come back. Speaker number 24, Roberta Olenek.
Speaker 24 is not on the line.
Speaker number 25, Peter Dowdy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
My name is Peter Dowdy. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a member of the Vancouver Area Neighbours Association. And I am calling in today to speak in support of this amendment to the Broadway plan, as well as the continuation of the plan overall. Vancouver has a critical shortage of housing. Rents have declined recently, but the vacancy rate remains extremely tight, below 1%. This is not a new issue. Vancouver was exactly like this when the Broadway plan was first debated and passed. The Broadway plan adds crucial new housing. Many units are in progress. Many more are currently in the application phase. The city should do everything it can to both expedite this process and ensure that these proposals are viable. However, the Broadway plan also contemplated the issue of tenant displacement. There was the object lesson of the destruction of affordable rental housing in Metrotown to put into the balance. That's why the Broadway plan created an enhanced Broadway plan tenant relocation and protection policy in order to balance the need of housing with the needs for renters to not be displaced into a housing market that, due to its extreme scarcity, is very brutal. This is also a necessary political counterbalance because despite what opponents of the Broadway plan might say, proposals to replace low-density duplexes with apartment buildings draw many orders of magnitude more opposition from community groups than proposals to displace affordable rentals with new proposals under the Broadway plan. Renters often do not have much of a political voice, and this policy protects them. That's why this is a necessary condition to legitimize this project. Opponents of the Broadway plan also say that we are turbocharging the Broadway plan. I think that if you look at the housing crisis, it's obvious that what we need to do is turbocharge the Broadway plan. So please, approve this, turbocharge the Broadway plan, but also recognize that we cannot meet all of our housing demand solely through the Broadway plan. Other neighborhoods deserve to grow too. This council has done a lot, but has much more to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. We're going to circle back to speaker number 21st. Christoph is already on the line. Please go ahead, Christoph.
Opponents of the Broadway plan also say that we are turbocharging the Broadway plan. I think that
Christoph, are you on the line?
The housing crisis, it's obvious that what we need to do is turbocharge the Broadway plan. So please, approve this.
Christoph, can you hear us?
But also recognize that we cannot meet all of our housing demand solely through the Broadway plan. Other neighborhoods deserve to grow too. This council has done a lot.
Christoph, please turn off your video.
Je préparais tout un truc.
We're going to circle back to speaker number 20.
Christoph, it's your turn to speak if you wanted to go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I got disconnected.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. So, so two aspects of the plans really disturb me. The first one is the systematic destruction or demolition of existing buildings, viable buildings. So, on a basis, about 100 buildings will be sending about 1 million tons of debris to landfills, and it doesn't sound right to me, or engineering-wise, it doesn't make any sense. Instead of upgrading these buildings and making sure they're okay for the future. The second aspect is the building height. Just as a quick sideline, France has enacted a new rule for new buildings with at least 50% wood in any new structure, which essentially limits the height of building to 6 stories. And one of the earliest speakers had talked briefly about 6 stories. That's where it comes from. So if you have a sustainable building, and unfortunately that's the only way to achieve sustainability, is to include 50% wood in buildings. And the paradox is that we have very good companies on the West Coast that do engineered wood products for construction, and we will be hiring a French company, Lafarge, to pour concrete. My next point is sustainability again, and that's the energy consumption of high-rises or building of 20 stories and more. They use between 50% and 2.5 times the amount of energy per square foot than a less than 6-story building will use. And now we are paying about 10 cents per kilowatt hour for energy, but projections are more about 20 to 35. And somebody will need to pay for that. That's an important thing to consider. And the next one is just the sustainability in the future with climate change, and especially when it comes to high-rise clusters. There will be it's unavoidable heat traps, and what's going to happen, and I don't see that in the plan, is an increase in temperature from 2 to 6 degrees around these buildings that will make life very, very difficult. Then comes the risk, in my views, especially when it comes to seismic code. So fortunately, we haven't got anything drastic until now. But if there's a major quake, how will be the emergency services changed or prepared already to support this huge cluster of high rises? And hopefully smaller quakes will touch Vancouver, not a large one. And in this case, what about the remediation of high rises? Who's going to pay for it? From foundation settlement to structural damage. And the last thing I wanted to say is legacy.
Sorry, Christoph, you are at time. Sorry.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Speaker number 26 is Karen Cllr.
Speaker 26 is not on the line.
Speaker number 7, Sal Robinson.
Speaker 27 is not in the chamber, not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 28, Carol Volkart.
I'm here.
Yeah, please go ahead, Carol.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Carol Volkart, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I strongly oppose this report because of its terrible impact on the human beings who live in the city. I urge you to put it on hold while you rethink it to ensure it benefits rather than harms the people of Vancouver. I'm sure that when you were out campaigning for our votes in the summer of 2022, you had no idea that 2 years later you'd be considering proposals that would essentially be terrorizing your fellow citizens. Because this is what it has come to. From David Fine's interviews with the people affected by this plan, we can see there are tenants waiting in fear every day for their dreaded eviction notice. There's young people furious at being squeezed out of the rental buildings. And these tenant protections that they've been promised are just turning to water. They face years of uncertainty. They don't know when they'll have to move, where they'll go, and when they'll come back, what kind of apartment they'll get. Imagine trying to build a life around so many questions at that age. Seniors are terrified too, especially those who depend on a supportive community that's grown up around them. What happens to them when it's shattered by a development application sign going up outside their window? As reported in the Vancouver Sun this week, small local businesses fear the plan too. When you allow towers along previously protected retail streets, land values and taxes will go up so much that small businesses can't survive. Without them, every retail area will end up with the same soulless national and international chains. The residents of established low-rise neighborhoods who cherish their surroundings are fearful too, horrified by the reality that a 20-story tower can be plunked into their midst at any time. The uglification of our city, the loss of heritage and trees, the loss of views, the lack of parks and amenities to serve 64,000 new residents, all will have severe mental health effects on people, especially when they're cooped up in tiny apartments and high-rise towers, virtually the only kind of new housing that's being built under this plan. In return for all this fear and destruction, we're not even getting affordable housing. A city staff report this spring said we need $6 billion in provincial and federal funding to actually accomplish that. The human cost of this plan is too high. Please do the humane thing and pause it for review. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 29 is Caroline Nakonechny.
Speaker 29 is not in the chamber, not online.
Thank you. Speaker number 30, Barbara Bradbury.
Speaker 30 is not in the chamber, not online.
Speaker 31st, Chris Kruk.
Speaker 31 is not in the chamber, not online.
Thank you. Speaker 32, Christopher Yost.
Thank you.
Yep, please go ahead, Christopher.
My name is Christopher Yost. I live in Kitsilano, and I am very opposed to the plan. Excuse my voice. I've lived in Kits for 30 years, and I've grown to know one of the great neighborhoods in North America. Anyone who's traveled throughout the States and Canada would know that living in Kitsilano is as good as living anywhere. Walkable, livable, the right balance of little stores and shops, the right amount of business for the shops to keep them afloat. So what happened to me when I first saw the sign, we're thinking of putting up a 20-story tower right next to your building and down the street and over here. Well, it was like waking up in a dystopian nightmare, and I cannot wake up from that nightmare. It just gets worse and worse. What's crazy about this is the concept to address the housing shortage. The only way you can address that shortage is by destroying these wonderful neighborhoods that go from Vine to Cllr. That's the only way. You can't go out on a transit line out of the city, maybe a 30-minute ride, find some industrial land, maybe some big box store where you could build a tower and have the store on the ground level, a 3-acre parking lot outside the store, more towers, whatever. The only way you can address the housing shortage and density is to destroy these wonderful neighborhoods. It's crazy. It's so crazy, it's like the emperor has no clothes crazy, and I'm absolutely amazed that people are going along with this. It's just nuts. So I respectfully ask Council to pause the plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Christopher. Speaker 33 is David McVie.
I'm a long-term resident of Vancouver and living in the Kitsilano area, and my concerns deal specifically with application signs indicating a plan to build 22-story towers in neighborhoods that are currently 2 to 3-story dwellings. In addition to all the perfectly good-looking 3 to 4-story rental buildings, and why we would need to, bulldoze those. It seems from, the comments I've heard so far online there are many options to increase density before introducing, such radical change to areas not previously zoned for high rises. So, without covering, you've heard, from many people opposed to this, so no need to repeat too much. And I would just like to finish by encouraging council to, rethink this plan and look at, certain elements of it that, result in a fairly major impact to neighbors as they exist now. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Speaker 34, Stephanie Bennington.
Hi there. Good evening, Council. I reside within the Broadway plan area, and I'm adamantly opposed to this amendment. The Broadway plan has already created a land speculation frenzy. Where is the evidence that all the increased density under the amendments will actually lead to affordability? And how does demolishing affordable rental stock and replacing it with more expensive housing stock make any sense? Approving an expansion of the plan will only make the situation for renters in the area even worse. Other cities have pushed back on the top-down provincial TOA legislation. Why won't Vancouver? The current affordable housing stock should be protected like gold. The amount of people impacted by these renovictions through the current pipeline of development is deeply concerning, and removing the 2-tower per block restriction will only make it worse. The city presentation already admitted in answer to Councillor Carr's question about the pace of change that more applications have been seen than were anticipated, and admitted that they anticipate finding interim housing for all those impacted to be a challenge due to the low vacancy rate. So why is the removal of this restriction necessary at this point in time? And where will all the displaced people go, even if only some of these developments occur? The Broadway plan is forcing people from their homes and communities and changing the very face and fabric of our neighbourhoods. It was meant to be a 30-year plan. With 20,000 of the 30,000 planned units already in the pipeline after 2 years, lifting the 2-tower block restriction now is completely unnecessary. Not to mention the report makes no solid guarantee of the amenities, such as schools and parks, that a potential 64,000 new residents will require. For example, what I heard is the city is seeking park space, but does not guarantee it. You can't just keep building towers without a clear plan for amenities. Experts are telling you the pace and nature of development is untenable, and that there are better ways to address densification. I also contest the inference that the public consultation on this amendment was extensive. I attended one of those open houses, where the changes were presented as fact, and the city staff showed little willingness to entertain opposing views. Additionally, the timing of this public hearing, when many people are preoccupied leading up to the holiday period, and the lack of notice to read a hundreds of pages report, appears to be an attempt to push this controversial amendment through when people are distracted. You, the City Council, are representatives of the residents of Vancouver, and the city is at your mercy. Please listen to our concerns and the voices of the experts in city planning that you have heard today, and vote against this amendment. Please pause plan. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Speaker 35 is Charmaine Gorey. Charmaine.
I'm a resident of Vancouver. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Charmaine Gorey, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I am opposed to this proposal. The Broadway plan was supposed to be a measured build-up over 30 years, but what is happening is a frenzy of redevelopment. There are redevelopment signs popping up everywhere in my neighborhood. And this is going to bring about the demise of the wonderful mixed neighborhood that I live in and which make Vancouver such a great city, such a livable city. Even more renters and now possibly small businesses are also going to be displaced by this current turbocharged proposal. The plan will demolish thousands of existing affordable homes, resulting in reforced settlements to thousands of people in pursuit of what may be little or any net increase in affordable housing. The Broadway plan will not provide affordable housing. Only 20% of the proposed developments are below market value. That's just a drop in the bucket. And even the below market rates won't be affordable for those on low incomes. All that will be produced are some tall towers with very small, expensive apartments that aren't livable for any adult who has any possessions at all. I feel that those speakers who are so fulsome in their support of this plan are being naive to think that the market is going to solve the affordability problem and that these places are going to be affordable, great places to live. I am personally one of the people who is going to be evicted. The redevelopment for my property just passed, and so my fate is to be one of those who's going to lose their home. I have lived in my apartment for over 20 years. I'm being forced to move from a livable one-bedroom apartment with the prospect of a one-bedroom that is going to be 438 square feet in the new building. The stress and upheaval of my life, the uncertainty of future plans for my retirement has been causing adverse effects on my health. I've had sleepless nights, and my blood pressure is going up. Sure, there is the enhanced tenants protection plan, but we don't know if it will work. And it doesn't cover other issues being experienced by tenants who are subject to eviction, such as having to move into much smaller spaces that really are not livable. As noted by the letter sent to Council by a number of Vancouver's most experienced and awarded planning, urban design developers and architects, in a 30-year build-out, the existing good, affordable housing should be protected, not demolished. Renewal of aging housing can happen later in the plan when replacement housing is there for the impacted tenants to transfer directly to. I would encourage Council to rethink this turbocharged plan and also the Broadway plan overall, to consider the human cost of this, the people whose lives are going to be affected by this. I don't know where I'm going to live. I'm probably not going to be able to live in a very nice apartment that's going to be too small for me. So I just encourage you to listen to your constituents, listen to the people out there. We're opposed to this, and we have good reasons to be opposed. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 36, Jennifer Maynard.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
My father was born in Vancouver in 1906. I was born in Vancouver in 1946. Our family home, newly renovated, was expropriated in 1960 by the city to create a bigger school ground. This was a devastating blow for my dad, who was near retirement and was now faced with a move and a mortgage. But at least the chestnut tree that my uncle planted in 1925 is still standing, and children are still playing beside it. Being evicted for a school ground is one thing. Being displaced from your neighborhood for a soulless high-rise is another. High-rises replacing older multifamily homes is not a good answer for creating livable communities. The mission of the City of Vancouver is to create a great city of communities which care about its people, its environment, and the opportunities to live, work, and prosper. The values of the City of Vancouver include responsiveness, to listen to all the people we work with and serve, to act in a timely and sensitive way. In 1985, my neighborhood was under threat by developers. Grace Baxman, the Director of Planning, initiated several local area planning processes, including in my neighborhood of Dunbar South and Marpole. Every Wednesday evening for 2 years, between 100 and 150 neighbors showed up to create our local area plan. The young planner must have been overwhelmed by the passion and commitment of the participants. In the end, though, a compromise was reached, and the plan was adopted by consensus. In February 1988, the plan was approved by Council, and it has served us well for almost 40 years. This is an example of listening to the community and acting in a timely and sensitive way. I attended the Broadway Plan rally at City Hall and listened to the speakers, all experts in planning, social services, affordable housing, or architecture. There was not a single city councillor or relevant MLA at that rally, but I am sure that you have received many letters and briefs from all these experts. Have you bothered to read them? If not, please do, because they make a lot more sense than the Broadway plan that you have set in motion. And maybe refresh your memories around City of Vancouver corporate policy number CG00101. Thank you for listening, and please pause the plan.
Thank you. Speaker 37, Cheryl Stain. Please go ahead, Cheryl.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Thank you for hearing me. Some of you might recognize me. I've spoken a few times before. This one really concerns me. I want you, within these 3 minutes I have, for you to focus on me as a face, okay? A face of a tenant who is facing eviction through no fault of her own, along with hundreds of others in Vancouver Broadway area. We are the vulnerable, the disabled, seniors, and pensioners. We need homes. We cannot become homeless. I've been homeless before twice. It's unbearable. Some of us are ill, some of us are very ill. I'm personally disabled. You are replacing affordable housing with small to tiny boxes of unaffordable housing for the rich. This makes no sense, none at all, except lining property owners and developers' pockets at the expense of low-income renters. I did want to read my speech, but I know I'm going to get cut off, so I just want to make some succinct points after hearing everybody. And I just want to say, can't you see the majority don't even want the Broadway plan? At minimum, pause it. We are the voters and taxpayers. First of all, we don't have the infrastructure. We don't have infrastructure right now for the people who live here. We don't have medical doctors, GPs. We don't have anything. We have traffic. They're going to be electricity. They're going to bring their cars. We don't have the grid for it. We don't have the infrastructure right now. We're 100 years old. We haven't kept up. So infrastructure is a big one that no one's really discussing, and it should be discussed. We are stressed out. Stressed out. Staff are not living where we are, the city staff here. We're stressed out. And why turbocharge it when there's 20,000 already on the pipeline and staff have consulted PCI, but not the tenants? I haven't been consulted, yet PCI developers say, thank you, staff, for consulting us. It's sad. It speaks to what Vancouver's become. I live in a 70s building, low rise, 700 square feet, $1,000 a month. This I can afford. Hardwood floors, big windows, not sardines packed into new towers, but is rather instead livable. So I want you to see my face and remember it. We're stressed out that we don't know where we're going to live while these buildings are going to be built. Are they going to be abandoned for 5 years? Where are they going to put us? Please do not put the renters' privileges at the mercy of developers. Please keep those in place and please protect us more. We don't know where we're going to go. We are stressed. And I just want to sit here and you see my face one last time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, speaker 38, Victor Bergson.
Speaker 38 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 39 has withdrawn. Speaker 40 has also withdrawn. Speaker 41st, Teresa Stolowski. Speaker 41 is on the line or in the chamber? On the line. Okay, please go ahead, Teresa. Speaker 41st, are you there on the line?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Teresa Stolarski. I am a West Ender who's lived in Mount Pleasant and South Grenville, and I am opposed to the Broadway plan review and implementation. I cannot overstate my grave concern about the proposed plan and especially its amendments. I am appalled at the short turnaround time for public and experts to read, digest, and respond to the plan's 353 pages of content. It smacks of subverting democracy. Citizens are not impediments. We're your boss. Your mandate is to represent the interests of the public, yet you have not given the public a reasonable chance to weigh in. Vancouver needs planned and integrated growth, but the Broadway plan is a callous disregard of the residents of established, mature neighborhoods which could absorb appropriate evolution over time, including the addition of dignified, affordable housing stock of varying typology. It also disparages those developers who acted in good faith previously by respecting the public realm, including our precious view cones, which were quietly sold off this summer. I did not receive a reply to my opposition then. Vancouverism put this city on the map for its extensive consultation within neighborhoods, full negotiation with developers, and a long view for the city's infrastructure and social needs. In recent years, this care has been replaced by a scorched earth approach that favors capital over character and profit over people. What is being proposed in the Broadway plan instead is highly cynical. Veritable shoeboxes, which will be more expensive and less livable, which will inflict damage on public spaces through shading and loss of character, and which will displace people writ large while inflating land values and, in turn, property prices. The proposed tenant protections are but window dressing. Displaced tenants will have moved on by the time new towers are built, and the neighborhoods they loved will be destroyed. There will be no reason for them to return. I suspect the city and its developer friends quietly rely on this outcome. This all begs the question, who is Vancouver for, if not for Vancouverites? I would appreciate Council's response. More to the point, though, I respectfully request that the Mayor and Council pause the Broadway plan and submit to legitimate and meaningful consultation and engagement before inflicting permanent and irrevocable damage on the lives of thousands and the world-renowned character of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 42, Wall G. E. Okay. It's Wall.
Hello.
G. Yeah, please go ahead, Wall.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. I just want to thank the mayor and council for the opportunity to speak. I live in the Hastings, PNE area, and I've been a Vancouver resident since 1985. I personally know people affected by the Broadway plan in its current and amended form. Many people have already spoken, and I can echo the same sentiments, so I do not need to repeat them here. I am opposed to the plan as it is currently is. I ask that council please pause the plan so that the planning department will have extra time to make the changes necessary to improve the plan, and that's considering all the items that were spoken today by people who are opposed to the plan. So I just want to keep this short, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Wall. Speaker 43 has withdrawn. Speaker 44 is Luis Villegas. Please go ahead, Luis. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Luis Villegas. I'm a Vancouver resident, urban design specialist for 44 years. Next slide, please. I drew the concept plan for the Olympic Village and designed Chinatown Square. Next. I am speaking against the plan amendments and the Broadway plan's one-size-fits-all approach. Next slide. Council, stop subsidizing tower urbanism by forgiving CACs and DCLs and requiring 60% fewer parking spaces than necessary. Next. Council, end towers lifting land prices. Next. And profiteering by an unholy alliance of developers and their banks and professionals and consultants and suppliers and the rest of them. Next, please. No more unlivable, tiny, puny units. Next. Council, end the shell game that is closing mom and pop shops, making jobs go begging, and driving families and graduates out of our great city. Next. Get the towers out of the neighborhoods. Next. Towers don't belong next to houses. Next. Also, stop land lift to end the housing crisis. Next. City Hall precinct plan is a no-capacity plan that has no place in our great city. Council, there are many, many options for building something other than a tower garden. Next, towers belong downtown. As Councillor Cllr testified at a public hearing last night, towers are a good fit in the West End. However, human-scale neighborhoods are the great tradition of our great city. Next. Council, preserve the cultural values embodied in our built heritage and our historic sites, like the Edwardian houses and the historic Fraser Inn at Kingsway and Fraser. Next. Finally, Council, house your people, our fellow citizens presenting with mental illness, poverty, and addiction. Council, stop rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic in order to make more room for towers. And prove that you actually give a damn. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Speaker 45, Mark Battersby.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead, Mark. You have up to 3 minutes.
Yes. I'm a past president of Cllr. I was extensively involved in the development of the Arbutus Walk area, which is an example of how you properly can, in fact, increase density and have a very livable city. It would involve extensive deliberation between the various citizen groups and the developer and the city. There was a model of democracy. What is happening to democracy? This is not democracy. David Eby doesn't believe in democracy. He's actually prohibiting it. The council is not exhibiting the kind of involvement with the community that would be genuinely democratic. You've heard from the brilliant citizens who have spoken tonight and other nights. There's an incredible resource of intelligence, thoughtfulness, caring, and decency, and council should be respecting that and making sure that the bureaucrats are involved in speaking to those people. I call on the council to stop the plan now, exhibit the democratic concern both for their own future as politicians and for the city. Stop the plan and put it back to the people who the citizens, get them properly involved as they should be in a true democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 46, Diana Davidson.
Hello, I'm Diana Davidson. I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good. Hello, everybody there. I point out that approximately half of you aren't there. I'm not criticizing the ones who are there or the ones who aren't there. Just the idea that we could go ahead with a meeting on such huge changes and on a document that's 350 pages long and which we can't even get hold of. It shouldn't be happening this way. This is not a way a democracy runs. I just want to point out, I've lived in my area since 1968, which is Cllr, and I love it. And what I notice is both this and the Vancouver plan amount to a decision to clear-cut single-family and moderate height multiple housing units and change this all over to high-rises for most of the city. That is the absolute destruction of the city, and none of you were elected to engage in any such activity. If you look at that report, which fortunately someone did a little bit of a review and was able to extract some information from it and pass that on to me, that report already establishes that this is not working to create affordable housing. Less than 1% of the built out and the building are going to be affordable. And in the meantime, 34,000 people are going to be booted out of their places who are renting in affordable housing in a city which does not have 34,000 available units. And if you can find 34,000 available units, then you should not even be proceeding with this. So any way you look at it, you need to pause this plan and do quite a bit of rethinking and a lot more respect to the many very experienced Vancouver planners and builders and architects and developers who are opposed to this. Please pause the plan and at least have another hearing where the rest of the council is there and that the mayor, reassure us that the mayor, whether he is having to recuse himself because of some conflict of interest, that he is at least somewhere listening carefully to each of us when we're desperately trying to reach out to you in order to save our city. Because it is not your city. It is our city. And it is a democracy, and if you continue with this plan, I can assure you that none of you will be sitting on that council when the new election comes. Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Speaker 47 is Cllr Tran. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Caleb. I live in Vancouver and I support the changes in the Broadway plan. For decades, people have been blaming all sorts of things on the house cost of housing, like foreign investors to speculators to empty homes and developers, but they rarely blamed new housing, lack of new housing. So because of that, we are behind, like very behind on building new homes, and we should be building them faster, especially near rapid transit. We shouldn't have had the tower limit in the first place, especially in rapid transit. One thing about Vancouver is that we have really good transit. So I know a lot of people who don't have a car here, and they're like in 20s to like 30s, mid 30s, and even older. It's like we don't see that a lot in other cities, especially in the US, because there's lots of transit in your homes, in your businesses, in your jobs, and there's still a lot to do in building homes and making it better. But this is progress. Progress in building homes that people need, progress in making Vancouver more affordable with BMR, and adding more market rentals and strata with our low vacancy rates. Progress in making Vancouver a more vibrant city with more businesses, retail, people, more culture, arts. Progress in making Vancouver a more employable city with more jobs everywhere. Progress in making Vancouver a less car-dependent city, more transitable by putting people, jobs, restaurants near rapid transit in the Broadway subway, and progress in making Vancouver a better city, making it the best city in Canada, and better than Toronto. But in order to do that, we need the TRPP, the Tenant Protection Program, so that there is no renter left behind. Since renters are important to Vancouver, and we need to instill confidence that renters are safe even for future plans outside the Broadway plan. So we need the TRPP so we can move Vancouver forward together in creating the vision Vancouverites want.
Thank you. Speaker 48 is Mark McLean.
Speaker 48 is not in the chamber and not online.
Thank you. Speaker 49 is Eric Serpas, Ventura.
Hi, Council, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Council, for having me. I know it's been a long day. My name is Eric Serpas Ventura. I am the co-founder and CEO of Vima Deconstruction. We use sustainable deconstruction to recover materials, reduce landfill waste, support communities with affordable resources, create jobs, and promote the circular economy. What have we done so far? Since our journey commenced 2 years ago, our company and team have skillfully diverted 400,000 pounds of materials and lumber from the clutches of the landfill. By saying this, I'm stating that I am against this plan currently until we actually have a lot more opportunity to look at better options for repurposing and deconstructing material homes instead of demolition. To give you a quick example, the demolition of a walk-up apartment situated at 12th Avenue in Burrard is expected to generate 500,000 pounds of lumber waste detained for the landfill under this plan. These are opportunities that we're missing for secondary market opportunities. Things that we reclaim from homes that are not being demolished and are basically being deconstructed and salvaged and donated for the community. Things as windows, cabinets, sinks, tubs, bricks, siding, doors, water tanks, stairs, insulation, drywall. The list goes on and on and on of things that we do not need to have end up in the landfill. What we are suggesting is to take a pause, get a moment of clarification here of what we can do. And one way we can do this is by policy. So what we're hoping to do is to promote the idea of a home waste prevention plan, requiring all pre-1970 single-family homes slated for demolition to be assessed for deconstruction and relocation at the permit application stage. As well, follow the lead of the City of Victoria and require a $19,500 or higher demolition deposit for all pre-1970 homes. The applicant is refunded the deposit if they prove the home was deconstructed or relocated. This is important to see exactly what we can do against demolition, destruction, and clearing all of our history, all of our character in this Broadway corridor. So I ask if we can pause for a moment, look at opportunities to create pilot projects, which the City of Vancouver is looking for, to really look at another option for that is not demolition based. We are not we are a city that is leading the Canada in demolition, and this is not the proper way to do things. We have many opportunities and very capable people that are looking to get involved in deconstruction and house relocation. So, in conclusion, I would say for now, if we can pause, rethink, clarify, and start a new plan for a better way than demolition. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Speaker 50, Jennifer O'Keefe. Please go ahead, Jennifer.
Hello, my name is Jennifer O'Keefe. I'm a renter and a lifelong resident of Vancouver. There is no standard government definition of affordable housing. If you take a 175-unit new build that is possibly being proposed, and you take that 75% of the units are at market rate, that's going to only leave 44 that are below market rate, which could be $20 below what market rate is because it's not defined. I've been volunteering with seniors and veterans on Sunday. Those seniors and veterans are absolutely terrified. They live in Fairview. They're right by the SkyTrain. The housing was originally set up as social housing, and the seniors are so scared that they are going to be rent-evicted out that they're talking about what's going to happen if they're either forced out of the community away from their friends or family, if they're going to end up homeless. And at least 3 of them had mentioned that they felt that they had, if it led to it, they might be forced to take maid as an option. It's not an option. It's not a kind option. It's not a just option. We have an affordable housing crisis that's precipitated by an artificially inflated real estate market. While 54% of us rent, very little of our housing is designated as social. Other cities in the world, such as Stockholm or Vienna, have anywhere from 30 to 80% social housing owned and maintained by the municipality, instead of relying on others to subsidize the housing and then subsidizing it. The city has bylaws for nearly 60 years, giving them the full power to enforce changes to places of lodgings. This would impact what's happening down on the downtown east side. You could be enforcing what's happening with the SROs and making sure that landlords maintain the health requirements that are expected. The city has the ability to expropriate these properties if necessary. What's happening is that we've got residents are being ignored in favor of developers. The city could and should and be innovative when it comes to what lands and which buildings can be used and how housing is being built. The city could engage neighborhoods and communities to help find solutions, although this would only be useful if the city is actually listening and seeking community-based solutions. Otherwise, such inclusion is nothing more than a facade. I've spoken to 3 lawyers who've said that there's actually no legal requirement for the developers to find alternative housing for these residents. If you're looking at what's happened with the seniors that are living in the seniors housing complex and veterans, it was originally set up by veterans.
Sorry, Jennifer, you're out of time.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking to council. Speaker 51 is Susan Scobie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Susan Scobie, and I'm a longtime resident of Kitsilano. I oppose the plan. Council has heard many reasons today why the Broadway plan doesn't make sense. I suspect that the council and mayor will pass this because you always do, but I'll tell you why you should think deeper before you act. Because thousands of people will be damaged by the plan, whether it displaces them or they simply live nearby and their quality of life will be harmed. We hire our councils to protect us and our city, not to sell us out to foreign interests. The plan is not a solution to local needs. It's based in political ideology for a global type of human settlement that's being implemented in cities around the world from Ethiopia to China. Have you heard the mantra, think globally, act locally? That's what this is. When the EB plan was superimposed onto the Broadway plan, it became a whole new plan that we could call the UN Global Solution Plan. It pretends to be a Vancouver plan, but it is a UN Agenda 2050 plan. The plan means dropping large blocks of sterile, non-contextual towers down into the fabric of the city that we love and have created over 150 years. The Canadian population is declining naturally. Our birth rate is well below replacement, one of the lowest of developed countries, and our death rate is going up. So by 2050, there will be lots of homes for sale and suites to rent as demand declines. There would be more room for everyone and cheaper prices. Everyone could have a garden. But instead, the feds have created a density problem. They signed on to the United Nations Global Compact on Migration and take in more people than any other developed country. Canada promised to take in just over 1 million, but took 4 million, winning many brownie points with the UN. These people are divvied up between the regional districts and cities. Almost 75% of our immigrants are non-permanent and can bring their families with them. Coincidentally, Vancouver aims to build 75% of its housing as rental housing for these students and temporary workers. Apparently, these visitors to Canada can't afford homes, and we taxpayers must subsidize them while still struggling to pay for our own lives in inflationary times. What if the federal government changes and the new one stops bringing in millions of people each year? Will these units that we build sit empty like our high-end condos do? Why do the mayor and council agree to this and not defend their city? At least put up a fight for appearance's sake. What is in it for you? We need to stop this bad UN Global Solutions plan and work on local solutions for local problems, of which there are many. Perhaps council could fill some potholes. That would be a step in the right direction. One-size-fits-all global design is a dumb idea. Please, Mayor and Council, think locally and act locally and file the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Speaker 52, Darwin Pirosco.
Pirosco. I was born and raised in South Vancouver, and now I live in Kitsilano. My message tonight is very short and simple. Don't do it. Rethink the Broadway plan. Common sense tells us that we do not rip down perfectly good rental buildings and replace them with inferior products that will be less affordable. Common decency tells us we do not displace people and put them in harm's way, disrupt their lives, and put them in limbo. Alienating and harming the people you are supposed to fight for and protect is wrong. Who does this? Who does this to their own people? And since when do Vancouverites like cement neighborhoods filled with skyscrapers with no character, no real parks, no schools, no community centers, and no sense of belonging? Today, you are voting on increasing the allowable number of towers in areas of the Broadway plan, going beyond what province mandates. None of this makes any sense. Something has to change. Please Give us back our voice in planning the future of Vancouver. And do not destroy our neighborhoods. Send these amendments back. Please pause the Broadway plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 53 is Nathan Hawkins.
Today, speaking on behalf of Vision Zero Vancouver, a transport advocacy and safety organization. And I want to focus on the transportation infrastructure piece in these proposed Broadway plan changes. To set the stage, Broadway and West 4th, Main Street, Burrard, and Kingsway are some of the most congested bus routes in the city and have the highest amount person hours of delay. We have major bike routes on West 10th, off Broadway, Burrard, Cypress, Arbutus Street, and Ontario Street that also happen to be where there are the most crashes with cyclists, according to ICBC crash statistics. That tells us our bike routes are not safe enough, our bus routes are not safe enough, and we need more. And this has real consequences. Just this week, we had a cyclist who was killed at Kingsway and Nanaimo because there was not safe, protected cycling infrastructure for them. We also have a lot of crashes with pedestrians on Main Street, on Broadway, and on Cambie Street, which are supposed to be our high streets where we want everybody to walk and shop. And there's a huge cluster of crashes around Vancouver General Hospital, which I don't think people visiting the hospital should be killed in car crashes. Seems pretty bad. So what should we be doing about this? We need to consider more safe, separated infrastructure that looks like bike lanes on Broadway Street, not on Dudley West 10th, not on Dudley 7th Avenue, where people actually want to go. We need bike lanes and sidewalks that are safe for disabled people, for little kids, and for elderly people, not just able-bodied young men. In this proposed changes, you talk about future car-free areas on a 10-year and a 30-year time span, and I encourage councillors to get more aggressive with these targets. Not to be morbid, but most of you are going to be dead in 30 years, and I think you should be making changes that you will actually get to see. The 10-year car-free targets should be accelerated, and you could implement them before the next election in 2026. We know this type of infrastructure is very popular. When you look at Lillian Toe Plaza on Yukon Street, people love those pedestrian plazas and mini parks. When you go to Car Free Day or Catalana, you see how popular car-free spaces are. We get massive crowds, and it's a huge boon for businesses, very profitable. We should be having those year-round, 24/7. And we really desperately need 24/7 bus lanes. This was something that council has repeatedly brought up, and staff have not delivered it yet. In Toronto, when they passed a bus lane motion, they started building those bus lanes 5 days later.
Sorry, Nathan,
and it's
you are
been
over the time
months
already.
now.
Thank you for speaking to council. Speaker 54, Jill Aaron. I think that's the duplicate from the. Oh, okay.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So, Jill, before you start, as a procedure question, I have to ask you if you are the residents of the Vancouver.
I work in Vancouver.
Okay.
I represent an organization in Vancouver.
All right. Thank you. So please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Gil Yaron. I'm the Managing Director of Circular Innovation for Lighthouse, a Vancouver-based organization that serves to accelerate a circular economy in the built environment. I'm speaking this evening not for or against this motion, but rather to request that the committee receive information and direct city staff to bring forward policy to preserve the value of the materials in the homes that are slated for demolition under the Broadway plan. Under the original Broadway plan, we would have seen 282 single-family homes, 419 two-family dwellings, and thousands of multi-dwelling units, many beautiful and good quality homes demolished and sent to landfill. The amendments that are proposed will increase that number of collateral damage to many more hundred single-family homes and two-family dwellings. These homes represent an untold amount of material resources, including old-growth timber and other valuable building materials that could be saved and repurposed. Programs exist to relocate and retrofit these homes to communities in rural areas and First Nations communities that are in desperate need of housing. The irony is that we are taking down valuable housing at the same time as we're facing a housing crisis. So rather than that, we could implement policy, as has been done in other jurisdictions, to preserve these homes, relocate them, retrofit them, or if they're not of a condition to allow for that, to deconstruct those homes, preserve those materials, and keep them in our economy. So I encourage Council to strengthen policy around the preservation of the existing structures. In that way, we can achieve 4 positive outcomes that to support the Broadway plan and the use of these homes. The first is to help address the housing crisis that we're experiencing outside of Vancouver by relocating some of these homes that are suitable for people to live in, continue to live in. Second is to preserve the value and the legacy of homes that are relocated. Third, to drive a circular economy by capturing building materials and using them and repurposing them within the economy for new building projects. And 4, to preserve more than 170,000 metric tons of embodied carbon and associated GHG emissions with the materials that would end up in landfill, and to alleviate the pressure on
Sorry,
Vancouver
Jill, you are
landfill.
at time. Thank you for speaking to Council. Okay, number 55 is Viera Giorava. Yep, please go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for your time and attention. My name is Viara, and I live in one of the buildings currently slated for redevelopment on First and U. I oppose the Broadway plan. I am pro-density. I believe in walkable and transit-oriented neighborhoods where amenities are plentiful and car use is rare or unnecessary. This is why I continue to live in Kitsilano. It is already that type of neighborhood. The Broadway plan paints with a broad stroke and threatens to damage existing, dense, walkable neighborhoods like mine. The area it covers is simply too large and the plan is too broad. This is reflected in the province's Bill 47. I understand that we need a plan for development along Broadway. I also understand that the city needs to align the Broadway plan with provincial legislation. In that case, I implore you to lower height limits in the areas that are not near Broadway, as the province calls for buildings up to 8 stories in the 400 to 800 meter range from the subway stations. My building on First and U is slated to be torn down and replaced by a 20-story tower. It is 800 meters away from Broadway and Arbutus, and it's a 13-minute uphill walk. During this walk, you actually pass multiple alternative transit options. Including this area in the Broadway plan is a mistake, as this is one of the rare places in our city where missing middle housing thrives. I live in a 3-story walk-up on a small side street surrounded mostly by similar buildings full of renters. I walk to the grocery store, to the library, to cafes and restaurants. This is a neighborhood where people gather on the lawns in front of their buildings, where neighbors know each other, and where small local businesses thrive. Towers are not conducive to any of these things. Towers are not community-oriented. In a city full of multi-million-dollar single-family homes, it is a colossal mistake to bulldoze some of our most vibrant neighborhoods full of relatively affordable, missing middle rental housing in order to build tragic, cramped, unlivable, and incredibly expensive units. While the Broadway plan has provisions for 20% of units to be 20% below market, that essentially works to replace the already affordable units being torn down. I understand that we need housing desperately, but I don't understand why we are destroying our current affordable housing stock and planning to build more housing that is inaccessible to most people. Who is all of this for? Much has been made of NIMBYs being privileged homeowners trying to protect their property values and views. I rent a studio apartment. I have no view. I have no backyard. The reason my apartment is livable is because of the community that surrounds it. And I hope that you hear the devastation in many of the speakers today and take that into account to pause and review the Broadway plan. Let's not make this mistake and destroy our communities.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Viora. Right on time. Number 56 has withdrawn. Number 57, Daryl Nelson.
Speaker 57 is not in the chamber and not online.
Thank you. Number 58 is Fiona O'Connell. Yeah, please go ahead, Fiona.
Oh, hi, everyone. Good evening. I don't know where to start. I've written so many speeches. It's just insanity that I second everything that everyone has said in opposition. As you can hear from my accent, I'm originally from London, and they don't do this in London. They don't do this in European cities. They build out, not up. And we have the room for it here. The land doesn't end at Boundary Road. We can build we can build east, we can build south, we can have transit and infrastructure out that way. The City of London is actually just 1 square mile, and they've built out. So that's what cities do in Europe. I don't know why we're not doing it here. It makes zero sense to tear down affordable, beautiful neighborhoods, destroying people's lives, to put in these towers that people who aren't rich aren't even going to get to live in. I did a little bit of research, and the secure market rent right now for 1 bedroom is about $2,800, and for a below market rate is $2,400. That's more than double what most of us are paying now in our already affordable housing that exists here, that wants to be torn down for these towers with these little rat boxes that no one can afford to live in. So, like the speaker before me said, who is it for? It's not for local Vancouverites. It doesn't make any sense. And it's just going to add to the housing crisis and the mental health crisis, because people are going to be affected big time mental health-wise with this. And if you put them in a little shoebox with no light, that's going to have psychological consequences. And we don't need to add to that. We don't need to add to the housing crisis. I've got so many other things that I want to say. Everybody loves it where they live. We live here because we love it, but then a big portion of us also live here because we have to, for health reasons. You can see that I've got a walker, I've got a disability. I have to access many medical centers all along the Broadway corridor, and I can't get that care anywhere else. So if I can't afford to live here, I'm screwed. And there's thousands of other people in the same situation for physical health needs, for mental health needs. We have beautiful communities and neighborhoods with already affordable housing. Don't tear it down for these luxury high-rises. That's not going to benefit anyone in Vancouver. So I ask you to please pause the plan, save Vancouver, have us involved, and architects and developers do this the right way. We don't want to kill our beautiful city. Please listen to us. Please pause the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fiona. 59 is Cheryl Webster.
Good evening.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'm Cheryl Webster of Vancouver. I oppose the Broadway plan and any amendments. I agree with the previous caller. I would like to know how a vote can happen this evening when there are empty seats and councillors not even listening to the public comments. There are so many aspects that are wrong with the Broadway plan, which have been mentioned by previous callers, so I will focus on one. It is not good urban planning to plan in large brushstrokes to make the corridor similar from Clark to Vine. Please pause the plan and do the next level of planning at the finer grain at a neighborhood scale to protect community assets before our neighborhood treasures are lost forever. For example, the prized Arbutus Greenway has only 3 blocks that are north of Broadway, and thus the Broadway plan. This is technically only 9 blocks of the rezoned 500 blocks of the Broadway plan. Broadway to 8th, 8th to 7th, 7th to 6th Avenue, where the Greenway is located. These 9 blocks call for the typical 2 20-story buildings per block as part of the rezoning. The towers in these 9 blocks will shade the greenway, the community gardens, and not to mention a new City of Vancouver park at the end of the greenway on First Street. It would make much more sense if this unique area was rethought and planned at the neighborhood scale. Perhaps these 9 blocks should not have 2 20-story buildings per block, but perhaps the entire block at 8 to 10 stories, or even graduated in height away from the greenway to preserve sunlight access. We need a finer scaled neighborhood-based planning with some creativity and not have greed do the planning. I know it is stated that these buildings will not shade the greenway and community gardens from equinox till equinox, March 21st to September 21st. It has been pitched as a good plan for the community gardens, which will make the stretch of the greenway so loved and unique. But if you pause and think about it, it doesn't really work for people. It ignores the community aspect, the social aspect, and the human aspect. People seek shade in the summer and seek sun in the winter. In this city starved for light, we need to protect sun access at all times of the year, especially in the winter. People flock to the greenway for light, sun, and community interaction all year long. This is just one example of the devastation throughout the Broadway corridor that will result from poor broad brush stroke planning, making the corridor similar for 500 blocks. Again, I ask you to oppose and rethink the Broadway plan and these amendments to complete a neighborhood scale-based planning to protect community assets before the neighborhood treasures are lost forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 60 is Catherine Shaw.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. Yes, I'm Catherine Shaw. I've been a resident of Kitsilano since 1973 and am speaking in complete opposition to the Broadway plan and the proposed amendments. I urge you to put this report on hold and begin real consultation with the people of Vancouver who must actually live with the Broadway plan. My objections are many, but may be summarized by saying displacing affordable low-rise apartment buildings and homes with mega towers will do nothing to solve the affordability crisis in our city, and at the same time, it will destroy livability. The concept of a 20-story tower on a quiet street with heritage homes is truly a disturbing one. Huge towers do not create community, and the Broadway plan shows an appalling lack of attention to community building. Regarding the public realm, as I understand it, amenities such as parks, libraries, community centers, playing fields, swimming pools, and other recreational facilities, as well as schools, are not included as guaranteed investments within the city budget. Who is going to pay for these needed services for the thousands living in those mega towers? Well, there's some vague idea that they may be paid for on the developer's dime. I find this unrealistically optimistic. Also in the presentation, I saw plans for a lot of concrete with a few planters described as acceptable public space. I don't agree. You can't build a playing field or a swimming pool on a wider sidewalk. Is there any evidence that all the increased density allowed under the amendments will lead to affordability? Thus far, the record is unimpressive. Look at all the high-rise towers built in Vancouver over the last 15 to 20 years. Have they in any way increased affordability? No. The housing crisis and lack of affordability have continued unabated. What we don't have enough of is co-op housing, low-rise affordable housing developments, supportive social housing, and artist live-work studios. These types of housing build a sense of livability and community as opposed to increasing density with the amendments proposed. I appreciate this chance to voice my views, but in general, there has not been enough effort made to really conduct public consultation on a personal scale plan, which will this plan will profoundly change our city. Please grant the time for more feedback and meaningful effort to engage our residents on this vital issue. Stand up for the people of Vancouver Council, not the developers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 61 has withdrawn. Speaker 62, Echo Asuji. speaker 62 on the line? Speaker 62, are you on the line? No. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, speaker 63, Craig Gay.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is Craig Gay. I live in West Point Grey. I've lived in Vancouver since 1981. I'm speaking in opposition to the Broadway plan and the proposed amendments. I have many concerns about the plan and about the amendments that are being proposed to it, but given the time constraints, I'll just mention three of them. The first is the plan relies very largely only on a single type of housing, relatively small, very expensive units in very tall towers. The suggestion, of course, is that this is necessary to make housing in Vancouver more affordable. But how? Where is there any evidence that the addition of a large number of small, expensive dwelling units will make any of them less expensive than those already in existence? Or, to ask the question differently, where is there any evidence that the increased density allowed under the proposed amendments will lead to greater affordability? None is presented, and I'm just not aware of any. The second concern I will mention is that the plan and the proposed amendments to it radically underestimate the amenities that will be needed for the tens of thousands of new residents it envisions. For the plan to result in genuine livability, it will need to include many more schools, many more places of worship, many more parks, much more green space, many more community centers, etc. As it stands, the plan largely assumes that the new residents will simply use existing facilities, but many of them are already stretched to capacity. And this is not even to mention the plan's implications for traffic and congestion. And my last concern has to do with process. To release a 350-page report shortly before Christmas and then to leave only a few days for the public to digest and to respond to the report is profoundly disrespectful. In short, I'm forced to conclude that the only people who will actually benefit from the Broadway plan are the individuals and corporations who will build and sell the relatively small, very expensive dwelling units in the very tall towers that the plan envisions. And that all of the rest of us will pay the price for the plan's short-sightedness in the form of congestion and reduced livability for generations. And so, as a resident of Vancouver and as someone who loves our city, I respectfully ask you to pause the Broadway plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. We're going to circle back to the previous callers. Number 62, Echo Osuji. I think the speakers got reconnected, right?
Echo,
Okay.
you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Echo, are you there?
I am here.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yeah,
Can
please.
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? My name is Aiko Osugi. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Speaker number 62.
Yes.
I am opposed to the Broadway plan and the Standing Committee report recommendations. Can you hear me?
Please go.
Hello?
Please go ahead. We can hear you, Echo. Please go ahead.
Yes, yes. Okay. I have been living in Vancouver for the past 49 years. In recent years, I have no longer been a happy, proud resident of this beautiful city. It is because we, as residents, want input on how our city grows and develops. And recently, we residents have been totally ignored in the top-down approach, namely the Broadway plan. It was to our great disappointment that the Broadway plan was approved in June 2022. Now, today's Standing Committee report recommendations go even further by adding more density, more height. More density does not translate into more affordability. Moreover, what are required as results of increased density are not addressed, and those include schools, community centers, parks, and other green space, access to sunlight, and importantly, sewers, among others. And most importantly, the current renters are going to lose their homes, and small businesses will be destroyed. Let me quote one such business owner, Mr. Nigel Pike of Cascade Room in Mount Pleasant, which was in yesterday's Mr. Dan Fumano's article in the Vancouver Sun. Quote, "We are slowly but surely destroying Vancouver as a culture and as a city," unquote. I ask you to please listen to the residents of Vancouver, to all of us who are speaking to you this evening, to pose the Broadway plan, and please listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, number 64, Arnold Mattis.
Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Arnold.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Arnold Mattis. I'm a resident and architect in the city of Vancouver. I wanted to shift focus a little bit and specifically focus on the hotel provisions of these revisions to the Broadway plan, and mention that I strongly support all of the hard work that's been done by staff and by all the advocates of tourism and hotel development in the city. We really need a significant amount of new hotel rooms. I think everyone realizes that we're dramatically short of hotel rooms in the city. So this goes a long way to helping development move forward on some of these hotel projects. In particular, I wanted to focus on one aspect of the plan that may be a bit of a hindrance to this hotel development, and that is the Section 7 land use provisions, where there's a frontage restriction of 99 feet. For some medium-sized hotels, this frontage requirement is more than what's necessary and may actually make the hotel projects not feasible. In particular, I'm thinking of one project we're working on, which is a low-carbon mass timber project below 18 stories in a non-residential area that would not necessarily be supported to go ahead because it does not have the 99-foot frontage. So we're asking that staff and council make a slight revision to the plan to remove the 99-foot restriction or make it discretionary for these hotel projects in non-residential areas. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arnold. Number 65 is Bernhard Ricky. Number 65 on the line.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I'm Bernard Ricke, resident of Kitsilano, and strongly opposed to the report. So, dear Mayor and Council, first of all, thanks so much for continuing to listen to your citizens this late in the evening. I stand before you today with a critical message: pause the Broadway plan. While it supports increasing housing density, this plan is still deeply flawed and needs urgent revisions. Firstly, it irreversibly destroys Kitsilano's unique character and irreplaceable views. In our building alone, over 70 residents share a rooftop with unrestricted use of the mountains and the ocean. This connection to nature is priceless. Imagine the thousands walking down 4th Avenue towards Kitsilano Beach almost every day, greeted by those same breathtaking vistas. These experiences and moments of awe will be gone forever under the shadows of the proposed high-rises. To preserve this area, I propose a strict height limit of 3 to 5 stories for any new development north of 7th Avenue to match the existing infrastructure. This allows increased density while protecting the neighborhood's character and stunning views. Additionally, stricter zoning regulations are really needed to protect view corridors and existing affordable housing. Secondly, the plan's promise of affordable housing is a cruel deception. The so-called below-market units are out of reach of most residents, including many long-term renters who may soon be displaced. This plan caters to investors and investors only, not to those struggling to find a place to call home. Thirdly, this plan is being implemented at a reckless speed with devastating consequences. We are witnessing the demolition of older rental buildings, the displacement of residents, and the erosion of community character. This is not progress. It is a crisis, purposefully in the making. You can stop this. The Broadway plan prioritizes short-term developer profits over long-term well-being of our community. We are losing valuable green spaces, community amenities, and the very essence of what makes Kitsilano special. We are told to embrace density, yet this plan favors carbon-intensive concrete towers over 3 to 6 story sustainable wood frame construction that could support our local lumber industry. Remember, the greenest building is the one already built. No exceptions. Therefore, we need a plan that prioritizes truly affordable housing, accessible to all, respects neighborhood character, including protecting our precious view corridors, preserves existing affordable housing and prevents displacement, invests in essential infrastructure to support sustainable growth, prioritizes sustainability and green building practices, and ensures meaningful community engagement, giving residents a real voice in shaping their future. Council, the fight for Kitsilano is a fight for the soul of Vancouver. I urge you to pause the Broadway plan, conduct actual further community consultations, and revise the plan to address these critical concerns. Let's work together to build a city that prioritizes the well-being of its residents and the preservation of its unique neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 66, Tom Hayback.
Hi there. My name is Tom Hyback. I live in Kitsilano, and I'm opposed to the motion to expand the Broadway plan. While I supported the original version of the Broadway plan, given the rationale that an expansion of our SkyTrain system would require further densification along the actual Broadway corridor, it seems clear to me that the powers that be in both City Hall and the provincial government are now trying to push through a significantly expanded plan that goes far beyond the original redevelopment areas. I see no good reason why this plan has been expanded so far and so fast without appropriate public review and consultation. It reminds me of the same lack of community input into the Sinakwa development, a project that will reportedly offer the highest urban densification anywhere in Canada, yet it's now underway with little to no public consultation. That Sinakwa project will reportedly offer significant new housing for Vancouver, as will all the other new towers being built along places like the Canada Line expansion, including those at Oak Ridge, others at Brentwood and King George and Coquitlam. Yet many of those units within those towers remain unsold, given their million-dollar price tags, and those offered for rent are too often unaffordable for most. This all seems particularly confusing to me in that we have attractive, affordable rental housing options in places like Kitsilano, where my wife and I live, that now stand to be demolished in favor of the same kind of unattractive, unaffordable, soulless towers that have sprouted up across the Lower Mainland. My wife and I have lived in a 10-story rental building in Kitsilano for the past 7 years. We absolutely love living where we do, given the appeal of an older building with bigger suites, greater character, and a strong community within the building. We also cherish the unique retail charms of 4th Avenue, the walkability of the entire neighborhood, and the amazing ocean views within it. And we're deeply worried that we will lose our home, those views, and the character of our neighborhood in the years ahead due to this turbocharged expansion and overreach of the Broadway plan. Therefore, we join thousands of other residents in calling for this plan to be paused, that it be reconsidered, and that we put the needs of residents ahead of the profits of developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 67, Christine Rogers. Speaker 67. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead, Christine.
Okay, thank you. I have lived in Kitsilano since the mid-90s, and I am opposed to the motion. I feel very strongly that the decision on the Broadway plan review and implementation is being rushed. There's not been sufficient time to study the details of the report because of the short time between its release and bringing the motion to council. I don't agree that the public consultation process used early in the summer was thorough and transparent. There were very few meetings to address such a huge change. Prior speakers today have already highlighted many of the issues that concern me, but I'm also worried about things like matching the pace of needed amenities with the developments that will greatly increase the number of people in the neighborhood. I really love my walkable neighborhood. I'm not opposed to density, but I think there are many better ways to accomplish this goal while at the same time maintaining livability for all. The idea of living in the shadows cast by high towers saddens me deeply, and the loss of current rental units is not acceptable. We need community-centered planning and for people to be heard. I'm especially concerned by the impact of the plan is already having on people living in the current low-rise rental stock, the stress of the threat of eviction, loss of community supports that were established over many years, and the fact that it is unlikely they will be able to find an equivalent affordable rental nearby weighs very heavily on these residents. With the low vacancy rates in Vancouver, I think their concerns are well justified. Their quality of life is already being adversely affected by landlords trying to empty the buildings prior to these rezonings. And tearing down fully rented buildings, well, what were fully rented buildings, and displacing the residents just doesn't make sense, and it's the last thing we should be doing. It's inhumane. I don't believe the tenancy protections available mitigate any of these issues I have mentioned. I really would advocate for a more thoughtful, slower phased approach to providing more density, and that would benefit everyone. Meaningful consultation with all the stakeholders by holding many community meetings is desperately needed. Keeping the high-density development centered on the transit hubs is the only acceptable move forward. Once these areas are built, modest increases in density in the remaining areas of the plan can be addressed at that time while respecting the character of the neighborhoods already established. Please take the time to really consider the implications of the changes and create a plan that works for the people already living in the area. Thank you very much for your time.
Yep. Thank you. Speaker 68 is Joanne Jackard.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a lifelong Vancouver resident, and I am strongly opposed to proposed amendments and to the ill-conceived Broadway plan itself. The amendments will further exacerbate the social, economic, and environmental damage to be inflicted on the neighborhoods flanking the Broadway corridor, an area of some of Vancouver's most vibrant historical communities with distinct identities, developed over time with already greater density than most of Vancouver's landmass. The Broadway plan has been proposed under the guise of addressing the housing crisis. The scale and form of development proposed has been shown by multiple studies, both by local and international experts in the field and by real examples globally, that this will do nothing to address the real housing crisis in this city, affordable housing. It will add to the crisis by dem-evicting thousands of renters, creating mass housing instability. These vulnerable Vancouver citizens seem to be dismissed by council and the planning department as collateral damage to the irrational plan to replace viable, affordable, human-scale housing and the communities within them with a monolithic concrete tower typology offering smaller units at a higher and largely unaffordable rent, including so-called below-market units. This is an avoidable tragic outcome of the Broadway plan, and if council at all recognizes the catastrophic consequences of further empowering the plan by these proposed amendments, then you must, as an intellectual and moral obligation to the citizens you are elected to represent, vote no today. Any green city housing plan must not add to landfills by demolishing viable low-rise housing. We must think creatively to promote a diversity of housing typologies, row housing, infill, conversions, co-ops, co-housing. This has been done successfully in areas of the city, particularly in neighborhoods targeted by the Broadway plan. Former Vancouver urban design, planning, architectural, economic professionals urged your previous council to not adopt the Broadway plan as proposed. They warned of this predictable stampede of developers, investors, and speculators to jump on the gravy train, for they are the only ones who stand to gain by the Broadway plan. And here we are today. Those and many other urban professionals have appealed once again to you to not adopt these plan amendments. I fully support their learned advice and suggest council and your appointed planning staff, perhaps many who are not familiar with Vancouver's enlightened era of planning that stewarded Vancouver to become the renowned city it is, should heed their collective knowledge. It doesn't take a professional to see that the Broadway plan makes no sense. This is where a responsible council elected to respectfully represent and promote the greater public good for its citizens would step in, under the advice of an enlightened planning staff appointed to follow the creed of its profession,
John, you are
to
actually over
design
time.
and build livable cities
Thank you.
for both
Thank you
existing
for
and
speaking to
future
council.
citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 69, Nathan Davidovich.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Nathan. Please go ahead.
Oh, you hear me okay? Thank you very much, acting mayor or chair, I don't know if the mayor is there, and council. I and my sisters were demo-evicted 3 years ago from Oak Street and 37th Avenue. 42 affordable housing units will now become 68 market $2 million to $3 million townhouses. The same will happen in the Broadway area. Professor Patrick Condon from UBC has a good brief that I support. And I would add some points to his remarks. We need the BC government to provide housing projects that are 100% social and affordable housing around transit stations. Two, City of Vancouver should copy from Montreal 20-20-20 rule. 20% of the development devoted to each of social housing, affordable housing, and family housing. In Montreal, the city also had the right of first refusal to buy properties as they are put up for sale. And the city did that and built many social and affordable housing. The last point, I presume, is you need a proper sustainable transportation, which Vancouver does not have. TransLink keep giving the wrong metrics. We are way, way behind Montreal and Toronto by at least a factor of 2. So thank you very much, Chair and members of Council, for your attention.
Thank you, Nathan. Speaker 70, Carol Francis Van Camp.
Council. I'm a longtime resident of Vancouver. I actually was born here. I oppose the acceptance of the Broadway plan review and implementation. I'm asking the Council to take a breath, to pause, and rethink the Broadway plan. At the very least, based on the detail and size of the review package that was only made available on December 4th, Vancouver citizens and council have not had adequate time to respectfully take it all in. I support the open letter sent to the Mayor and Council on December 9th by a knowledgeable and experienced collection of urban planners and architects. I have made Mount Pleasant my home for the last 50 years, and I consider my hood to include Fairview, South Granville, and Kitsilano. I have participated in many community development and planning sessions over the years and have been proud of my neighbors and excited by what we have accomplished. Watching all of our participation completely wiped off the map has been quite appalling. There doesn't have to be a one-size-fits-all. I believe the city can work in collaboration with local residents to create neighborhood-specific plans for densifying, including a healthy mix of affordable housing options and accompanying services such as schools and parks. Right now, there are an increasing number of us feeling threatened and anxious about the future of our neighborhoods and the places we call home. We feel disrespected by the very people we have elected and the staff we employ to manage this potentially amazing city of ours. I believe that by working together, we have the opportunity to create an affordable, livable, unique, and exciting city for everyone. Please join us in taking a breath, pausing and rethinking the Broadway plan. Thanks for giving me the time to talk.
All right, thank you. Speaker 71 is Elizabeth Murphy.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
I have some slides, so please don't start my time until my slides are up.
I'll pause your clock. Okay, your slide is up. Please go ahead.
Pardon me?
Your slide is up now. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, please start it again because I can't see the slides. Okay. So I assume you're on slide number 1, and I just want to state that I'm opposed to the Broadway plan in general, and also these proposed 353 pages of amendments that has only had 2 or 3 business days for the public to consider before going to council. The Broadway plan is already causing massive speculative rezonings, displacement, demolition, and land value inflation for mostly micro-sized, expensive rental units that average people cannot afford. The proposed amendments will make this much worse. I am particularly opposed to the removal of the tower limits per block throughout most of the Broadway plan area within 400 meters of each station. Next slide, please. I am also opposed to the increased heights and densities and reconsidering areas now shown as multiplex character infill, 6-story, and areas currently RT and C2 for more towers. Also allowing more towers and hotel development throughout the Broadway plan, including C2, small shopping areas like West 4th, Granville Street, and Main Street that will price out existing older shops and local shops. Proposed new plan for the City Hall district should instead retain the existing plaza and green space for a park, since there is no other large park lots available, and street landscaping and side yards on private property do not count as park space. Next slide, please. The city's June needs assessment confirmed that only 1% of net completions are affordable citywide, and the Broadway plan will be much worse given the large amount of existing rentals. Next slide, please, to slide number 4. The needs assessment also showed that we mainly need affordable housing, but what the targets are creating are mostly expensive market housing we don't need. Now, I can't see, there's slide 3, and I assume slide 4 is probably up. So I just want to conclude by asking you to please reconsider the Broadway plan and give it a pause, and let's do something that actually is affordable and will meet the needs of Vancouver residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Number 72 is Sean McWayne.
Hello,
Yep.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm a Vancouver resident who's worked in the development industry for 50 years as an architect, urban designer, and affordable housing advocate. As City Council and the Planning Department prepare to further upzone the ill-conceived Broadway plan, I hope you've thought through all the economic repercussions that enacting these zoning measures will create. By increasing the development potential, you will greatly enhance the land value for all the subject properties, and this will cause assessed land values to rise dramatically with negative effects for homeowners and renters who love their neighborhoods and wish to stay where they are. Higher land assessments mean higher property taxes for homeowners or a time-consuming appeals process to the officials at BC Assessments who will be sorely challenged to address the tsunami of appeals to come. And there is no appeal for school tax portions of your tax bill when your property value passes the $3 million barrier, which will become the norm once the value of the dirt your living space is sited on is assessed for a 20-story or more high-rise rather than a low-rise building. So in addition to the regular increase of property taxes year after year, there will be an unsustainable spike on tax bills in years to come. With higher costs of land, you also make it more difficult to build homes for lower-income folks. Think back, Council, to your throwing in the towel regarding the social housing sites in the West Concord lands near Granville Bridge. These lands were proclaimed as a major part of the social housing component for 35 years for the development of the North Shore of Falls Creek before you finally came to the conclusion that senior levels of government weren't going to fund affordable housing when the land was so expensive. As a council, you can't self-righteously complain that all you want from the province and the feds is their share to fund housing. But the fact is you are inflating land values with your across-the-board upzoning frenzy to the point where building new social housing just won't be feasible because of the high cost of land. And higher land costs mean it's just that much more difficult for the nonprofits to secure sites and develop affordable housing. Even initiatives that this council supports in principle, like nonprofits buying up SRO hotels to secure low-income housing, become less viable as the ripple effects on land values spread outside the Broadway plan and in other transit-oriented development areas like East Hastings Street, which oddly is being hugely upzoned only with the promise of a future rapid transit line many years in the future. It appears this council is willing to significantly increase land development potential even if the transit component of transit-oriented housing is missing. The fact is, what council is doing greatly contributes to inflation across the board for all Vancouver residents, and this is especially hard on people with lower or fixed incomes. We aren't going to see raises in income or pension amounts anytime soon that might offset increases in people's cost of living. You've heard about Generation Squeeze. What you will do with approval of the Broadway turbocharged plan
Interrupt you.
is further put the squeeze on all.
Thank you for speaking to council. Speaker 73 is Maria Musanden.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Maria Mussenden, currently a resident of Vancouver since 1963. The Broadway plan needs to be paused for many reasons that people have expressed. I find the timing of the release of the documentation that supports this plan and the little time the public has to absorb the many dense pages is a degradation of democracy. Vancouver has already been rezoned 3 times in the past 3 or 4 years. This is very stressful for people that live in Vancouver. Governments refuse to acknowledge that the housing crisis is a supply issue and not a demand issue. Between immigration, foreign students, work permits, the population of Canada has increased by more than 2 million in 2 years. I find this turbocharged proposed Broadway plan a mad desperation to absorb the massive increased Canadian population. Little regard seems to be given to the degradation of quality of life that this plan will be forced on Vancouverites. The countermeasures that staff have presented to protect renters, to control the pace of development, are lofty. The high-rise densification in this plan is alarming, beyond what the province requires, going beyond, will displace thousands more than required and accelerate assembly of single homes, will further be accelerated, forcing people to sell. Other modes of housing need to be considered in this plan. The province has limited how much each developer contribute to public amenities. How will the city compensate for this? How will schools be built? How will community centers be built and libraries and other public amenities? City staff lays out reasons to build out the Broadway plan, yet years later, the school promise at the Olympic Village has not been built. Neither has the park in northeast Falls Creek, almost 40 years later. And what will happen to the Broadway plan? What shortcomings? I see a lot of shortcomings. I encourage councillors to please pause. This will destroy Vancouver that we know. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Number 74 and 75 or withdrawn. We're gonna go to number 76, Barbara May.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Before you start, Barbara, can I ask you if you are the resident of Vancouver?
Born and raised here.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, there's been so many excellent speakers tonight. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what they've said. It's already been said, but I'm going to talk about a number of things. First of all, the Bill 47, 46, and 44 was rammed through last November. Most people don't know about it, and some of the municipalities have pushed back against it, but Vancouver has embraced it like it's like they're on steroids. This massive 353-page report that came out on December 4th, and then more was added to it a few days later, and on December 9th, even more pages were added. This report is filled with technical jargon, which is difficult for professionals to easily digest, let alone the public. I don't know if the councillors have read it from cover to cover, who are unlikely to understand much of the content of the report, particularly given the short turnaround time they had to read it. And having this hearing just before Christmas is pretty outrageous and pretty it doesn't reflect well on the city at all. It just looks like they're trying to sneak something through. In terms of, I think it was Peter Myers who asked one of the staff about whether or not the public had been consulted. Let me tell you about the way the city staff consult with Vancouverites. On June 26th, the city had a town hall meeting at Cllr Neighborhood House titled Advancing the Broadway Plan. The hall was packed with people. The majority of those in attendance did not appear to be in support of the plan. Many, particularly seniors, were terrified of losing long-term rentals and community and had no idea where they would go. The city's staff present did not appear to have any interest in hearing what the public had to say about the plan, but were vested in promoting the city's position on the Broadway plan. I've also attended several online information sessions with staff on the Broadway plan as other city plans, and the staff were extremely prescriptive, basically controlled the entire dialogue. Individuals were not allowed to speak. They were allowed to write questions, but the staff kept the questions hidden and only answered the ones that were suitable for them. It does not reflect well on Vancouver. And, city council and the mayor are elected to represent the people of Vancouver, not represent developers, which, this is what the Broadway plan seems to be doing, is just ramming through all this housing that people here can simply not afford. It appeals to REITs and big investors, but, you have to be respectful of the people who live
Barbara,
here.
You are at time. Thank you for speaking to council. Okay, number 77, Larry Bench.
Speaker 77 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Number 78, Lynn Brockington.
Hi, good evening. You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Excellent. Okay, my name is Lynn Brockington. I am a resident of Vancouver, where I have lived for over 40 years.
I'm calling to state my opposition to the Broadway plan and the amendments being reviewed this evening. The Broadway plan is a simplistic sledgehammer approach to urban planning. The amendments to the plan only ramp up the negative impacts. It will see good buildings with affordable homes demolished and replaced with towers of micro units too small for a family and luxury apartments that few can afford. The guiding principles of the Broadway plan state, and I'm quoting, the distinctive qualities of neighborhoods such as green and leafy residential streets, shopping villages, and heritage and cultural resources should be retained and enhanced while integrating new housing and job space. If this is the aspiration, why not encourage a range of housing, low-rise apartments, row houses, townhouses, and infill which fit into existing neighborhoods? Places where young adults, families, and seniors want and can afford to live. Let's see a built environment that is at a human scale and which strengthens communities. There are a number of reasons why this plan fails, but one that stands out is the inadequate consultation with residents and stakeholders. In a city this size and for such a massive property development, 2,600 surveys and 700 open house attendees is a scant number. Likely this was due to the pandemic, but that's over now. So you should go back out there and inform and engage sincerely with the people who will be impacted. And finally, you should listen to the knowledgeable, experienced planners and architects who have analyzed the current proposal in depth and alerted us to its serious flaws. There is still time to change course. Please, I ask you respectfully to pause the Broadway plan. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Speaker 79 is Barbara Neff. Yeah, please go ahead, Barbara.
My name is Barbara Neff. I was here and I spoke against the Broadway plan originally. And 3 postcards is not enough to alert people. I'd like the planning department to know about such a big change in the environment. I live in Fairview on Pine Street. We live in a 20-unit affordable, well-built private equity co-op. There are 4 20-story towers proposed at Pine and 11th Avenue, or within 200 feet or 60 meters of our building. I'd like you to imagine how much disruption that's going to be. The streets and alleys are narrow, the garbage trucks go up and down the alleys. It's going to be hell. These 4 towers would demolish over 100 affordable rental units and replace them with fewer, smaller, less affordable, below-market rental units. I urge you all to read the article by Carrie Gold in the December 6 Globe and Mail. It was entitled, Cracks Showing in BC's Affordable Housing Plans. She quotes Ross McCready, founder of Sotheby's Realty and CEO of Sutton Group, who says, and I quote, when they talk about market housing paying for non-market housing, and you don't have a market, this may end up being a lot of talk and not a lot of building. End of quote. If the city is really interested in below-market housing, then I think rather than turbocharging a possibly faulty idea, why not look at more affordable options that are more environmentally friendly? For example, the city could subsidize the purchase of some older wood frame buildings and strive to make them more energy efficient so that people might have a decent amount of square footage in which to thrive. And the city could encourage new, lower-cost, 6-story wood frame buildings within the Broadway plan area. I'm not saying no towers, and certainly along Broadway, there's going to be towers. We know it everywhere, probably, there's going to be towers. I note that other cities, such as Calgary, seem to have a more multi-pronged approach to providing homes to those who cannot afford them. And I do fail to see why Vancouver cannot take a similar path. Why? And I'm going to reiterate what people have said. There hasn't been enough notification and discussion about turbocharging this plan. I respectfully ask you to reflect on the results of the most recent provincial election, which I believe is a result of a government not listening and not responding to the people. Thank you, and it is my hope that you have a happy holiday and a reimagined 2025 especially as regards the Broadway plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. Number 80 is Colleen Hardwick.
So,
Yeah, please go ahead, Colleen.
my name is Colleen Hardwick, and I am a lifelong resident of Vancouver, and I oppose the recommendations of the Broadway Plan Review and Implementation Report. 2.5 years ago, I was on City Council when the Broadway Plan first came forward to Council. The points I made at that time predicted all too well the circumstances that face us today. To quote my final remarks, the Broadway plan would see thousands of renters in affordable rent control housing dem-evicted, would dramatically increase both rents and housing prices, would be a huge gift to land speculators, would badly hurt Vancouver's livability in cherished neighborhoods, and would violate greenest city principles. And most importantly, the Broadway plan does not have a mandate from citizens ultimately who should have had the ultimate say. And that's why I voted a hard no to the Broadway plan and continue to object to the direction this is taking. Because sadly, things went from bad to worse. Adding gas to the dumpster fire, this council removed the pace of change requirements that would have at least set some checks and balances. How much, how fast matters. Instead now, as predicted, we see a feeding frenzy of speculation across the 500 blocks of the Broadway plan. Already more than 100 rezoning applications are in the queue. The Broadway plan embraces the false narrative that the housing crisis will be solved by a huge density and building height increases over 500 blocks, but stubbornly ignores critical causes of our housing affordability crisis. The fact that land speculators, investors, and property flippers are inflating real estate property values, along with our own local government selling rezoning in exchange for CAC revenue streams. It's heart-wrenching to watch the money machine of the Broadway subway used to steamroll and erase the neighborhoods of Mount Pleasant, Fairview, Granville South, and Kitsilano. And this is not just along Broadway or adjacent to subway stops. Surprise! Well, it should come as no surprise that affordable rental apartments are the first to go. They are businesses after all. Corporations exist to produce profit for shareholders by definition. And if a landlord is tempted to replace a 3-story walk-up with 20-plus story high-rise with significant profit, you're going to do it. Damn the torpedoes, get out of the way. The predictable feeding frenzy is sadly reinforced by the provincial government who are undermining local democracy, having drunk the housing supply narrative Kool-Aid pushed by those who stand to profit. But here we are. All of the councillors and chambers who served during the prior term voted for the Broadway plan. All of you, you are all culpable. When I spoke in 2022 in June, I referenced
Colleen,
Jane
you are
Jacobs.
at time. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Thanks
well,
for speaking
it's
to
so
council.
wrong. Pause the plan. Pause the...
Okay, the next one is 81, Christina DeMarco. Is Christina on the line?
Speaker 81 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Going to come back. Speaker 82 is Gail Gavin.
Speaker 82 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 83 has withdrawn. Speaker 84 is Sarika Sion.
84.
84?
That's me.
Yes, Sarika Sion. Yeah, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Sarika Sion, and I'm from the South Cambie neighborhood, just a few blocks from City Hall. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to speak here today, and I'm here to ask you to pause the Broadway plan. I'm speaking to 2 points. The first is the decreasing affordability, which is leading to many problems in the city. The most severe and tragic being homelessness. I can see it in my neighborhood and wherever I go in the city. I'm alert to it as it is a constant topic of conversation, and there have been mayors who have run on the platform of reducing and even eliminating homelessness. Those aspirations have never been realized, and the number of unsheltered people keeps increasing. I now know that increasing housing density does not make housing affordable. And I also know that both increased density and decreasing affordabilities are drivers of homelessness. I know this from my own observations, the many years of watching density increases in Vancouver and the subsequent decreases of affordability. I also know this from listening to people who have studied housing affordability for a living and who say over and over again that there is no evidence that increasing housing density aids affordability. So please pause the Broadway plan to stop the increase in homelessness. The second point I wish to speak to is community. I have many years of being part of building community in this city. In addition to being brought up in Vancouver, I have worked in Vancouver, raised a family in Vancouver, and have had many volunteer positions in the city, which include being a Green Streets gardener and a block watch captain in the 20-plus year range. I know that building and sustaining community takes time, and it takes engagement. And the engagement needs to come from those who live and work and go to school in the neighborhood. It cannot be built with a one-size-fits-all plan that comes from the top down, benefiting only a few. Destroying community can be done very quickly. And without community, we are a city in name only. We are a city that serves only a few and not the many. We are a city that is not livable. I am asking you to pause the Broadway plan and then open the City Hall doors to community, to neighborhoods, and to engagement with the people of the city. And then together we can come up with a plan. Thank you all for listening. I have faith in all of you that as our elected officials representing us, you will do what is right for the people who call Vancouver home.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarika. Number 85 is Bahana Solki.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Bhavna Salecki. I'm the resident of Vancouver. Good evening, everybody. I am totally opposed to the amendment of the Broadway plan. The proposed Broadway plan is a total insult and disgrace to the citizens of Vancouver. Planning office mentioned about community engagement, but I don't hear that today with the most of the prior speakers. The reports on the amendment, like the original Broadway plan, was based on inadequate consultation with the public. What I see is a deliberate motive of the council using complicated language and repetition of the same points over and over again in the amended document to overwhelm people in a very short time. It's not a layman's language which can be perceived and understood in the time frame given to everybody. The plan is fueling total chaos for middle-class families and vulnerable seniors who will be forced to move out of their existing affordable homes and communities. Building more is not creating housing, but yes, what we are seeing are more families with kids who are already growing in a lifeless society where parents are working 2 to 3 jobs to support the increasing cost of living getting displaced. Cost of one bedroom in the city starting at 500 square feet is $3,000 plus utility, which is totally unaffordable. Families cannot live in these so-called luxury shoe boxes. We are causing Vancouver's hardworking citizen an endless pain where it is becoming impossible to live, breathe, and afford to live without working ourselves to death. A working-class family cannot clear a mortgage or have a down payment to afford to buy any of these new places being built. So my question is, who's buying these units? Also, with so many towers around the city, who is tracking the empty new buildings covered with darkness due to unaffordable rents? Research has shown living in small places is causing negative effects on mental health. It is impacting our youth who cannot afford to live in Vancouver anymore, or they have to share a small space with many others, causing a lot of stress and anxiety. Our youth is feeling hopeless and cannot see a future in this city. They cannot live or keep up to the rising cost of living. Another problem is the effect on small businesses, which is the fabric of our communities, will not survive due to high taxation and lease rates. Small businesses are the vibrant pillars of the community, not just for employment, but to weave culture, social interaction, and civic pride. We've already seen the devastation of the Canby project, which bankrupted a lot of small businesses. The city's so-called green initiative and sustainability is a false fallacy. The concrete jungles shoved under our throats are not only leading to environmental issues, it is impacting our mental health and
Sorry,
wellness.
Speaker, you are out of time.
This is
Thank you for
basically
speaking to
soulless
Council.
planning and ugly.
Sorry, Speaker, you are out of time. Thank you. Speaker 86 is Peter Waldkirch.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Peter.
Great, thank you. So my name is Peter Waldkirch. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here to support these Broadway plan amendments. First, I live in the Broadway plan area. There are two 21-story towers going up just about 2 blocks away from my home. 6 duplexes are getting replaced with over 300 rental homes, 20% of which are below market, and a 24-hour daycare for hospital workers. I love to see this in my neighborhood. But why I'm here tonight is I'm looking for signs that the leadership in this city are taking the housing shortage seriously, because I gotta say, I don't see a lot of sign of that. We are in a housing crisis, and make no mistake, it is driven by a catastrophic shortage of housing caused by decades of underbuilding housing. And I don't see a lot of sense of urgency in addressing that. Experts estimate that Vancouver right now has a housing shortage of over 100,000 homes, and we're still moving backwards. We're still digging that hole deeper every year. Those same experts estimate that in 10 years, that shortage will be over 150,000 homes. Now, your planners have repeatedly emphasized how gradual and slow the rollout of the Broadway plan is, and they have told you today that the Broadway plan will produce about 8,000 homes over the next 10 years. That is about 5% of the housing demand in the city. Now, you might say, well, that's just, this is just part of our overall strategy. But I think it puts into perspective the scale of change and action that is required if you are serious about addressing our housing crisis. Because right now, even something that seems as significant as the Broadway plan is generating all this controversy is really just tinkering around the edges of a fundamentally broken housing and planning system in this city. Now, the good news is, if you want to actually get more housing built, you can do better. And I emphasize this, you can do better while maintaining the Broadway plan's tenant protections, because those are critical. Yes, we desperately need to build more housing, but we need to do so in an equitable way, and it can't be on the backs of renters. But that's easy to avoid. We focus new housing in low-density areas of the Broadway plan and low-density areas of the city, because apartments remain completely banned in about 80% of the city's residential land. The lines of where apartments are allowed are basically the same as where they were 100 years ago. You can change things. You can legalize housing broadly across the city in our low-density areas, because until we do, we're basically just twiddling our thumbs while entire generations of people and families are pushed out of the city and it becomes a playground for the rich. We need housing in places where people want to live, close to jobs, close to opportunity. That means places like Shaughnessy, Dunbar, and West Point Grey. Those neighbors have been frozen in amber for decades, need to start welcoming change and new neighbors.
Sorry, Peter, you're out of time.
Clear is that
thanks for speaking
Thank
to
you very
Council.
much.
Thank you. Number 87 is Pamela Fitzpatrick. Let's go ahead, Pamela.
My name is Pamela Fitzpatrick, and I live in Vancouver, and I oppose this proposal. Mayor Ken Sim has stated publicly regarding the housing issue, we're not trying to be the smart guys in the room. We're literally going out to industry, and we're asking, how do we fix this? What would you do? I now ask, why is your choice of advisors only industry? I would remind you that industry is composed of smart guys with vested interests, but only when profits are made from building more high-rises. Why are you not consulting the real smart guys? the people of the city who are pleading with you to slow down, consider the inherent damage of the Broadway plan to Vancouver's citizens and neighborhoods. Why are you not consulting the real smart guys, the professional planning researchers who insist there are proven, valid, and better ways to achieve the same outcome, many of which are right here in Vancouver? All these people are right on your doorstep, and they are available to you. These are the real smart guys, and they are astounded, frustrated, and angry. If you had listened to their illuminating information, you would not be proposing the mammoth expansion to the plan today. They and I want you to do a major rethink and pause the plan. Mayor Ken Sim has also recently stated publicly regarding the latest stabbing incident, there's anger there because we already knew it would happen again. Well, there's anger right here in this chamber and among the people of Vancouver because you do know about the unaffordability contained in the Broadway plan. You know it right now, and yet you are failing to deal with it. You are squeezing out those who serve in menial jobs, service jobs, and the artistic community. Who's going to serve all those who are, quote, going to make money, as you put it, to have their buildings kept clean, their cup of coffee brewed, and their children given music lessons? This is a massive nightmare. There's great anger in this city that this proposal is misguided, happening too fast, and is an outrageous expansion of the original foolhardy plans. And as you had just said this afternoon, Mayor Sim, several times regarding the Bitcoin motion, be curious, be open, and get educated. I encourage you to do so by pausing the plan. You could start by consulting the 21 alarmed professionals planners who sent you an open letter decrying the Broadway plan and its amendments. Please pause the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Speaker 88 is Ken Regman. Yeah, Ken, please go ahead.
Hi. Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm changing the topic a little bit to heritage. In my opinion, some disturbing developments are taking place under the Broadway plan.